Rita's heart raced as the doctor's words echoed in her ears, a melody she had longed to hear for years. She was pregnant. After endless nights of silent prayers and hidden tears, the universe had finally answered. She imagined the joy lighting up James' face as she shared the news, a spark to revive their crumbling marriage. Clutching the ultrasound picture close to her chest, Rita hurried home, her heels clicking against the dusty path leading to the farmhouse. The faint smell of freshly tilled soil lingered in the air. For the first time in months, her footsteps felt lighter, her lips trembling into a smile she could no longer suppress. "James," she called as she pushed open the front door, her voice filled with eager anticipation. The house was strangely silent. The curtains, partially drawn, cast eerie shadows across the living room. Her instincts urged caution, but excitement propelled her forward. She headed to their bedroom, her mind rehearsing the words she had longed to say. "You're going to be a father," she whispered under her breath, tasting the words like a sweet secret. The moment she opened the door, her world came crashing down. There, tangled in the sheets of their matrimonial bed, was James, her husband, and Lynette, the governor's daughter. Their laughter, once a sound of comfort, now felt like shards of glass piercing her soul. "James." Rita's voice cracked, disbelief and betrayal dripping from her words. James scrambled to cover himself, but Lynette, smug and unbothered, sat up with an air of defiance. "Oh, Rita," Lynette sneered, "I didn't think you'd be home so soon. But since you're here, it's time you knew where you really stand." What is this?" Rita stammered, her body trembling as tears threatened to spill. She turned to James, desperate for an explanation. "James, how could you do this to me? After everything?" James avoided her gaze, his silence louder than any confession. Before Rita could process the betrayal, her mother-in-law stormed into the room, her expression cold and unyielding. "Rita, stop making a scene," she snapped. In her hands were divorce papers, thrust forward like a final blow. "Sign these. James doesn't need your barrenness weighing him down anymore. Lynette is a better match for him, a real woman who can give him children." "What kind of man have you become, James?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. But when she turned to leave, Lynette's mocking laughter stopped her. "You're not going anywhere without signing those papers," Lynette taunted. Suddenly, the room erupted into chaos. James' mother grabbed Rita by the arm, forcing her to sit at the table. The physical aggression shocked her, but the humiliation cut deeper. "Sign them," the older woman barked, slamming a pen into her hand. Bruised, betrayed, and outnumbered, Rita found herself cornered. She looked to James one final time, hoping for him to step in, to defend the love they once shared. But he remained frozen, a coward in the face of his own betrayal. Rita stood frozen in the center of the room, the divorce papers trembling in her grasp. Lynette leaned against the bedpost, her arms crossed and a sly smirk plastered across her face. Her presence exuded arrogance, as if she had already claimed victory. "Oh, poor Rita," Lynette drawled, her voice dripping with mockery. "You really thought you could hold onto a man like James? A barren wife living in a fantasy world, clinging to dreams of a perfect family. How pathetic." Rita's throat tightened, her gaze shifting to James. His silence was deafening, cutting deeper than Lynette's cruel words. The ultrasound picture, now crumpled on the floor, seemed to mock her hopes. "Say something, James," Rita whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of betrayal. "Tell her she's wrong. Tell her this isn't what you want." James shifted uncomfortably but avoided her pleading eyes, while Lynette chuckled darkly. "He doesn't have to say anything, darling," Lynette said smugly. "We both know the truth. You've always been the unwanted guest in this house, a burden to his family and his future. It's time you left gracefully, if you even know how to do that." Rita's mother-in-law stepped forward, her disdain palpable. "She's right. Sign the papers and save us all the trouble. James has found a proper wife now, someone who knows her place and can give him what you never could. You're nothing but dead weight." The humiliation pushed Rita to the brink. Her chest heaved with suppressed rage and heartbreak, yet she refused to crumble. "You don't know anything about me," she said through gritted teeth. "And you never will." Lynette laughed, a cold and hollow sound. "Oh, sweetie, I know enough. You're a fool who gave up everything for a man who doesn't want you anymore. Look around, No one here will miss you when you're gone. James, standing by the window like a ghost of the man he once was, finally spoke. Lynette, stop it. But his weak protest only enraged Lynette further. Stop what, James? Telling the truth. She needs to hear this before she wastes more time believing you'll come back to her. Rita took a deep breath, trying to steady herself against the whirlwind of emotions. She turned to James, her voice trembling but resolute. James, do you really believe this is the life you want? Is Lynette worth throwing away everything we've built together? James hesitated, his eyes flickering with doubt before his mother interjected. Enough of this nonsense. Sign the papers, Rita. There's no future for you here. Let James start fresh with someone who deserves him. With Lynette smirking in the background and James' mother looming over her, Rita felt the weight of the room suffocating her. Her love for James, once a beacon of hope, had now become a curse. And as tears streamed down her face, she realized the battle was already lost. Lynette's final blow came as she leaned in close, whispering venomously, "Don't worry, Rita. Once you're gone, I'll make sure James forgets you ever existed." Rita's hands hovered over the divorce papers, her fingers trembling as if the pen weighed more than she could bear. Her vision blurred with unshed tears, and her heart clung desperately to the love she once believed in. "I don't understand," she murmured, her voice barely audible. She turned to James, who stood by the window with an expression void of emotion. "How did we get here, James? I gave up everything for you. I chose you over the life I was born into because I believed in us. Don't you love me anymore?" Her words hung in the air, heavy and pleading, but James didn't respond. His silence was a knife twisting in her chest, the confirmation she didn't want to believe. Rita's mother-in-law, growing impatient, slammed her palm on the table. "Enough of this nonsense," she snapped. "What love? My son needs a future, not a barren wife dragging him down. Sign the papers, Rita, and stop wasting everyone's time." "I can't," Rita whispered, shaking her head. "I can't sign them. I still love you, James. I know you love me too deep down, I know it." James finally turned to face her, his jaw clenched and his eyes dark with frustration. "Rita, stop making this harder than it needs to be. Just sign the papers and go." "No." Rita's voice rose, her anguish spilling over. She stood, clutching the pen like a lifeline. "This isn't you, James. This isn't the man I fell in love with. What has she," her eyes darted to Lynette, "done to you? What has your mother made you believe?" Lynette, lounging on the bed with a smirk, decided to fan the flames. "Oh, please, Rita. Spare us the melodrama. James isn't some puppet you can control. He made his choice and that is me. So why don't you do the respectable thing and leave?" Rita's chest heaved with rage and heartbreak. She stepped closer to James, her tear-streaked face filled with desperation. "Look at me, James," she begged. "Look me in the eyes and tell me that you truly want this. Tell me that you don't love me anymore." For a moment, James faltered. His eyes flickered with something, guilt, regret, or perhaps love. But before he could respond, his mother's sharp voice cut through the tension. "James, don't let her manipulate you. Tell her to sign and be done with it." James' face hardened, and in one swift motion, he stepped forward. "Just sign the papers, Rita," he said coldly. But when she shook her head, his frustration boiled over. "Stop making this so difficult," he shouted, his voice echoing in the room. Rita flinched but stood her ground. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't believe you'd do this to me, James." Lynette's laughter rang out like a cruel melody. "Oh, for heaven's sake, just get it over with," she sneered. "Hit her if you have to." Rita barely had time to process Lynette's venom before James, in a moment of blinding anger, raised his hand and struck her across the face. The sharp slap echoed in the room, and Rita stumbled back, clutching her cheek in disbelief. The room fell silent. Even Lynette's smirk faded as she stared at James, surprised by his outburst. Rita's mother-in-law, however, seemed unfazed. She shoved the divorce papers toward Rita, her voice ice-cold. "Now, sign them." Rita straightened, her entire body trembling, not from fear, but from heartbreak. The men she had loved and trusted more than anything had just broken her in the most unforgivable way. Tears streamed down her face, but her eyes burned with a new fire, one of realization and resolve. Without a word, she picked up the pen, her hands shaking as she scrawled her signature across the papers. Each stroke felt like a knife carving into her soul. When she was done, she shoved the papers away and turned to James, her voice hollow. "Congratulations, James," she said, her tone laced with bitter finality. Rita stumbled out of the farmhouse, the bitter taste of betrayal lingering in her mouth. The cool evening breeze kissed her tear-streaked face, but it offered no comfort. Her heart was shattered, and her mind was a chaotic whirlpool of emotions. The world she had sacrificed everything for had turned its back on her, leaving her alone in the dark. She walked aimlessly, her heels digging into the dirt road as the sound of distant laughter from the house echoed behind her. Her mother-in-law, Lynette, and even James, now all strangers to her. Rita clenched her fists, trying to suppress the sobs rising in her throat. She wouldn't cry for them, not anymore. The small bar at the edge of town came into view. Its dim neon sign flickered faintly, barely illuminating the cracked walls and rusted door. Rita had never set foot in such a place before, but tonight, she didn't care. She was pregnant, so what? The father was a jerk. She just needed something, anything, to numb the pain. Inside, the bar was dimly lit and crowded with locals. The smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke hung heavy in the air. Heads turned as Rita stepped in, her disheveled appearance and tear-stained face drawing curious glances. She ignored them all, heading straight to the counter. "What'll it be, ma'am?" the bartender asked, his rough voice matching the grimy atmosphere. "Something strong," Rita muttered. "I don't care what." He nodded and poured her a shot of whiskey, sliding the glass across the counter. Rita downed it without hesitation, the burning liquid making her wince. She slammed the glass down and gestured for another. As the hours wore on, Rita drowned her sorrows in shot after shot, her inhibitions fading with each drink. She barely noticed the group of men in the corner who had started watching her, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Among them was Lynette's cousin, a man known for his cruel ways and dirty schemes. Lynette had wasted no time in arranging for him to be here tonight, ready to further break Rita's spirit. "She's drunk enough," one of the men murmured, his voice low and dangerous. "Let's move." Rita was oblivious as the men approached her, their steps slow and calculated. One of them leaned against the counter beside her, his smile too wide to be friendly. "Hey there, beautiful," he said, his voice dripping with false charm. "You look like you could use some company." "I'm not interested," Rita mumbled, pushing her glass away. She tried to stand, but her legs felt weak, the alcohol clouding her senses. "Come on, don't be like that," the man said, his tone turning sharp. He grabbed her arm, his grip firm and unrelenting. Rita's stomach churned with unease, and she pulled away, but the alcohol had sapped her strength. The other men closed in, their laughter low and threatening. "She's a feisty one of them said, grabbing her other arm. Panic surged through Rita as she struggled against them, her heart racing. "Let me go," she shouted, her voice shaking. But the men didn't listen. They dragged her toward the back door, their intentions clear. Rita fought harder, her mind screaming for her to do something, to escape. The commotion caught the attention of another patron sitting in the shadows. His sharp eyes narrowed as he took in the scene, and without hesitation, he rose to intervene. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his presence commanding and intimidating. "Let her go," his deep voice rumbled, cutting through the chaos like a blade. The men paused, turning to face him. His fierce gaze and clenched fists made it clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Mind your own business," one of the men sneered, tightening his grip on Rita. The stranger stepped forward, his movements swift and deliberate. In a matter of seconds, he had grabbed the man by the collar and thrown him against the wall. The other men hesitated, weighing their options, but the stranger's unyielding stance made the decision for them. They dropped Rita and fled, cursing under their breath as they disappeared into the night. Rita collapsed to the floor, her body trembling. She looked up at the man who had saved her, his dark eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice softer now. I think so," she stammered, her words slurring slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes as the reality of what had just happened hit her. "Thank you for stopping them." The man nodded, offering her his hand. "Let's get you out of here," he said. Rita hesitated before taking his hand, her mind racing with questions. Who was this man, and why had he stepped in to help her? But her exhaustion and fear left her little choice. She allowed him to lead her out of the bar, his steady grip reassuring. As they stepped outside, the cool night air hit Rita like a wave, clearing her head slightly. She turned to the men, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Who are you?" she asked. "Just someone passing through," he replied, his lips curving into a faint smile. "You shouldn't be in a place like that, especially alone." "I didn't have anywhere else to go," Rita admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. She looked away, ashamed of how far she had fallen. The man studied her for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. "You look like you've been through a lot," he said gently. "Do you need a place to stay?" Rita hesitated, her instincts telling her to refuse. But the warmth in his eyes and the kindness in his voice were undeniable. She nodded slowly, her voice trembling as she said, "Yes, thank you." He led her to his truck parked nearby, helping her into the passenger seat. As they drove away, Rita stared out the window, her thoughts a whirlwind. She didn't know who this man was or what the future held, but for the first time in hours, she felt a glimmer of safety. The truck hummed quietly as Rita sat in the passenger seat, her head leaning against the cold window. The strong man beside her remained composed, his focus on the road unwavering. Yet, Rita's mind was a storm of emotions, pain, humiliation, and a twisted sense of shame she couldn't shake. Though the man's intentions seemed kind, Rita couldn't trust him. Her heart had been shattered so thoroughly that even a helping hand felt like a weight she couldn't bear. Her drunken state amplified her paranoia, fueling a decision she might regret later. "I need some air," Rita slurred, her voice barely audible. The man glanced at her, concerned. "Rita, you're not in a state to wander off alone. Please let me help you." But Rita was already fumbling with the door handle, her movements clumsy and erratic. Before he could stop her, she pushed the door open and stumbled out into the street. The men jumped out after her, but Rita, fueled by desperation and alcohol, broke into an uneven sprint. "Rita!" "Wait," he called, but she didn't look back. She ran blindly into the night, her heels clattering against the pavement. The dim streetlights barely illuminated her path as she escaped into the shadows, her pulse racing. Her thoughts swirled like a tornado. She couldn't bear anyone's pity, even if they meant well. She didn't need saving, she needed to survive on her own. The man's voice faded behind her, and soon she was alone, the world around her eerily quiet. Rita's breath hitched as her legs gave way, the alcohol dragging her down like a weight. She collapsed onto the hard pavement, tears streaming down her face. She fumbled for her phone, hoping to call someone for help. But when she pulled it out, her heart sank. The screen was shattered, courtesy of her mother-in-law's earlier rage. It wouldn't even turn on. With no phone, no plan, and nowhere to go, Rita wandered aimlessly, her surroundings unfamiliar and menacing. The night grew colder, and the streets seemed emptier with each passing hour. Her thin blouse offered little protection against the biting wind. Eventually, Rita stumbled upon a bridge, its steel frame looming overhead like a silent sentinel. The space beneath it offered some semblance of shelter, though it was far from comforting. Broken bottles and discarded trash littered the ground, and the air smelled of damp concrete and decay. Exhausted and hopeless, Rita sank to the ground, curling up against the wall. Her body trembled with cold and despair as tears spilled freely. The weight of her circumstances crashed over her, her husband's betrayal, her mother-in-law's cruelty, Lynette's venomous mockery. Her life felt like a cruel joke, and she was the punchline. Rita's sobs filled the hollow space beneath the bridge, echoing against the walls. She clutched her knees to her chest, trying to block out the overwhelming darkness surrounding her. The world had turned its back on her, and she felt utterly alone. Hours passed, the silence was broken only by the distant sound of passing cars. Rita's drunken haze began to fade, replaced by a heavy sense of emptiness. She was so happy to finally get pregnant yet heartbroken enough to drink her sorrows, forgetting about the safety of her baby. The cold seeped into her bones, but she refused to move. Her pride, broken as it was, kept her from seeking help. She would endure this night, no matter how unbearable. As dawn approached, the first rays of sunlight peeked through the cracks in the bridge's steel beams. The warmth of the sun was faint but enough to rouse Rita from her restless sleep. Her body ached, her mind was numb, and her resolve was fragile. Rita stood slowly, her legs shaking beneath her. Her clothes were wrinkled and dirty, and her makeup streaked down her face. She looked at her surroundings, the reality of her night sinking in. The morning sun painted the sky with hues of orange and gold, but its warmth barely reached Rita's heart as she sat by the roadside, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. The events of the past 24 hours felt like a cruel blur. Her body ached from the cold night under the bridge, and her spirit was bruised from the betrayal she had endured. But as the dawn broke, so did a spark of determination within her. For the first time in years, Rita allowed herself to think about the life she had left behind, the life she had hidden from James and his family. She had walked away from luxury, wealth, and a powerful family name, all in pursuit of love and simplicity. But that love had proven to be nothing more than a mirage, leaving her stranded and broken. No more, she thought. No more hiding. No more sacrificing herself for people who didn't deserve her. It was time to reclaim the life she had abandoned. Rita looked around, spotting a woman sweeping the dusty roadside in front of a small kiosk. Mustering her courage, she approached her. "Excuse me," she said, her voice still hoarse. "Could I please borrow your phone? It's an emergency." The woman eyed her curiously but nodded. She pulled out an old phone from her apron pocket and handed it to Rita. "Just be quick," she said kindly. Rita's fingers trembled as she dialed a number she hadn't called in 4 years. Her heart raced with anxiety as the phone rang, each beat feeling like an eternity. Would he even answer? Would he still care? Just as doubt began to creep in, the line connected. "Hello." The voice on the other end was deep and familiar, laced with both surprise and cautious hope. "Who is this?" Rita's throat tightened, and for a moment, she couldn't speak. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "Harry, it's me. It's Rita." There was a beat of silence, followed by an audible gasp. "Rita? Is it really you?" His voice cracked with emotion, disbelief mingling with joy. "My God, Rita. Where are you? Are you okay? Do you have any idea how worried we've all been?" "I'm fine," she lied, though her voice betrayed her vulnerability. "I need your help, Harry. I'm in Meru. I've lost everything, and I don't know where else to turn." Harry's response was immediate and filled with urgency. "Stay right where you are. I'm coming to get you. I'll be on the next flight. Just tell me you're safe." "I'm safe," Rita replied softly, though the faint tremble in her voice hinted at the truth. "I'll wait for you." "Don't worry, sis," Harry said, his tone firm and reassuring. "I'll be there soon. You're not alone anymore." As the call ended, Rita handed the phone back to the woman, her hands still shaking. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. The woman smiled kindly, sensing that the stranger before her was carrying a heavy burden. Hours later, Rita sat on a bench at the edge of a local park, her mind swirling with memories and regrets. She thought about how she had walked away from her privileged life, driven by a longing for something real and untainted by wealth. She had believed in love, believed in James. But he had betrayed her in the cruelest way imaginable. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. The woman who had been humiliated and discarded was gone. Rita wouldn't allow herself to be a victim any longer. She would rise again, not for revenge, but for herself and the child she secretly carried. The distant hum of a plane overhead drew her attention. Minutes later, a sleek black car pulled up near the park, and from it emerged Harry, her elder brother. His sharp suit and confident demeanor exuded authority, but his eyes softened the moment he saw her. "Rita," he called, rushing toward her. His voice was filled with relief, and his arms enveloped her in a protective embrace. "You're really here. I can't believe it." Rita broke down in his arms, the weight of the past few days finally spilling over. "I'm so sorry, Harry," she sobbed. "I should have never left. I thought I could find happiness on my own, but I was wrong. I need you. I need my family." Harry held her tightly, his own eyes glistening with tears. "Don't apologize, sis. You're here now, and that's all that matters. We've missed you so much. Mom and Dad will be overjoyed to see you." Rita pulled back, her tear-streaked face filled with hesitation. Do they even want to see me? I abandoned them. I didn't even tell them where I was. Harry cupped her face, his expression resolute. They love you, Rita. We all do. And whatever you've been through, we'll face it together. Your family, and that's something that never changes. His words warmed her heart, and for the first time in years, Rita felt a glimmer of hope. As she stepped into the car with Harry, leaving behind the town that had brought her so much pain, she knew she was taking the first step toward reclaiming her life. As the black car pulled into the grand estate, Rita felt her breath hitch. The sprawling mansion stood tall and regal, just as she had left it years ago. Its polished marble facade gleamed in the sunlight, the large fountain at its entrance bubbling serenely. Memories of her childhood came rushing back, moments of laughter, love, and luxury. Yet, mingled with those memories were flashes of the day she walked away, defiant and determined to chart her own path. The sight of familiar faces greeted her as the car came to a stop. The estate's workers, some of whom had practically raised her, stood in a neat line, their faces lit with joy. The housekeeper, Auntie Beth, was the first to rush forward, her arms wide open. My baby is home, she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rita stepped out of the car, and before she could say a word, she was enveloped in Auntie Beth's warm embrace. The older woman sobbed openly, murmuring words of endearment. We've missed you so much, my dear. Welcome home. The other staff followed, their cheers and applause filling the air. They showered her with words of love and admiration, their happiness palpable. It was as though the prodigal daughter had returned, and they were determined to make her feel cherished. Harry stood beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. They've missed you, sis. We all have, he said, his voice laced with emotion. As Rita was ushered into the mansion, she was overwhelmed by the sight that awaited her. The grand foyer, adorned with crystal chandeliers and intricate carvings, was decorated with fresh flowers. The dining hall was transformed into a festive space, with a long table laden with sumptuous dishes. The aroma of roasted meats, freshly baked bread, and exotic spices filled the air. The staff had prepared a feast fit for royalty, a testament to how much they adored her. Rita's heart swelled with gratitude, but a pang of guilt lingered. She had left all of this behind, and yet they welcomed her back without hesitation. Her mother, elegantly dressed and radiant as ever, appeared at the top of the staircase. Her eyes filled with tears as she descended, her steps quickening until she reached Rita. My darling girl, she whispered, pulling Rita into a tight embrace. You're home. You're finally home. I'm so sorry, Mama, Rita choked out, her voice breaking. I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have. Shoo, her mother interrupted, stroking her hair gently. You're here now, and that's all that matters. We've missed you more than you can imagine. For a moment, Rita allowed herself to bask in the love and comfort of her family. But as her mother pulled back, she noticed a figure standing at the edge of the room, his arms crossed and his face stern. Her father. Richard Moreau, the patriarch of the family, was a formidable man. His presence commanded respect, and his sharp eyes seemed to see straight through a person's soul. He stepped forward slowly, his polished shoes echoing against the marble floor. Rita, he said, his voice deep and measured. It's good to see you alive and well. Rita swallowed hard, her father's tone far from warm. She stepped closer, her hands clasped tightly. Papa. Save it, he interrupted, his expression unreadable. You left this family against my wishes. You defied me, married a man unworthy of you, and disappeared without a word. And now you come back broken. His words were like a slap, each one cutting deeper than the last. Rita's eyes filled with tears, but she stood her ground. I know I've made mistakes, Papa, she said softly. I thought I was following my heart, but I was wrong. I've paid the price for my choices. Her father's gaze softened ever so slightly, but his stern demeanor remained. Your heart led you astray, Rita. And now you return to this family after all the pain you've caused. Do you think an apology is enough? Richard, her mother interjected gently, placing a hand on his arm. She's been through enough. Let her heal. Richard sighed deeply, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. You're still my daughter, Rita, he said, his voice quieter. But trust is something that must be earned. I hope you're ready to work for it. Rita nodded, her voice steady despite the lump in her throat. I'll do whatever it takes, Papa. I'm ready. The tension in the room eased, and Harry placed a reassuring hand on Rita's shoulder. Welcome home, sis, he said with a smile. Let's celebrate your return. The feast was in full swing, laughter and chatter filling the grand dining hall as the family celebrated Rita's return. Servants moved gracefully between the tables, serving delectable dishes and pouring glasses of fine wine. Rita, seated between her mother and Harry, felt a bittersweet warmth settle in her chest. For the first time in years, she was surrounded by love, the kind of love she had almost forgotten existed. Her mother leaned over, placing a hand gently on hers. You're glowing, my dear, she said with a smile. Despite everything, you still look as radiant as ever. Rita chuckled softly, brushing her fingers over her cheek. If only I felt as radiant as I look, she replied, a touch of sadness in her tone. Harry, ever the attentive brother, picked up on her hesitation. Something on your mind, sis? He asked, tilting his head. You've got that look, the one you always had when you were hiding something as a kid. Rita hesitated, her eyes darting between her brother and her mother. She had intended to keep her pregnancy a secret, at least for now. The betrayal she had endured, coupled with the heartbreak of James' rejection, made her wary of sharing such a personal revelation. But as she looked around the room, taking in the warmth of her family and the joy of her homecoming, she realized this was her safe haven. These were the people who would stand by her no matter what. Taking a deep breath, Rita placed her hands on the table and cleared her throat. The conversations around her quieted, all eyes turning to her. Even her father, who had been silently watching from the head of the table, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I have something to tell you, Rita began, her voice trembling slightly. Something I wasn't sure I'd be able to share, but I think you all deserve to know. Harry leaned forward, his concern evident. What is it, Rita? Are you okay? Her mother's hand tightened over hers, a silent gesture of support. Rita drew strength from it as she spoke the words that had been weighing on her heart. I'm pregnant. The room fell silent, the weight of her announcement sinking in. For a moment, no one spoke, and Rita's heart raced with anxiety. Then, her mother gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Oh, my baby, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You're going to be a mother. Harry's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy. Rita, that's incredible, he exclaimed, pulling her into a tight hug. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Rita's voice cracked as she replied, I was scared. With everything that's happened, I didn't know if I could handle the responsibility or if I deserved to be happy after everything I've been through. Her brother pulled back, his hands resting firmly on her shoulders. You deserve every bit of happiness, Rita. And don't you ever doubt that again. This baby is a blessing, and we'll all be here to support you. Her mother nodded in agreement, wiping away her tears. You're not alone, my dear. You've never been alone. This child will bring so much joy to our family. As her parents exchanged glances, her father's stoic expression softened ever so slightly. He stood, walking toward her with measured steps, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Rita, he said, his voice deep but kind, you've been through more than most people could endure. And while I'm still angry about the choices you made, I can see how much you've grown. This child is your second chance, a new beginning. Don't waste it. Rita looked up at her father, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, Papa, she whispered. I'll do my best. I promise. With the support of her family, she was sure to rise again and get back at the villains that wasted her 3 years and made her life miserable. As Rita was ushered into the mansion, she was overwhelmed by the sight that awaited her. The grand foyer, adorned with crystal chandeliers and intricate carvings, was decorated with fresh flowers. The dining hall was transformed into a festive space, with a long table laden with sumptuous dishes. The aroma of roasted meats, freshly baked bread, and exotic spices filled the air. The staff had prepared a feast fit for royalty, a testament to how much they adored her. Rita's heart swelled with gratitude, but a pang of guilt lingered. She had left all of this behind, and yet they welcomed her back without hesitation. Her mother, elegantly dressed and radiant as ever, appeared at the top of the staircase. Her eyes filled with tears as she descended, her steps quickening until she reached Rita. "My darling girl," she whispered, pulling Rita into a tight embrace. "You're home. You're finally home." "I'm so sorry, Mama," Rita choked out, her voice breaking. "I shouldn't have left. I shouldn't have." "Shoo," her mother interrupted, stroking her hair gently. "You're here now, and that's all that matters. We've missed you more than you can imagine." For a moment, Rita allowed herself to bask in the love and comfort of her family. But as her mother pulled back, she noticed a figure standing at the edge of the room, his arms crossed and his face stern. Her father. Richard Moreau, the patriarch of the family, was a formidable man. His presence commanded respect, and his sharp eyes seemed to see straight through a person's soul. He stepped forward slowly, his polished shoes echoing against the marble floor. "Rita," he said, his voice deep and measured. "It's good to see you alive and well." Rita swallowed hard, her father's tone far from warm. She stepped closer, her hands clasped tightly. "Papa." "Save it," he interrupted, his expression unreadable. "You left this family against my wishes. You defied me, married a man unworthy of you, and disappeared without a word. And now you come back broken." His words were like a slap, each one cutting deeper than the last. Rita's eyes filled with tears, but she stood her ground. "I know I've made mistakes, Papa," she said softly. "I thought I was following my heart, but I was wrong. I've paid the price for my choices." Her father's gaze softened ever so slightly, but his stern demeanor remained. "Your heart led you astray, Rita. And now you return to this family after all the pain you've caused. Do you think an apology is enough?" "Richard," her mother interjected gently, placing a hand on his arm. "She's been through enough. Let her heal." Richard sighed deeply, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. "You're still my daughter, Rita," he said, his voice quieter. "But trust is something that must be earned. I hope you're ready to work for it." Rita nodded, her voice steady despite the lump in her throat. "I'll do whatever it takes, Papa. I'm ready." The tension in the room eased, and Harry placed a reassuring hand on Rita's shoulder. "Welcome home, sis," he said with a smile. "Let's celebrate your return." The feast was in full swing, laughter and chatter filling the grand dining hall as the family celebrated Rita's return. Servants moved gracefully between the tables, serving delectable dishes and pouring glasses of fine wine. Rita, seated between her mother and Harry, felt a bittersweet warmth settle in her chest. For the first time in years, she was surrounded by love, the kind of love she had almost forgotten existed. Her mother leaned over, placing a hand gently on hers. "You're glowing, my dear," she said with a smile. "Despite everything, you still look as radiant as ever." Rita chuckled softly, brushing her fingers over her cheek. "If only I felt as radiant as I look," she replied, a touch of sadness in her tone. Harry, ever the attentive brother, picked up on her hesitation. "Something on your mind, sis?" he asked, tilting his head. "You've got that look, the one you always had when you were hiding something as a kid." Rita hesitated, her eyes darting between her brother and her mother. She had intended to keep her pregnancy a secret, at least for now. The betrayal she had endured, coupled with the heartbreak of James' rejection, made her wary of sharing such a personal revelation. But as she looked around the room, taking in the warmth of her family and the joy of her homecoming, she realized this was her safe haven. These were the people who would stand by her no matter what. Taking a deep breath, Rita placed her hands on the table and cleared her throat. The conversations around her quieted, all eyes turning to her. Even her father, who had been silently watching from the head of the table, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "I have something to tell you," Rita began, her voice trembling slightly. "Something I wasn't sure I'd be able to share, but I think you all deserve to know." Harry leaned forward, his concern evident. "What is it, Rita? Are you okay?" Her mother's hand tightened over hers, a silent gesture of support. Rita drew strength from it as she spoke the words that had been weighing on her heart. "I'm pregnant." The room fell silent, the weight of her announcement sinking in. For a moment, no one spoke, and Rita's heart raced with anxiety. Then, her mother gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, my baby," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You're going to be a mother. Harry's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy. Rita, that's incredible, he exclaimed, pulling her into a tight hug. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Rita's voice cracked as she replied, I was scared. With everything that's happened, I didn't know if I could handle the responsibility or if I deserve to be happy after everything I've been through. Her brother pulled back, his hands resting firmly on her shoulders. You deserve every bit of happiness, Rita. And don't you ever doubt that again. This baby is a blessing, and we'll all be here to support you. Her mother nodded in agreement, wiping away her tears. You're not alone, my dear. You've never been alone. This child will bring so much joy to our family. As her parents exchanged glances, her father's stoic expression softened ever so slightly. He stood, walking toward her with measured steps, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Rita, he said, his voice deep but kind, you've been through more than most people could endure. And while I'm still angry about the choices you made, I can see how much you've grown. This child is your second chance, a new beginning. Don't waste it. Rita looked up at her father, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, Papa, she whispered. I'll do my best. I promise. With the support of her family, she was sure to rise again and get back at the villains that wasted her 3 years and made her life miserable. A week had passed since Rita had confronted her father about her place in the family business. The heated discussion still echoed in her mind, but she remained firm in her decision. Unlike her brothers, who had been groomed from childhood to take over the company, Rita wanted to carve her own path. If she were to prove herself, it wouldn't be by walking into the boardroom as a privileged heiress. She would start from the bottom and earn her way up. Dressed in a modest blouse and pencil skirt, Rita stepped into Blackwood Enterprises as an ordinary employee. She had refused any special treatment from her father, insisting that if she was to learn how the company truly operated, she had to experience it from the ground level. Her official title, Junior Secretary in the Administration Department. The buzzing atmosphere of the open office space was a stark contrast to the luxurious top-floor suites where her father and brothers spent their days. Rita took a deep breath, adjusting to the unfamiliar environment. Employees bustled around, typing furiously, answering phones, and running between departments with files in hand. This was where the real work happened, the foundation of the "You must be the new secretary," a cheerful voice broke her thoughts. She turned to see a young woman with glasses and a friendly smile. I'm Linda. Welcome to the administration department. Mr. Harris, our department head, will be assigning you tasks. Don't worry, he's strict but fair. Rita smiled. Nice to meet you, Linda. I'm Rita. Linda's brows furrowed slightly, as if recognizing the name, but she said nothing. It was clear that the employees were unaware of her true identity, just as she had hoped. Shortly after, Mr. Harris, a stern-looking man in his 50s, appeared. He gave Rita a once-over before handing her a stack of papers. Your first task is organizing these files. Everything needs to be categorized properly before the end of the day. Rita nodded, rolling up her sleeves. She spent the rest of the day filing documents, making coffee runs, and answering calls. By the end of her shift, she was exhausted, but a sense of satisfaction filled her. She was beginning to understand the effort behind the company's success. Meanwhile, her brothers, Andrew, Nathan, and Lucas, were less than pleased when they heard about her decision. This is ridiculous, Nathan scoffed. Does she really think working as a secretary is going to prepare her to run a billion-dollar empire? Lucas chuckled. She'll probably quit within a week. She's never done real work in her life. Andrew, however, remained silent. He had always underestimated Rita, but a part of him was curious. Could she really prove them wrong? As the days went by, Rita continued her work diligently. She built relationships with her colleagues, learned about company policies, and observed how decisions made at the top trickled down to the lower levels. She was determined to prove, not just to her father and brothers, but to herself, that she belonged in this company. And she would do it on her own terms. A week had passed since Rita officially joined her father's company. Unlike what many expected, she refused to take a high-ranking position and instead chose to start at the bottom as a secretary. She wanted to earn her way up, to understand the company from its core, and prove to herself and others that she was more than just the CEO's daughter. However, things didn't go as smoothly as she had envisioned. From the moment she stepped into the office, whispers and judgmental stares followed her. Rita had anticipated some level of skepticism, but she never expected to become the target of outright hostility. Many of her colleagues, especially the female employees, viewed her as a threat. Her striking beauty and undeniable intelligence only fueled their resentment. Rumors began circulating that she had joined the company not to work but to seduce the higher-ups and secure an easy promotion. Some accused her of using her charm to win favor with executives, while others saw her as a spoiled rich girl playing pretend. The jealousy was palpable, and the workplace environment turned toxic quickly. Despite the rumors, Rita remained focused on her work. She handled every task diligently, double-checking her work to avoid giving anyone an opportunity to discredit her. But the more she excelled, the more enemies she made. Petty pranks, missing files, and false complaints became part of her daily challenges. One particular morning, Rita found herself at the mercy of an unexpected setup. Mrs. Collins, a senior manager notorious for her sharp tongue and icy demeanor, had taken a particular disliking to her. Seeing Rita as a threat, she devised a plan to humiliate her in front of the company's most feared and respected figure, the director, Mr. Alden Monroe. Rita was in the middle of sorting out some reports when Mrs. Collins approached her desk, an insincere smile plastered on her face. "Rita, be a dear and take this coffee to Mr. Monroe," she said, handing her a steaming cup. "It's just how he likes it. Since you're eager to prove yourself, this will be a good way to show some initiative." Rita hesitated for a moment. She had never been asked to do this before, but refusing might make her look uncooperative. She nodded politely and took the cup, making her way to the director's office. As she entered, Mr. Monroe barely acknowledged her, engrossed in a set of documents. Carefully, she set the cup on his desk. Just as she turned to leave, she heard the sound of the cup being slammed down with force. "What is this?" his deep voice thundered, making Rita freeze. She turned back, confused. "Sir." Mr. Monroe's eyes burned with irritation. "Are you trying to test my patience? You expect me to drink this? I hate caramel macchiato. Who told you I drink this nonsense?" Rita's stomach twisted in knots. She hadn't even thought to check the order, trusting Mrs. Collins' words. I was asked to bring it to you, sir," she said carefully, her voice steady despite the anxiety bubbling inside her. "Then maybe you should verify things before blindly obeying," he snapped. "I have no tolerance for incompetence. If you want to work here, learn to think for yourself." Rita could feel the burning gazes of those outside the office, eavesdropping on the humiliation. Heat rose to her cheeks, but she forced herself to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze and spoke with quiet confidence. "I understand, sir. It won't happen again." Mr. Monroe eyed her for a long moment before grunting. "See that it doesn't. Now get out." Rita sat in her small office, exhausted but determined. The past few weeks had been grueling, with constant sabotage and hostility from her colleagues. Yet, she had stood her ground. Just as she was about to take a short break, the door creaked open, and her elder brother, Nathan, stepped inside. "I heard you're having a tough time here," Nathan said, crossing his arms as he studied her face. "Is there something you're not telling me?" Rita sighed, leaning back in her chair. "Nathan, I can handle it. I knew this wouldn't be easy, and I don't expect any special treatment. Let them think what they want, I'll prove them wrong." Nathan shook his head, concern flashing in his eyes. "That's not the point. I know you're strong, but you don't have to fight this battle alone. And besides, you need to be more careful. You're pregnant, Rita. You shouldn't be stressing yourself out like this." Rita tensed for a moment before regaining her composure. "I know my limits, Nathan. Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm weak. I won't let this stop me from achieving what I want." Nathan sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. "I admire your determination, but don't be reckless. There are people in this company who want to see you fail, and they won't hesitate to use underhanded tactics. Don't let your pride blind you." Rita stood up, meeting her brother's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I appreciate your concern, but this is my fight. I refuse to back down just because it's hard. I need to prove to myself that I can do this, not just for me, but for my child as well." I won't be seen as a helpless little girl hiding behind my father's name. I will make my own way. Nathan watched her in silence for a moment before letting out a small chuckle. You really are stubborn, just like Dad. Fine. But promise me you'll at least be careful. If you ever need help, don't be too proud to ask. Rita smiled softly. I promise. But trust me, I've got this. Nathan wasn't entirely convinced, but he knew there was no stopping his sister when she had made up her mind. As he left her office, Rita sat back down, her hand unconsciously resting on her stomach. I will make this work, she whispered to herself. No matter what. The jealousy among her colleagues escalated, and no one was more determined to see Rita fail than Margaret, the department manager. Margaret had worked at the company for years, and the idea of the CEO's daughter getting recognition, even from the lower ranks, enraged her. If she couldn't get rid of Rita outright, she would make sure to break her spirit. That evening, Margaret approached Rita's desk, a smug smile on her lips. Rita, I need you to stay late today and go through these documents. They're critical for the quarterly report. Rita glanced at the stack of papers Margaret placed before her. Aren't these just past invoices? I don't see how. Are you questioning my authority? Margaret's voice turned sharp, drawing attention from nearby employees. If you want to prove that you belong here, you'll do what's asked of you. Or are you expecting special treatment because of who your father is? Rita bit back her irritation and nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Margaret smirked and walked away. By the time Rita finished, the entire office was empty. Stretching her sore muscles, she decided to freshen up before heading home. As she entered the washroom, the sound of the heavy door clicking shut behind her sent a chill down her spine. She turned back, only to realize there was no handle on the inside. She was locked in. Panic surged through her. She banged on the door, calling out, but there was no response. Her phone was on her desk, out of reach. The air in the confined space grew heavy, and for the first time in a long while, fear crept into her heart. She was pregnant. She couldn't afford to be reckless. She had to get out. Taking deep breaths, she forced herself to stay calm. Margaret had done this on purpose, but she wouldn't give her the satisfaction of breaking down. Rita searched the dimly lit space for any way out, her mind racing. She had fought too hard to let this setback defeat her. Little did she know, her absence would soon raise alarms, and when the truth came out, someone would pay dearly for underestimating her. Nathan paced his office, his unease growing with every passing minute. His calls to Rita had gone unanswered, and it wasn't like her to go completely silent. The thought of her walking out into the night, carrying the weight of her pregnancy and workplace hostility, filled him with dread. Unable to wait any longer, he grabbed his coat and headed straight for the company. Something didn't sit right with him, and his instincts screamed that Rita might be in trouble. As he drove through the quiet streets, his grip on the steering wheel tightened. Rita was strong, but even the strongest needed someone to watch their back. When he arrived at the company building, the parking lot was nearly empty, save for a few security personnel stationed at the gates. Nathan approached the night supervisor, a middle-aged man with a sleepy demeanor, and flashed his company ID. I need access to the surveillance room, Nathan demanded, his voice firm. The supervisor blinked, startled by the commanding presence of the CEO's son. Sir, is there an issue? There might be. My sister, Rita Moreau, was working late, and I haven't been able to reach her. I want to see the surveillance footage from the past few hours. The supervisor hesitated but eventually nodded, leading Nathan to the dimly lit surveillance room. The room was filled with monitors, each displaying footage from various parts of the building. Nathan's sharp eyes scanned the screens as he gestured for the supervisor to rewind the footage of Rita's floor. As the video played, Nathan's jaw tightened. The camera caught Margaret dumping a large stack of documents on Rita's desk and walking away with a smug expression. Then, it showed Rita dutifully working late into the evening, unaware of the trap being set for her. Finally, the footage revealed her entering the washroom, and moments later, Margaret returning to lock the door from the outside, glancing over her shoulder before leaving with a twisted smile. Nathan's fists clenched, his fury bubbling to the surface. She locked her in, he growled, his voice laced with venom. Where's the key to the washroom? The supervisor scrambled to check his logs, his hands trembling under Nathan's glare. "It should still be in the manager's office," he stammered. Nathan didn't wait for further explanation. He stormed out of the surveillance room, his long strides fueled by rage. Reaching Margaret's office, he slammed the door open, startling the janitor who was tidying up. Ignoring the man's protests, Nathan searched the desk drawers until he found a small silver key. By the time he reached the washroom, Nathan's anger had boiled over. He unlocked the door in one swift motion, and there, huddled on the cold floor, was Rita. She looked up, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "Nathan," she whispered, her voice cracking as tears welled in her eyes. Without hesitation, Nathan knelt beside her and pulled her into a protective embrace. "I've got you," he murmured, his voice softer now. "You're safe." Rita clung to him, her body trembling from both the cold and the emotions coursing through her. "They locked me in," she choked out. "Margaret did this." Nathan's expression hardened. "I know," he said grimly. "I saw everything on the surveillance footage. She's going to pay for this, Rita. I promise you." Helping her to her feet, Nathan guided her back to the car, wrapping his coat around her shoulders to keep her warm. Once she was settled, he turned to the security supervisor, who had followed them, looking thoroughly alarmed. "Call Margaret," Nathan ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Tell her to come to the office immediately. And make sure every member of the executive board sees that footage by tomorrow morning." The supervisor nodded quickly, hurrying to carry out Nathan's instructions. As Nathan climbed into the driver's seat and started the car, he glanced at Rita, who leaned against the window, her hand resting protectively on her stomach. "You don't need to go back there, Rita," he said, his voice filled with both anger and concern. "You've proven enough already. Let me handle this." But Rita shook her head, her determination shining through her exhaustion. "No, Nathan. I'm not letting them win. This was their attempt to break me, and it didn't work. I'll face them, and I'll fight back." The office buzzed with its usual morning rhythm, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, and murmured conversations floating through the air. Yet, as Rita stepped into the building, it was as if time itself hesitated to catch its breath. Dressed impeccably in a bold red dress that radiated confidence, Rita strode past the rows of desks with a radiant smile on her lips. She exuded an air of triumph, a stark contrast to the defeated figure some had expected after the previous night's ordeal. Heads turned as she made her way to her desk, her poise unshaken by the whispers that rippled through the office. Margaret, seated near the corner office, froze mid-sentence when her eyes landed on Rita. The blood drained from her face, leaving her with a pale, almost ghostly complexion. She had been certain that the events of the previous night would leave Rita broken, disheveled, or better yet, missing entirely. How could she possibly be standing here, grinning as if nothing had happened? Rita's eyes locked onto Margaret's, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes collided like lightning against steel. The corners of Margaret's mouth twitched in an attempt to suppress her growing discomfort. She quickly turned her attention back to her computer screen, pretending to be engrossed in work. But the sweat forming on her brow betrayed her. Rita didn't stop at her desk. Her heels echoed through the room like a war drum as she changed course, heading straight for Margaret. The energy in the office shifted, and an almost tangible tension settled over the air. Employees exchanged nervous glances, unsure whether to lean in closer or retreat into their cubicles. "Good morning, Margaret," Rita greeted, her voice as sweet as honey yet sharp as glass. She leaned against the edge of Margaret's desk, her smile never faltering. Margaret looked up, feigning calmness. "Rita," she said, her tone clipped. "You're early today." "Why wouldn't I be?" Rita replied, tilting her head slightly. "After all, I wouldn't want to disappoint the team by not showing up. I'm sure my absence would have delighted some, though, maybe even you." Margaret straightened in her chair, her fingers gripping her pen tightly. "I don't know what you mean," she said, forcing a tight-lipped smile. Rita's expression didn't waver, but her eyes burned with an intensity that sent shivers down Margaret's spine. "Oh, come now, Margaret," Rita said lightly. "There's no need to play coy. I was just curious if you were disappointed that I didn't die in there last night." The room fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was now glued to the unfolding scene. Rita's words cut through the air like a dagger, their weight impossible to ignore. Margaret's facade cracked, her mask of composure giving way to panic. Her knuckles turned white as she clutched her pen, unable to meet Rita's unrelenting gaze. I have no idea what you're talking about," Margaret stammered, her voice lacking the confidence it usually carried. "If you're implying something, perhaps you should think twice before making baseless accusations." Rita let out a soft chuckle, the sound sending chills down the spines of those watching. "Baseless accusations? Oh, Margaret, you misunderstand me. I'm not implying anything. I'm simply asking a question. But if you'd like me to clarify, we could always watch the surveillance footage together. After all, the cameras tell quite an interesting story." Margaret's eyes widened, her carefully constructed armor of lies crumbling under the weight of Rita's words. Her breath hitched as the reality of the situation dawned on her. The surveillance footage. She hadn't accounted for it. "You're bluffing," Margaret hissed, her voice low and desperate. Rita leaned in closer, her tone remaining calm but lethal. "Am I? Why don't we find out? Oh, and Margaret," she added, her voice dropping to a whisper that only the two of them could hear, "you might want to start packing your things. I doubt you'll be needing the desk much longer." Without waiting for a response, Rita straightened and turned on her heel, her smile never wavering as she walked back to her desk. The tension in the office lingered, but there was a newfound spark of admiration in the eyes of those who watched her. Rita had proven once again that she was not someone to be underestimated. Margaret sat frozen at her desk, her heart pounding as her mind raced. The realization that her schemes had been exposed left her paralyzed with fear. She knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. Rita, however, had already moved on to her next task. With every click of her keyboard, she reaffirmed her resolve. She wasn't just here to survive, she was here to thrive. And anyone who dared to stand in her way would learn the hard way just how unstoppable she truly was. The office was abuzz with chatter, the kind that thrived in hushed tones and sly glances. Phones vibrated with notifications as employees shared the latest scandal circulating in the company's private groups. The image was striking, Rita stepping out of a sleek, expensive car, her posture elegant and composed, while a butler held the door open for her. The caption beneath the photo read, "Our secretary or a secret sugar baby? You decide." The whispers began almost immediately, spreading like wildfire through the office. Groups of employees huddled together, their voices low but their laughter unmistakable. "She's probably using her father's name to get favors," one woman sneered, her tone dripping with envy. "Or maybe she's got some rich boyfriend funding her lifestyle." "Rich boyfriend? More like a string of them," another chimed in, her smirk widening. "You don't get that kind of treatment without some serious connections or compromises." A man leaned back in his chair, chuckling. "I wouldn't be surprised if she's climbing the corporate ladder in more ways than one. You know how these spoiled types are." The gossip grew louder, emboldened by the anonymity of their group chats. Rita, oblivious to the storm brewing around her, entered the office with her usual grace, her head held high. She greeted her colleagues with a polite smile, unaware of the judgmental eyes following her every move. As she settled at her desk, the whispers turned into outright ridicule. A group of employees near the coffee station exchanged exaggerated laughs, their voices deliberately loud enough for her to hear. "Must be nice to have someone open doors for you," one of them said, her tone mocking. "I wonder what it costs to get that kind of service." "Probably more than we make in a year," another replied, his laughter echoing through the room. Rita paused, her fingers hovering over her keyboard. She glanced up, her sharp eyes scanning the room. The laughter died down, but the smirks remained. She could feel the weight of their judgment pressing down on her, the sting of their words cutting deeper than she cared to admit. Taking a deep breath, Rita stood and walked toward the coffee station, her heels clicking against the tiled floor. The group fell silent as she approached, their smug expressions faltering under her unwavering gaze. "Good morning," Rita said, her voice calm but firm. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. It seems you have some opinions about me that you're eager to share." The employees exchanged nervous glances, their confidence waning. One woman, emboldened by the presence of her peers, crossed her arms and smirked. "We're just curious, Rita. That car you were in, it's not exactly what a secretary drives, is it?" Rita tilted her head, her smile never faltering. "You're right. It's not. But then again, I don't recall my personal life being part of your job description. The woman's smirk faded, replaced by a flicker of embarrassment. Rita's gaze swept over the group, her tone growing sharper. If you're so interested in my life, perhaps you should focus on your own first. Gossiping about me won't improve your performance, or your reputation. The group shifted uncomfortably, their earlier bravado crumbling under Rita's words. She turned to leave but paused, glancing over her shoulder. Oh, and for the record, she added, her voice laced with quiet authority, that car belongs to my family. The butler was simply doing his job. But feel free to keep speculating, it seems to be the only thing you're good at. As Rita walked away, the room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. The employees exchanged guilty looks, their earlier amusement replaced by shame. Rita, though shaken by the encounter, refused to let their pettiness break her stride. She had faced worse, and she would rise above this too. But as she returned to her desk, she couldn't shake the feeling that the scandal was far from over. The jealousy and resentment brewing in the office were like a ticking time bomb, and Rita knew she had to be ready when it exploded. Rita returned to her desk, her confidence intact despite the acidic gossip. Yet as she organized her files, she noticed something odd. Several employees at nearby desks avoided her gaze altogether, their heads buried in their phones, their fingers frantically typing. The occasional stifled laughter or sideward glance toward her confirmed her suspicions, the rumors hadn't stopped. If anything, they were spreading faster. Across the room, two employees whispered animatedly, their smirks barely concealed. One of them, a young man in a crisp shirt and tie, nudged the other and discreetly turned his phone toward her. Rita caught the movement from the corner of her eye. She knew they were sharing the image of her stepping out of her family's car, an image that had been deliberately warped to paint a misleading narrative. Rita's stomach churned, but she refused to let them see her falter. Instead, she sat straighter, determined to show them that she would not crumble under their baseless ridicule. She resumed her work, her fingers flying across the keyboard with renewed focus, but she couldn't shake the feeling of their judgment hovering over her like a dark cloud. Suddenly, the sound of someone clearing their throat broke through the tension. Margaret stood at the entrance to the office, her presence magnetic in the worst possible way. Her sharp eyes scanned the room, and when they landed on Rita, her lips curled into a smirk. "Ladies and gentlemen," Margaret began, her voice carrying through the room with false cheer. "Before we start the day, I think it's important to address an issue that seems to be causing quite the stir. After all, transparency and accountability are key pillars of this workplace." Rita froze, her fingers hovering above the keyboard. She knew Margaret was setting the stage for something bigger, a public attack meant to humiliate her further. The other employees leaned in closer, sensing drama in the air. Phones were quickly pocketed, and the buzz of whispers quieted. Margaret walked toward Rita's desk, her heels clicking ominously against the floor. "Rita, dear," she said, her tone dripping with condescension, "there seems to be some confusion about your arrival here this morning. Would you care to clarify for us?" The room fell silent. Rita looked up slowly, meeting Margaret's gaze with calm determination. "Confusion?" she asked, her voice steady. "I'm not sure what you mean." Margaret's smirk deepened as she pulled out her phone, holding up the now infamous photo for all to see. "This, darling. A picture worth 1,000 words, isn't it?" She turned to the room, addressing the employees like an audience in a theater. "I'm sure we're all curious about the nature of this rather glamorous transportation, don't you think?" The room erupted into murmurs and suppressed laughter. Rita clenched her jaw, but her expression remained composed. Margaret leaned closer, her voice soft enough that only Rita could hear. "Didn't think this would get out, did you? The company doesn't take kindly to moral discrepancies. Better start thinking about your next move, sweetheart." Rita stood, her chair sliding back with a sharp scrape against the floor. The murmurs quieted as she turned to face Margaret, her posture regal and unyielding. "You seem awfully invested in my personal affairs, Margaret," Rita said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Perhaps you should focus more on your work and less on creating baseless scandals." Margaret's smirk faltered, but she quickly recovered. "Oh, Rita, I'm just trying to make sure there's no misunderstanding. After all, appearances matter in this company." Before Rita could respond to Margaret's veiled threat, a calm voice interrupted the unfolding scene. "Margaret," the voice said, firm but composed, I think that's enough." Everyone turned to see Daniel, a marketing analyst who rarely drew attention to himself. His presence was unassuming, yet in this moment, his confidence filled the room, commanding respect. Daniel walked toward Rita's desk, his sharp blue eyes locking onto Margaret's with an unyielding determination that immediately silenced her. "Why do you find it necessary to humiliate a colleague in front of everyone?" he asked, his tone even but cutting. "This is a professional workplace, not a tabloid." Margaret's lips parted in surprise, her usual arrogance faltering under Daniel's scrutiny. "I don't know what you mean," she replied, though her voice lacked conviction. "I was simply addressing the concerns circulating within the office." "Concerns that you've clearly fueled," Daniel shot back without hesitation. "Let me remind you that spreading baseless rumors is not only petty but also unbecoming of someone in your position." Rita watched Daniel carefully, unsure of his motives but grateful for the unexpected intervention. Margaret's face darkened, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "This isn't your concern, Daniel," she snapped, her voice trembling with indignation. "Actually, it is," Daniel replied, standing his ground. "When someone's reputation is being unjustly tarnished, it becomes everyone's concern." He turned to the employees who had been watching the drama unfold like spectators at a theater. "Let me ask you all something," he said, his voice rising slightly. "Have any of you taken the time to actually talk to Rita? To get to know her and understand her story? Or have you all blindly accepted a distorted narrative because it's easier than thinking for yourselves?" The employees exchanged uncomfortable glances, their earlier amusement now replaced by guilt. Daniel's words cut deeper than they expected, forcing them to reevaluate their actions. "And Margaret," Daniel continued, turning his focus back to her. "As someone who's been here far longer than most, you should be setting an example, not tearing down others to elevate yourself. If you have an issue with Rita, address it privately and professionally. Don't hide behind gossip and theatrics." Margaret's face flushed with embarrassment, her earlier confidence shattered. She opened her mouth to respond but quickly realized there was nothing she could say to justify her actions. "Thank you, Daniel," Rita finally said, her voice steady despite the emotions coursing through her. "Your words mean more than you know." Daniel turned to Rita and smiled warmly. "I just believe in fairness," he said simply. "And you deserve that, like anyone else." Margaret, unable to withstand the tension any longer, stormed off to her office, her heels clicking furiously against the floor. The room remained silent, the employees too stunned to resume their work. Daniel nodded at Rita before returning to his desk, leaving her to process the unexpected turn of events. As the day wore on, Rita couldn't help but wonder about Daniel's sudden intervention. She had noticed him before, his quiet demeanor and thoughtful approach to work, but this moment revealed a depth she hadn't expected. Little did she know, Daniel had been keeping an eye on her for reasons she couldn't yet understand. Unbeknownst to Rita, her brother Nathan had personally hired Daniel to watch over her and ensure her safety. Daniel was far more than a marketing analyst, he was a discreet guardian, entrusted with the task of protecting Rita from the toxicity brewing within the company. His actions that day had been calculated, designed to expose Margaret's cruelty while preserving Rita's dignity. As the office began to settle, Rita felt a newfound sense of strength. Margaret's attempts to undermine her had backfired spectacularly, thanks to Daniel's intervention. But Rita knew the battle was far from over. The jealousy and resentment in the workplace ran deep, and Margaret wouldn't stay quiet for long. Still, Rita was determined to rise above it all. With allies like Daniel and the strength she had cultivated within herself, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Nathan paced his lavish office, his mind racing with worry. Rita's resolve amazed him, but watching her endure the constant attacks and jealousy from her colleagues felt like a dagger in his chest. Her patience was admirable, but even the strongest needed relief. He couldn't stand the thought of her suffering in silence any longer. After careful consideration, he began devising a plan, a bold move that would put an end to the ridicule once and for all. If the world couldn't see the brilliance and integrity of Rita's character on their own, then it was time to make them see. He decided it was time for the company to know who she really was. Nathan reached for his phone and called Karen, his trusted assistant. "Karen, I want you to arrange a company-wide meeting for this Sunday afternoon," he said firmly. "Make sure every department head and executive is present. It will be an announcement they won't forget." Karen hesitated for a moment. "Sunday, Sir. That's highly unusual. May I ask the purpose of this meeting? You'll know soon enough, Nathan replied cryptically. For now, just ensure everyone's attendance. Oh, and don't breathe a word of this to my sister. Karen agreed, though her curiosity was piqued, and began setting the wheels in motion. Meanwhile, Rita worked late into the evening, unaware of her brother's secret plan. As determined as she was to prove herself, she couldn't ignore the undercurrent of tension in the office. The gossip and judgment hadn't disappeared entirely, but they had become subtler, more insidious. It was like navigating a minefield. Her focus was so intense that she didn't notice Nathan approaching until he leaned casually against the doorframe. Hey, you've been at it for hours, he said, his tone light. How about taking a break? Rita looked up, startled, but smiled faintly. I'm fine, Nathan. I've got a lot to finish. Nathan walked over to her desk and perched on the edge of it, his eyes studying her. Rita, you're doing great, but I can see how much this is wearing you down. You've been fighting an uphill battle, and I think it's time for a change. Rita furrowed her brow, sensing something in his tone. What kind of change? Nathan hesitated, then decided to come clean. I've planned something for this weekend, a meeting with the entire company. It's time for people to know who you really are. Rita's eyes widened. You're revealing my identity. I think it's for the best, Nathan said gently. You've endured enough, Rita. Once they know who you are, the dynamic will change. They'll respect you, or at the very least, they'll think twice before targeting you. Rita leaned back in her chair, processing his words. A part of her was relieved, being able to work without the constant shadow of judgment would certainly make things easier. But another part of her resisted. Nathan, I wanted to do this on my own terms, she said softly. I didn't want to use my name as a shield. And you haven't, Nathan replied firmly. You've proven yourself in ways they could never understand. But, Rita, your name isn't just a shield, it's part of who you are. You're a Moreau, and that's not something you should have to hide. Rita fell silent, the weight of her brother's words sinking in. Slowly, she nodded. All right, she said. If you think it's the right thing to do, I'll support it. But I want it to be handled with care. This can't be about intimidating anyone, it has to be about setting the record straight. Nathan smiled, relief washing over him. That's my sister. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done right. By the time Sunday arrived, the company's employees were buzzing with curiosity. Rumors of a major announcement had spread, but no one knew exactly what to expect. The boardroom was packed, every seat filled with department heads, executives, and curious onlookers. Rita sat beside Nathan at the front of the room, her nerves carefully hidden behind a calm exterior. Her father, Richard Moreau, was also in attendance, his imposing presence adding gravity to the occasion. The boardroom hummed with anticipation as the employees eagerly awaited Nathan's big announcement. The air was electric, the kind of tension that preceded monumental changes. Rita sat quietly beside her father, Richard Moreau, whose expression betrayed a rare blend of pride and composure. Nathan, standing at the podium, glanced at his sister, silently reassuring her that everything would go as planned. But just as Nathan opened his mouth to speak, the sound of the doors swinging open echoed across the room. Heads turned toward the interruption, and the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Strutting in with an air of unearned confidence was none other than Lynette, the governor's daughter. Her heels clacked against the polished floor, her movements unapologetically bold. By her side was another woman, younger and less familiar, Anita, whose sharp eyes scanned the room as if she owned it. Gasps rippled through the audience, followed by murmurs of confusion. Lynette, oblivious to the tension in the room, strode up to the front with Anita in tow. She cast a quick glance at Nathan and smirked before turning to address the room as if she were the one who had summoned them. Good afternoon, everyone, Lynette declared, her voice dripping with entitlement. I'm so glad to see so many familiar faces here. I know this gathering must have been planned to celebrate Anita's and my return. Rita's brows furrowed, and her father's hand tightened into a fist. Lynette's bold statement was so absurd, so audacious, that it momentarily stunned the room into silence. Only a smattering of claps broke through the quiet, most from employees who didn't understand the situation and assumed Lynette's claim was genuine. Richard Moreau's face darkened, his expression turning thunderous. He stood abruptly, his imposing presence sending a ripple of unease through the crowd. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his deep voice reverberating across the room. Lynette, unaware that she was addressing the founder of the company and her former father-in-law, waved dismissively. "Oh, relax," she said breezily. "There's no need to be so formal. I'm here to announce that Anita, my dearest friend, will be joining the company as an executive. Isn't that right, Anita?" Anita nodded confidently, though her smug smile faltered slightly under Richard's glare. "Yes," she added. "I believe this company could use fresh leadership, and Lynette thought it was time for me to step in." Rita couldn't believe what she was hearing. The sheer arrogance, the audacity to march into the company and make such outlandish claims, was almost laughable. She glanced at her father, whose hand was now gripping the edge of the table with white-knuckled intensity. His composure, usually ironclad, was on the verge of snapping. Before he could speak, Rita reached out and placed a calming hand on his arm. "Papa," she said softly, her voice steady. "Not yet. Let them play their hand." Her father's eyes darted to hers, his fury momentarily tempered by her quiet resolve. "Rita," he began, but she shook her head. "Trust me," she whispered. "Let's see how far they take this." Nathan, clearly struggling to contain his own irritation, watched the exchange and nodded in reluctant agreement. He stepped aside, motioning for Lynette to continue her ridiculous act. Lynette, emboldened by the lack of immediate opposition, turned to face the employees. "Anita has been working tirelessly behind the scenes, ensuring the governor's office runs smoothly," she said. "With her skills and experience, she'll be a valuable addition to this company's leadership." Several employees exchanged confused glances, unsure whether to believe Lynette's claims. The room was thick with tension, the employees torn between skepticism and the desire to avoid offending someone they assumed had authority. Anita, basking in the attention, took a step forward. "I've always admired this company," she said, her voice oozing with false humility. "It's an honor to join an organization with such prestige, and I'm confident my contributions will take it to new heights." Rita's lips twitched, fighting back a smirk. She couldn't wait to see how this charade unraveled, but she knew patience was key. Her father, on the other hand, looked as though he were barely holding back an outburst. As Lynette and Anita continued to bask in their self-made delusion, Nathan exchanged a knowing glance with Rita. He was clearly itching to put an end to this farce, but Rita subtly shook her head. The longer they allowed Lynette and Anita to dig their own graves, the more satisfying the eventual reckoning would be. Richard Moreau sat back down, though his posture remained tense. He watched the spectacle with barely concealed disdain, his eyes narrowing with each passing second. The employees, sensing the unspoken tension between the Moreaus and the uninvited guests, remained silent, their curiosity mounting. Lynette, completely oblivious to the storm brewing around her, grinned triumphantly. "So, if someone could kindly arrange for Anita's office and formal introduction to the team, we'd appreciate it." The silence that followed was deafening. Rita finally stood, her movements graceful yet deliberate. All eyes turned to her, the room holding its collective breath as she approached the podium. Lynette's smirk faltered slightly as Rita's cool gaze met hers. "Lynette," Rita began, her voice calm but laced with authority, "thank you for your unexpected contribution to today's gathering. But before we proceed, I think it's important to clarify a few things." Lynette blinked, caught off guard by Rita's poise. "Clarify? What do you mean?" Rita smiled faintly, her expression unreadable. "Oh, don't worry. All will be revealed in due time." The tension in the room escalated as Rita's cryptic words hung in the air. Lynette glanced nervously at Anita, who shifted uncomfortably under the weight of Rita's gaze. The tables were beginning to turn, and Lynette didn't even realize it. Rita placed a calming hand on her father's arm as Lynette and Anita continued their self-congratulatory speeches at the front of the room. Richard Moreau's frustration was palpable, his jaw clenched as if to keep his words from spilling out. Nathan, standing beside him, seemed equally on edge, his fists tightly clenched. "Papa," Rita said softly, leaning toward her father so only he could hear. "Let them stay." Her father's sharp gaze turned to her, his disbelief evident. "Stay? Are you out of your mind, Rita? Did you hear the nonsense coming out of their mouths? They're turning this company into a circus." I heard, Rita replied calmly. But think about it, Anita wouldn't walk in here blindly, making such claims, without someone powerful backing her. Whoever's behind her has an agenda, and if we act impulsively, we might never find out what it is. Nathan narrowed his eyes, his expression skeptical. You're saying we let her run her mouth and make a fool of herself just to see what she's up to? Rita nodded. Exactly. It's clear she's been sent here for a reason, and if we force her out now, we might lose the opportunity to uncover the truth. Let her stay, for now. But we'll keep a close eye on her and whoever is pulling the strings. Richard exhaled heavily, his displeasure still evident. Fine, he said reluctantly. But I'm doing this for you, Rita. The moment she crosses a line, she'll have to answer to us, Rita finished, her voice firm. Trust me, Papa. We'll handle this. Nathan exchanged a glance with their father, then sighed. All right, I'll go along with this, for now. But if they think they can waltz in here and take over, they're in for a rude awakening. Rita gave them a small smile before turning her attention back to the front of the room, where Lynette and Anita were now laughing and chatting with a small group of employees who had no idea of the audacity unfolding. To the uninformed, it seemed like a perfectly ordinary introduction to a new executive, a deliberate facade that would need to be dismantled piece by piece. Let's not give them the satisfaction of seeing us riled up, Rita suggested quietly. We'll leave early, make it seem like we're dismissing this as nothing more than noise. If they think we don't see them as a threat, they might get careless. Richard reluctantly agreed, though his discontent was still visible. Very well, he muttered. But mark my words, this Anita won't last long. As the event unfolded, Rita, Nathan, and their father subtly made their exit, their departure as composed as it was deliberate. Lynette watched them go, her smug smile only growing wider. To her, the morose retreat signified victory, a sign that her audacious entrance had cowed them into silence. She turned to Anita with an approving nod, clearly proud of her orchestrated fantasy. Meanwhile, Rita led her family into the quiet sanctuary of Nathan's office. Once the door was closed, the mask of calm confidence slipped, revealing the calculating mind at work behind her composed demeanor. I'll start digging, Nathan offered immediately, his voice edged with determination. Someone is definitely backing Anita. No one makes a move like this without leverage, or orders. We need to figure out who it is. Richard nodded, his expression dark. Whoever it is clearly doesn't understand who they're dealing with. Rita held up a hand, her tone measured. Let's not underestimate them. Whoever orchestrated this has confidence and resources. If we overplay our hand, we could lose the chance to expose them for good. Her father studied her for a moment, pride flickering in his eyes despite his frustration. You're sharper than I give you credit for, he admitted. Fine. We'll do it your way, for now. Nathan smirked slightly, though his own determination was no less fierce. They won't know what hit them, he promised. Anita and Lynette think they're running the show, but the real game is only just beginning. As they began strategizing their next steps, Rita couldn't help but feel a surge of resolve. Lynette and Anita had underestimated her, just as so many others had before. But this time, Rita wasn't just fighting for herself, she was protecting her family's legacy. And she would stop at nothing to uncover the truth. The hum of chatter filled the grand hall as Lynette and Anita reveled in their apparent triumph. The party, intended as a gathering for the company's employees and executives, had transformed under their influence into a self-serving spectacle. Lynette, with her air of faux sophistication, held court at the center of the room while Anita lingered close by, nodding in agreement with every word Lynette uttered. Their bold claims and ostentatious posturing drew the attention of the more gullible employees, who saw an opportunity to curry favor with what they believed was emerging power. Ignorant of the true hierarchy, they cozied up to Lynette and Anita with exaggerated compliments and shameless flattery. "Oh, Miss Lynette," gushed one employee, a middle manager from accounting. "You and Anita have such a commanding presence. It's refreshing to see leaders like you stepping in to bring fresh perspectives to the company." Lynette smirked, clearly feeding off the adoration. "Why, thank you," she said, her tone dripping with false humility. "It's about time someone with vision stepped up to the plate. The company needs strong, innovative minds, don't you agree, Anita?" "Absolutely," Anita chimed in, her voice smooth yet insincere. "We're here to shake things up for the better." Nearby, a group of junior employees whispered among themselves, their eyes occasionally darting toward Lynette and Anita. The mysterious newcomer's boldness and confidence made an impression on the impressionable crowd, who assumed their authority was legitimate. But not everyone in the room was fooled. The seasoned executives, who had spent decades building the company's reputation and success, watched the unfolding scene with barely concealed irritation. Among them was Mr. Donahue, the head of operations, a no-nonsense man whose reputation for integrity and loyalty to the Moreau family was well known. As Donahue sipped his whiskey, he leaned toward Mrs. Beaumont, the company's head of human resources, and muttered, "This is absurd. Who do they think they are, parading around like they own the place?" Mrs. Beaumont, a sharp-eyed woman with an air of quiet authority, nodded in agreement. "They're overplaying their hand," she said. "And the worst part is watching these fools grovel at their feet." Across the room, Lynette and Anita's increasingly bold behavior began to spark tension. At one point, Lynette turned her attention to Mr. Harrington, the senior vice president of finance. Oblivious to his importance within the company, she waved him over with a dismissive flick of her wrist. "You there," Lynette called, her tone patronizing. "You seem important enough. Tell me, what does your department even do for this company?" Harrington's brow furrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin line. "I oversee the company's financial operations," he replied coolly. "Every department's success depends on our work." Lynette scoffed, her ignorance on full display. "Oh, numbers. How fascinating," she said, her sarcasm evident. "But don't you think the company could benefit from some creative restructuring? Anita and I have some ideas." Harrington's patience wore thin, and his gaze hardened. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure of seeing your credentials," he said pointedly. "What experience do you bring to the table?" The tension in the air was palpable as Lynette's cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, I don't need credentials to see that things could be improved," she retorted defensively. "Sometimes, it takes an outside perspective to bring about change." Anita chimed in, sensing her ally's discomfort. "Exactly. Fresh perspectives are what this company needs, not the same tired routines." The exchange caught the attention of several other executives, who exchanged knowing glances. Meanwhile, the younger employees who had cozied up to Lynette and Anita began to fidget, realizing the power dynamic wasn't what they'd assumed. The tipping point came when Lynette, emboldened by the attention she'd garnered, approached Richard Moreau's longtime personal assistant, Helen. Lynette's condescending tone made Helen stiffen. "You must be the one who keeps everything running around here," Lynette said, her smile thin. "I might have some tasks for you soon. After all, someone needs to handle the logistics for my ideas." Helen, a woman known for her sharp wit and unyielding loyalty to the Moreaus, raised an eyebrow. "I take my orders directly from Mr. Moreau," she said evenly. "If you have any suggestions, I suggest you take them up with him first." Lynette waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, I'm sure he won't mind. Times are changing, and it's about time this company started adapting." Helen's eyes narrowed, but she kept her composure. "We'll see about that." The gathering grew increasingly tense as Lynette and Anita's antics offended more senior staff members. The calculated plan to expose their motives had begun to bear fruit. Rita, watching from a distance with her father and brother, couldn't suppress a small smile. "They're digging their own graves," Nathan muttered, his voice low. Rita nodded, her gaze steady. "Let them. The deeper they dig, the easier it will be to bring everything to light." As the evening wore on, the true nature of the power struggle became evident to those paying attention. Lynette and Anita's desperate grasp for validation began to unravel, their arrogance alienating the very people they sought to control. When the party finally began to wind down, the whispers of dissent were louder than ever. The senior executives, once silent observers, had seen enough. Lynette and Anita's fantasy was crumbling, and the Moreaus were ready to deliver the final blow. The following day, Lynette and Anita arrived at the company in their usual flawless style, dressed to impress, with impeccable makeup and hair. They had spent the night strategizing their arrival, determined to set the tone for how they would be treated from then on. As they stepped through the glass doors of the company lobby, heads turned. The employees, who had only heard rumors about Anita's new role and Lynette's possible involvement, were taken aback. The office, usually buzzing with a casual energy, fell into an almost hushed atmosphere as they walked in, both of them exuding an air of superiority and power. Anita, who had always been keenly aware of the importance of first impressions, took a slow, deliberate walk towards the elevator, her heels clicking on the polished floor with each step. Lynette, following close behind, matched her pace perfectly, her eyes scanning the room as if measuring each employee's worth. The receptionist, who had been busy answering the phone, looked up and froze when she saw the two women. She quickly stood up, adjusting her glasses as if to compose herself. "Good morning, Ms. Gray, Ms. Lynette," she said, voice slightly trembling but trying to sound as professional as possible. Anita gave her a tight smile, nodding. "We'll be needing a full report on the current status of the company. Make sure it's on my desk by the end of the day. I expect nothing less than perfection." Lynette gave the receptionist a cold glance, making sure her presence was known. "And if there's anything less than exceptional from now on, you'll be hearing from me personally." The receptionist nodded, clearly feeling the pressure building. "Of course, Miss Gray. I'll make sure everything is prepared." As they made their way to the elevator, the employees exchanged uncertain glances. Word had already begun to spread that things were about to change, but no one had anticipated just how abrupt and commanding Lynette and Anita would be. They arrived at the executive floor with a sense of entitlement that commanded immediate respect, their every move deliberate. When the elevator doors opened, the scene before them was one of utter silence. The usually busy and noisy workspace had grown tense, everyone aware that the women now had the power to reshape everything. Anita took her place at the head of the conference table, while Lynette stood by her side, arms crossed in an air of superiority. It was clear that this was no longer just a business decision, they were here to demand control and make their presence known. "Let's begin," Anita said, her voice smooth but firm. "I want to know exactly how things have been running around here. What are the biggest issues? What needs fixing? I'm not here for excuses, I want results." Lynette leaned forward slightly, adding her own touch of intimidation. "And make sure you're telling us the truth. We won't tolerate lies or mediocrity." The employees, sitting stiffly at the table, shared uneasy looks but reluctantly began to speak up. Each report was met with approval or disapproval, depending on how well it met Anita's expectations. She nodded, taking mental notes of what needed improvement, and Lynette scrutinized every word, ensuring that no one was trying to hide the truth. By the end of the meeting, the atmosphere in the room had shifted. The once relaxed workplace was now under the firm control of two women who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. As they left the meeting room, Lynette turned to Anita with a smile. "We're off to a good start." Anita's expression softened just for a moment. "It's only the beginning, Lynette. We'll have them all exactly where we want them." The atmosphere in the office had just begun to settle after Anita and Lynette's intense meeting, but the sudden appearance of Rita from the general manager's office immediately grabbed everyone's attention. She was a striking woman, with an air of confidence that was often the subject of whispers behind her back. Her appearance only added fuel to the gossip that had been circulating about her, the rumors that she was playing a dangerous game with some of the men in the company. As Rita stepped out, she caught sight of Lynette, and an unsettling tension filled the air. Lynette's eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a scornful sneer. She could barely hold back the hatred that bubbled up inside her when she saw Rita. Rita was a woman who had always somehow gotten under her skin, and the idea that she might be trying to charm or manipulate the very people Lynette sought to control was infuriating. Before anyone could breathe, Lynette snapped, her voice cutting through the office like a knife. "Ah, look who decided to show up." Lynette's voice was loud, laced with venom. Everyone in the office froze, sensing that trouble was coming. Rita, the woman who thinks she can seduce her way to the top. Rita, who had been calmly walking towards the elevator, stopped dead in her tracks. Her face flushed slightly, but she kept her composure, not wanting to give Lynette the satisfaction of seeing her rattle. "What's your problem, Lynette?" Rita said, trying to keep her tone neutral, though there was an edge of warning in her voice. Anita, watching the confrontation unfold, leaned against the wall with a slight smirk. She wasn't about to stop Lynette, if anything, she was interested in how this would play out. Lynette, on the other hand, seemed to be in full attack mode. "Oh, I think you know what my problem is, Rita," Lynette snapped. "You've been here long enough to know that the only reason you're still in this company is because you've been using men. That's right, you've got quite the reputation, haven't you?" Rita's face tightened, but she refused to let Lynette see her vulnerability. What the hell are you talking about? Rita asked, her voice a little louder now, though still controlled. I'm not the one making baseless accusations, Lynette. But Lynette wasn't done. She pushed forward, her voice booming, ensuring everyone in the office could hear her. Oh, don't pretend you don't know. I hear everything. It's no surprise you're so eager to climb the ladder now that your poor husband left you. Tell me, Rita, how does it feel to be abandoned for someone younger and prettier? I bet that's why you're here now, isn't it? Trying to charm and seduce every man in this office to get what you want. Too bad it's not working. A stunned silence hung in the air as Lynette's words sank in. Rita's eyes widened with disbelief, her pulse quickening. Are you insane? Rita shouted, stepping forward, her face red with anger. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I think I do, Lynette replied smoothly, with a wicked smile curling at her lips. I've been hearing the whispers, Rita. Everyone knows you're just trying to latch onto whatever men will give you the attention you crave. Maybe you should stop playing the victim and face the reality of what you've become. A washed-up woman trying to win affection from the wrong places. Rita's hands balled into fists, and for a moment, it seemed like she was going to lose her cool. But instead, she took a deep breath, gathering her strength. She turned to face the room of employees who were all watching, some with pity, some with amusement, and some with embarrassment. Let me remind you, Lynette, Rita began, her voice low but dangerous, that I don't need to rely on anyone but myself to succeed. Unlike you, I don't have to play petty games or tear other women down to get ahead. The words were like a slap in Lynette's face. She recoiled slightly but quickly regained her composure. She wasn't going to let Rita get the last word. You're nothing but a pathetic, lonely woman trying to fill the void with whatever validation you can find, Lynette spat, her voice dripping with disdain. But we all know who you really are behind the fake smile. A woman desperate for attention. There was a long pause, and then Rita, with her usual poise, squared her shoulders and took a step toward Lynette, looking directly into her eyes. You can keep trying to tear me down, Lynette, but you'll never break me. I'm stronger than you think. Anita, sensing that this confrontation could spiral further, finally stepped in, her tone sharp and cold. Enough. We're here to make sure this company succeeds. Let's focus on that, shall we? Rita's patience had worn thin, the sting of Lynette's insults festering deep inside her. She had been calm, composed, and controlled until now, but something snapped. Her hand moved faster than she could think, and with a sharp, resounding crack, her palm collided with Lynette's cheek. The sound of the slap echoed through the office, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Lynette's head jerked to the side, her hair flying with the force of the blow. For a moment, she was frozen, her eyes wide in shock, as if she couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The employees standing around them watched in disbelief, some whispering to each other in hushed tones while others simply stood there, too stunned to move. Lynette's hand instinctively went to her face, her fingers tracing the spot where the slap had landed, and then, with a growl of fury, she snapped. You bitch, she yelled, her voice venomous. Without thinking, Lynette lunged at Rita, shoving her hard in the chest. The force of the push sent Rita stumbling back, but she quickly regained her balance, her eyes flashing with anger. Before Rita could say a word, Lynette was on her again, grabbing a fistful of her hair. The two women were now in a full-on struggle, tugging, pulling, and tearing at each other. You'll regret this. Lynette hissed, her nails digging into Rita's scalp. Rita retaliated, her fists flying in a blur as she punched Lynette in the stomach, causing her to gasp in pain. The office erupted in chaos. The employees scrambled to the edges of the room, some of them cheering the fight on, while others stood frozen in shock. A few brave souls tried to step forward to separate the two, but no one dared get too close. Lynette's lipstick smeared across her face as she swung wildly at Rita, but Rita ducked and retaliated with a knee to Lynette's gut, knocking the wind out of her. Lynette gasped, her hands clutching her stomach, but before she could recover, Rita grabbed a stack of papers from the desk and hurled them at her face. Stop, someone shouted from the crowd, but their voice was lost in the mayhem. The fight was now in full swing, with the two women struggling to get the upper hand. Lynette, her face flushed with rage, pushed Rita back with all her strength, sending her crashing into the desk. Papers flew into the air, and the sound of a coffee cup smashing against the floor filled the room. You think you're better than me? Lynette screamed, her voice rising with each word. You're just a desperate woman trying to get attention. Nothing more than a cheap trick. Rita, now seething with anger, pulled herself up, her face a mixture of fury and disbelief. You don't know a damn thing about me, Lynette. She swung again, but this time, her fist landed squarely against Lynette's jaw. The force of the punch sent Lynette stumbling backward, crashing into a chair, but she quickly recovered, a wild look in her eyes. The employees watched, some too horrified to intervene, others muttering among themselves, unsure whether they should try to stop the fight or let it play out. One of the men, James, stepped forward hesitantly, his face tense with concern. Enough, he shouted, trying to grab Rita's arm, but she shook him off with a violent jerk. Stay out of this, James, she snapped, her voice trembling with fury. Lynette, now desperate, lunged forward once again, but Rita was faster. With a swift move, she grabbed Lynette by the wrist and twisted it, sending her crashing to the floor. Lynette let out a shocked scream as she fell, landing hard on her back, the breath knocked out of her. Rita stood over her, chest heaving, her face flushed with adrenaline. You want to keep going? Rita spat, her voice low and filled with venom. Because I'm not done with you. Lynette's eyes burned with hatred as she slowly pushed herself up from the floor, her hand going to her bruised wrist. You'll pay for this, Rita, she hissed, her voice a menacing promise. At that moment, the general manager stormed into the room, his face dark with anger. His eyes darted from the two women to the chaos around him, and for a second, he said nothing. What the hell is going on here? He demanded, his voice booming. The office fell into an eerie silence as all eyes turned to him. Rita's breath came in ragged gasps, and Lynette glared up at him, her chest heaving. Both women were panting, their clothes disheveled, their faces flushed with rage. It's nothing, Lynette snarled, standing up and brushing herself off. Just a little misunderstanding. Rita stood still, not saying a word, but the fire in her eyes was undeniable. The general manager wasn't convinced. His gaze shifted between them, and the tension in the room thickened. This will be reported, he said, his tone cold. Both of you, in my office, now. The employees, still in shock, exchanged uneasy glances as Lynette and Rita were both forced to march toward the general manager's office, their pride and anger palpable. As the door closed behind them, the office fell into a silence that could only be broken by the whispers of what had just happened. Just as the door to the manager's office clicked shut behind them, Lynette made her move. Her heels clicked sharply against the polished floor as she walked with an undeniable confidence toward the manager's desk. She didn't waste a second, her every step calculated to command attention. She could already feel the manager's tension from the earlier chaos, and she knew just how to manipulate it. The manager stood by his desk, arms folded, his face darkened by the altercation in the hallway. The irritation in his eyes was clear, but Lynette, with her practiced poise, wasted no time in disarming him. You think you can just come in here and cause all that trouble? He asked, his tone clipped and stern, though his voice faltered a little under the weight of her presence. Lynette didn't respond immediately, instead, taking a slow step forward, lowering her body ever so slightly. Her eyes locked on his, and her gaze didn't waver, like she was drawing him in. I think you know exactly why I'm here, she purred, her voice smooth and seductive. Her lips curled into a subtle but confident smile, and she stepped closer. You don't want someone like her, she flicked her head back toward the door as if referring to Rita without actually saying her name, to keep stirring up trouble around here, do you? The manager's expression softened for just a second. The tension in his shoulders started to ease as he followed her every move. Lynette, knowing the power of her presence, didn't waste the opportunity. Her hand, delicate and purposeful, brushed against the edge of his desk, and she let her fingers linger just long enough for him to notice. You're in charge here, she whispered, leaning in slightly. And I know you have a lot of control. You don't have to tolerate that kind of behavior. The manager's resistance crumbled. His eyes followed the graceful sway of her movements, and before he knew it, he was leaning toward her, a hint of admiration, and more, beginning to stir in him. Lynette's smile grew, a glimmer of victory flashing in her eyes. She could tell she had him right where she wanted him. I'm sure you can make sure she understands who's really in charge around here, she murmured, her breath warm against his ear. If you just help me out. The manager swallowed hard, the pressure of the situation beginning to cloud his judgment. His professional demeanor was vanishing, and he found himself nodding in agreement. Yeah, I'll make sure she knows her place, he muttered, almost to himself. Lynette straightened up, a satisfied glint in her eye. She took a deliberate step back, casually glancing at her reflection in the glass of his office window. It was a silent celebration. She had done it. She had made her move, and the manager was falling for it, completely. Just then, the office door opened with a quiet creak. The manager paused, catching himself before exiting. He glanced at Lynette once more, a flicker of something darker passing between them. Without another word, he walked out of the office, a few steps ahead of Lynette. They moved down the hallway together, their body language intimate, something only the sharpest of observers would notice. Rita, having been standing nearby, saw them exit the office, and her heart sank. Rita froze, her eyes darting between the manager and Lynette. She hadn't expected this, hadn't seen it coming. She felt a pang of humiliation as she watched the manager walk so closely with Lynette, his posture completely different from the cold demeanor he had shown earlier. Lynette's victory was clear, and Rita couldn't help but feel a wave of resentment welling up inside her. Rita stood there, stunned, watching the pair walk away. Lynette had clearly won. And Rita had no idea what had just happened, but she knew that she had lost, at least for now. As Lynette brushed past her, her voice, laced with satisfaction, sliced through the air. You should learn how to handle things with a little more finesse, Rita. Not everyone likes to be messy about their power plays. Rita opened her mouth, but no words came out. The anger, the shock, it all mixed in her chest, but she couldn't respond. Not yet. Lynette had won this round, and Rita could only stand there, watching the aftermath unfold. Rita stormed into Harry's office, her eyes burning with fury. She barely glanced at the secretary as she marched straight past her, the sharp click of her heels echoing through the hallway. She didn't knock, just opened the door wide and let herself in, slamming it behind her. Harry, she snapped, her voice laced with frustration. The company's management needs a serious revisiting. Harry was sitting behind his desk, a half-smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he watched his sister pace back and forth, her movements sharp and tense. He leaned back in his chair, doing his best to remain calm, though he couldn't help but feel a little amusement bubbling inside him. Rita was adorable when she was angry, her cheeks flushed, her lips pursed in that familiar, fiery expression. Rita, calm down, Harry said, his tone soothing. He leaned forward slightly, trying to keep the situation under control. He had seen her like this before, and he knew it was just a matter of time before she'd get over her irritation. But Rita wasn't hearing any of it. She was too fired up, and the words came pouring out in a rush. That woman, Lynette. She's manipulating the manager. Seducing him, using whatever she has to get him on her side. It's blatant, Harry. I can't believe this is happening under my nose. She fumed, her fists clenched by her sides, her body practically vibrating with the intensity of her anger. Harry couldn't suppress his grin any longer. Rita was all worked up, her voice cracking with frustration, and to be honest, it was a little endearing. He loved seeing her get passionate, even if it was over something like this. He didn't let his amusement show though, not wanting to make her more upset. Instead, he kept his expression neutral, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms. I get it, Rita. I do, he said, keeping his voice even. But maybe, just maybe, you're overreacting. You know how she is. She's trying to climb her way up, and it's not the first time she's done this. Rita's eyes flashed with anger as she turned to face him, her fists balled tightly at her sides. You don't get it, Harry. This isn't just her playing a game. She's compromising the entire integrity of the company. The manager is falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. And now the rest of the team will see him as weak. We'll lose their respect, and that could ruin everything. We can't let someone like her take over, Harry. You know that. Harry could feel the weight of her words, and the seriousness in her eyes wasn't lost on him. He knew she was right about one thing, the company's management had a fine line to walk. It only took one bad move, one poor decision, and the whole thing could come crashing down. But Harry also knew this wasn't just about Lynette, it was something deeper for Rita. She hated feeling vulnerable, hated losing control. And that woman was the catalyst for all of her frustrations. I know you're upset, Harry said gently, but getting worked up like this won't help. You're the boss here. You need to handle things with clarity, not anger. Let's figure out a plan together. Rita stopped pacing and stared at her brother for a long moment, her chest rising and falling as she took deep breaths to calm herself. She was still furious, but Harry's steady presence was starting to ground her. She crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze softening as she met his eyes. Just fix it, Harry, she muttered, a little calmer now, though the fire still simmered in her voice. I don't want to see her continue with this. She's bad for the company. And for you. Harry's smile finally broke through. He leaned forward, a genuine warmth in his eyes. He had a deep admiration for his sister's drive, her unwavering dedication. He couldn't help but feel a little proud of how much she cared about the business, even if it led her to moments like this. Don't worry, Rita, he said softly, we'll take care of it. But you need to trust me. You don't have to fight every battle alone, okay? Rita blinked, her anger still there, but softened by his words. She sighed and sat down in one of the chairs opposite him, running a hand through her hair in frustration. I'm trying, Harry. But this just feels like a personal attack. I know, he said, giving her a sympathetic smile. But we'll make sure it's handled. I've got your back. Always. Rita stared at her brother for a moment, the tension in her body starting to ease. She was still angry, but somehow, hearing him say that made her feel a little more in control. She nodded, even though part of her still wanted to keep fighting. All right, then. Fix it. Fast, she said, trying to sound firm but without the usual bite in her voice. Harry chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair. I'll make sure Lynette knows her place. Just let me work my magic. Rita didn't reply, but she gave him a look that said everything. She trusted him. The office was buzzing with the usual noise of ringing phones, chatter, and the clattering of keyboards when Lynette entered, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. She strode in confidently, her posture perfect, her smile radiant as if she were a queen gracing her kingdom. Her eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction, and she couldn't resist flaunting her success as she looked around the room. Good afternoon, everyone, Lynette called out with a sweet, almost saccharine tone, her voice carrying clearly across the open-plan office. She knew exactly how to make an entrance. She leaned casually against a nearby desk, glancing at her colleagues as if waiting for them to notice her presence. Almost immediately, a few of the employees looked up from their work, their expressions shifting from indifference to curiosity. Lynette soaked in the attention, a smug smile curling on her lips as she began her tale. Ah, it's been such a productive day, she began, her voice dripping with false humility. You know, the manager and I had a wonderful conversation earlier. She paused dramatically, letting the words settle. It seems he has taken quite a liking to me, and, well, he's promised to look into some new opportunities for me here. Isn't that just sweet? The office fell into a stunned silence, and Lynette reveled in the effect her words had on everyone. A few of her more supportive colleagues exchanged glances, a couple of them nodding slightly in agreement, though others looked away, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Lynette leaned in slightly, as if to share a secret, her voice dropping to a low whisper that could still be heard across the room. It seems the manager is so impressed with my work ethic and dedication that he's planning on giving me a little more responsibility. After all, he said I deserve it, far more than some people around here. She glanced pointedly over at Rita, who was sitting at her desk, silently observing the drama unfold. Lynette's eyes flashed with triumph as she spoke again, her tone now almost too sweet. I guess it's true what they say, when you truly dedicate yourself, people start noticing. Not everyone can handle the pressure, you know. A few murmurs rippled through the office, and Lynette could feel the tide shifting. She knew she had the upper hand now. Rita remained silent, her jaw clenched, but Lynette's words were like daggers. She could feel the weight of the growing gossip and the looks from her colleagues. Some were even nodding, agreeing with Lynette's insinuations. They whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at Rita, who sat in her chair, seething with fury but still holding her composure. Well, it's clear that some people have the manager's respect, while others, Lynette let the sentence hang in the air, her eyes flashing with subtle disdain. She turned her gaze toward Rita again, her words cutting. It's just unfortunate that some people don't know how to handle themselves in such an environment. Don't you think, Rita? Rita's knuckles whitened around the edge of her desk, her body tense with barely contained rage. The mocking tone in Lynette's voice was unmistakable, and the air around them seemed to grow heavier by the second. One of the younger employees, Karen, who had always been a bit of a sycophant, spoke up nervously, her voice laced with uncertainty. I think Lynette's right, you know. She's been putting in a lot of extra effort lately. It makes sense the manager would want to acknowledge that. Rita's gaze shot over to Karen, her eyes narrowing. She didn't say a word, but the contempt in her stare was enough to make Karen look away awkwardly. Rita wasn't stupid, she knew the game Lynette was playing. Another employee, Chris, leaned in to join the conversation. He had always been friendly with Rita, but his loyalty seemed to waver. I mean, maybe Rita's a little too hard on people. Not everyone can keep up with that level of intensity, you know. Rita felt the sting of Chris's words, but her expression remained impassive. This was no longer about what they said, it was about what they were doing. They were beginning to take sides. Lynette could hardly hide her smugness now. Her plan was working perfectly. She could see the divide growing, a subtle but clear shift in allegiances. A few others, like Jen and Mark, had begun nodding in agreement, their eyes darting nervously between Rita and Lynette. They, too, seemed to be leaning in Lynette's favor. Rita stood up suddenly, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. The movement was sharp, and everyone in the office seemed to stop in their tracks, watching her closely. The tension in the air was palpable. Well, Lynette, Rita said, her voice controlled but icy, I'm glad you found your place here. But don't mistake kindness for weakness. She let that last statement hang in the air, her gaze locking with Lynette's for a beat too long. Without waiting for a response, Rita grabbed her things, her eyes never leaving Lynette as she walked briskly toward the exit. The office was eerily silent as the employees watched her leave, the undercurrent of shifting loyalties running thick between them. Lynette let out a satisfied breath as Rita disappeared out the door. Her eyes gleamed with victory, her presence now undeniably solidified in the office. As Rita walked down the hallway, the whispers began to swirl. Those who had once backed her now exchanged hushed words about her overbearing attitude and unwillingness to adapt. It was clear now, Lynette had begun her reign, and the office had already begun to turn its back on Rita. That evening, Rita stepped out of her car and took a deep breath of the cool night air. The soft lights of the lounge glowed warmly in front of her, and inside, music drifted gently through the windows. She had chosen this spot intentionally, quiet, familiar, and far away from the chaos of the company drama. She needed a break, and there was only one person she could truly relax around, her longtime friend, Janet. Janet was already waiting at a cozy corner booth, waving enthusiastically the moment she saw Rita. With her ever-vibrant energy and sassy charm, Janet was the kind of friend who made the weight of the world feel lighter, at least for a while. Girl. You finally made it. Janet said, getting up to hug her. I was beginning to think you chickened out on me. Rita chuckled softly, easing into the seat across from her. I needed a breather. Work's been a mess. Janet arched a brow playfully. That serious? Come on, spill it. The waitress arrived and took their orders. Janet ordered her usual cocktail, but when Rita asked for a fresh juice, Janet stared at her, blinking. No wine. Not even a mocktail? Janet asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Rita hesitated, then let out a long sigh. I didn't want to say anything just yet, but I'm pregnant. Janet's mouth dropped open. What? The nearby couple turned to glance at them in curiosity, but Janet didn't care. Her eyes widened, and she leaned forward with a mischievous grin. Hold on, wait a minute. Is this why you've been all moody and glowing at the same time? Girl. Who's the lucky guy? Rita rolled her eyes and laughed. It's a long story, Janet. I've got all night, Janet said, sipping her drink with a satisfied look. Also, pregnant. I mean, I should be all serious and responsible and ask if you're okay and how you're feeling, but I'm too excited to pretend I'm not dying of curiosity. So spill every single detail. Rita smiled, finally feeling a sense of warmth and relief flood her chest. It's complicated. It wasn't planned, and honestly, everything at work is turning into a circus. Lynette's been a nightmare, the manager's playing favorites, people are whispering behind my back. And you've got a whole tiny human in there while dealing with that mess. Janet gasped. You deserve an award, or maybe a foot massage. Or both. I just wanted a break tonight, Rita said, sipping her juice. To be with someone who doesn't have a hidden agenda. Janet leaned over and squeezed her hand. You've always been the strong one, Ree. I know things are messy now, but you're not alone. You've got me. And this baby. This baby is going to have the coolest mom ever. Rita's eyes misted over, but she blinked quickly and gave Janet a teary smile. You're the best. Janet grinned. Duh. Now finish your juice, Mama. We're toasting to new beginnings, with vitamin C, of course. They both laughed, and for the first time in days, Rita felt like herself again. The fight, the gossip, the betrayal, none of it mattered in this moment. All that mattered was that she wasn't alone. Not anymore. Janet lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, her phone resting on her chest. The echo of Rita's news still lingered in her ears like a drumbeat, I'm pregnant. It wasn't just the shock of the announcement that had her tossing and turning, it was what it meant for someone else, her brother. Anthony. He had always been quiet, reserved, the kind of guy who stayed in the background but noticed everything. And for as long as Janet could remember, he had been hopelessly, helplessly in love with Rita. He never said it out loud, but she had seen it in his eyes. The way he'd light up when Rita visited. The way he always found an excuse to stay around when Rita was near. The way he asked about her, casually, like it was nothing, but always too often to be innocent. Janet sighed, rolling to her side, hugging a pillow. Now, Rita was pregnant. And not by Anthony. And the worst part? Anthony didn't even know yet. The next morning, Janet found herself staring into her coffee cup, debating whether to keep the secret or tell her brother. When Anthony walked into the kitchen, sleepy-eyed and shirtless, she nearly choked on her toast. He yawned, then glanced at her. You went out last night? Janet nodded slowly. Yeah. I met up with Rita. At the mention of Rita, Anthony perked up just a little. She's okay. Janet hesitated. Yeah. Well. I mean, kind of. He raised a brow. Kind of. She forced a casual shrug. She's just going through a lot at work. You know how drama follows her like a shadow. Anthony smirked slightly. It's not her fault. People just don't know how to appreciate her. There it is, Janet thought. That stupid sweet loyalty in his voice. Her heart sank. She's pregnant, she blurted. Anthony froze mid-step, spoonful of cereal halfway to his mouth. What? Janet swallowed hard, looking up at him. She's pregnant, Anthony. He stood there silently for a moment. The spoon lowered. His expression didn't change much, but the light in his eyes flickered. Just for a second. Oh, he said. Just that. Janet felt the guilt twist in her gut. I didn't know if I should tell you. I mean, I know how you feel about her. Even though you never said it. Anthony looked down at his cereal, then walked slowly to the kitchen island and Saturday, it doesn't matter. It does, Janet said gently. She doesn't even know. And It doesn't matter, he repeated, firmer this time. He stared at the bowl like it held all the answers he needed. She's happy. Janet bit her lip. She's overwhelmed. But she has support. Anthony nodded slowly, the corners of his mouth twitching in a hollow, forced smile. Good. She deserves that. Janet's chest ached. I'm sorry, Aunt. He waved a hand. Don't be. This was bound to happen. I should have said something years ago. I was just, always too late. The room fell into a heavy silence. Finally, Anthony stood, rinsed his bowl, and said quietly, just, don't let her go through this alone, okay? I won't. And don't tell her about me. It's better this way. Then he walked out, leaving Janet feeling like she had broken something delicate. Her heart ached for both of them, for Anthony's silent heartbreak and Rita's unaware involvement. And deep inside, Janet began to wonder, what if things didn't have to stay this way? It wasn't planned, and honestly, everything at work is turning into a circus. Lynette's been a nightmare, the manager's playing favorites, people are whispering behind my back. And you've got a whole tiny human in there while dealing with that mess. Janet gasped. You deserve an award, or maybe a foot massage. Or both. I just wanted a break tonight, Rita said, sipping her juice. To be with someone who doesn't have a hidden agenda. Janet leaned over and squeezed her hand. You've always been the strong one, Ree. I know things are messy now, but you're not alone. You've got me. And this baby. This baby is going to have the coolest mom ever. Rita's eyes misted over, but she blinked quickly and gave Janet a teary smile. You're the best. Janet grinned. Duh. Now finish your juice, Mama. We're toasting to new beginnings, with vitamin C, of course. They both laughed, and for the first time in days, Rita felt like herself again. The fight, the gossip, the betrayal, none of it mattered in this moment. All that mattered was that she wasn't alone. Not anymore. Janet lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, her phone resting on her chest. The echo of Rita's news still lingered in her ears like a drumbeat, I'm pregnant. It wasn't just the shock of the announcement that had her tossing and turning, it was what it meant for someone else, her brother. Anthony. He had always been quiet, reserved, the kind of guy who stayed in the background but noticed everything. And for as long as Janet could remember, he had been hopelessly, helplessly in love with Rita. He never said it out loud, but she had seen it in his eyes. The way he'd light up when Rita visited. The way he always found an excuse to stay around when Rita was near. The way he asked about her, casually, like it was nothing, but always too often to be innocent. Janet sighed, rolling to her side, hugging a pillow. Now, Rita was pregnant. And not by Anthony. And the worst part? Anthony didn't even know yet. The next morning, Janet found herself staring into her coffee cup, debating whether to keep the secret or tell her brother. When Anthony walked into the kitchen, sleepy-eyed and shirtless, she nearly choked on her toast. He yawned, then glanced at her. You went out last night. Janet nodded slowly. Yeah. I met up with Rita. At the mention of Rita, Anthony perked up just a little. She's okay. Janet hesitated. Yeah. Well. I mean, kind of. He raised a brow. Kind of. She forced a casual shrug. She's just going through a lot at work. You know how drama follows her like a shadow. Anthony smirked slightly. It's not her fault. People just don't know how to appreciate her. There it is, Janet thought. That stupid sweet loyalty in his voice. Her heart sank. She's pregnant, she blurted. Anthony froze mid-step, spoonful of cereal halfway to his mouth. What? Janet swallowed hard, looking up at him. She's pregnant, Anthony. He stood there silently for a moment. The spoon lowered. His expression didn't change much, but the light in his eyes flickered. Just for a second. Oh, he said. Just that. Janet felt the guilt twist in her gut. I didn't know if I should tell you. I mean, I know how you feel about her. Even though you never said it. Anthony looked down at his cereal, then walked slowly to the kitchen island and Saturday, it doesn't matter. It does, Janet said gently. She doesn't even know. And I. It doesn't matter, he repeated, firmer this time. He stared at the bowl like it held all the answers he needed. She's happy. Janet bit her lip. She's overwhelmed. But she has support. Anthony nodded slowly, the corners of his mouth twitching in a hollow, forced smile. Good. She deserves that. Janet's chest ached. I'm sorry, Aunt. He waved a hand. Don't be. This was bound to happen. I should have said something years ago. I was just, always too late. The room fell into a heavy silence. Finally, Anthony stood, rinsed his bowl, and said quietly, "Just, don't let her go through this alone, okay?" "I won't. And don't tell her about me. It's better this way." Then he walked out, leaving Janet feeling like she had broken something delicate. Her heart ached for both of them, for Anthony's silent heartbreak and Rita's unaware involvement. And deep inside, Janet began to wonder, what if things didn't have to stay this way? Anthony sat on the worn wooden bench in the park, the late evening breeze brushing against his face like a ghost of memories he wished he could forget. All around him, the world was quiet, just the rustling of trees, the soft chirping of birds heading to rest, and the occasional sound of children laughing in the distance. But in his world, everything was loud. Painfully loud. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped tightly like he was trying to hold himself together. His eyes stared into nothingness as Rita's smile danced in his mind, so vivid, so warm, so painfully out of reach now. "She's pregnant." Janet's voice echoed in his head again, and his heart clenched for the 100th time. Pregnant. That one word had unraveled years of silent hope. The kind of hope he built slowly, carefully, around small stolen moments. Around Rita's laughter, her kindness, the way she said his name like it mattered. He let out a shaky breath, burying his face in his hands. "Why didn't I just say it?" he muttered, the words cracking with emotion. "Why didn't I just tell her how I felt?" Tears welled in his eyes, hot and heavy. He wasn't the kind of man to cry, but tonight, the dam broke. "I should have told you when we were 16, when you asked me if I believed in soulmates, and I said no, just to act cool." He let out a hollow laugh. "I should have said yes, because you were mine." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of wildflowers nearby, and it made him think of that summer years ago when they all went camping. Rita had worn that pale blue dress, and her hair had caught the sunlight. She had looked like something out of a dream, and he, the boy too afraid to ruin what they had. "I thought waiting was safer," he whispered into the night. "I thought maybe one day you'd just notice. But now I'm just some guy you used to know." He wiped his face with the back of his hand, angry at himself. Angry at time. Angry at the cowardice that had held his heart captive. He remembered every time he had a chance. Every time she leaned on his shoulder during hard days, every time he could have kissed her and didn't, every text he typed and deleted, every birthday card signed with a simple "with love" instead of "I love you." Now she was carrying another man's child. Starting a life without him. And he was left with silence. Anthony looked up at the sky, stars just beginning to blink into existence. "I loved you," he said to the wind. "I still do. And I probably always will." His voice broke. But maybe that's a love meant to be quiet. He stood, slowly, the weight of unspoken love pulling at his shoulders. And as he walked away from the bench, from the dreams that never took form, a single tear rolled down his cheeks. The day before the big bid presentation, office headquarters. The air in the office was thick with pressure. Desks were littered with coffee cups, sticky notes, and half-eaten snacks. The marketing team had been working around the clock for days preparing for the most crucial bid of the year, an international project that could thrust the company into an entirely new league. Everyone was exhausted, running on fumes and anticipation. Yet no one complained. This deal was everything. Rita sat in the conference room, laptop open, fine-tuning the final slides. Despite her fatigue and the quiet flutters in her belly reminding her she wasn't alone anymore, she stayed focused. This presentation was her responsibility. Her department. Her name on the line. But somewhere down the hallway, behind the tinted glass of the executive office, Anita leaned back in her chair, a malicious smirk curving her lips. "She's too confident lately," Anita muttered to Lynette, who stood by the door like a guard dog, arms crossed. "She's been getting attention from upstairs too," Lynette added. "I heard the regional manager asked for her personally." Anita's fingers drummed the polished desk. "She needs to be reminded of her place. She walks around like she's some saint now. Pregnant and glowing, as if we should all be applauding." Lynette chuckled. "Well, we could give her a stage. Let her walk right into her downfall." Anita turned to her screen, clicking through files. "Oh, I already have. I've inserted a few updates into her slides." She won't see them until it's too late. Lynette arched a brow. How bad are we talking? Enough to make her look incompetent. Some old data, a few fabricated quotes, and one very sensitive graphic she didn't approve. She'll present it in front of the board and our international partners. It'll be a disaster. They both grinned. Victory already tasted sweet. Marketing war room. Jesse, a sharp-eyed intern who had been helping Rita compile references, was double-checking the slides before exporting them for print. As he scrolled through the deck, something strange caught his eye. Slide 17, Market Sentiment Analysis. Wait a minute, he murmured, leaning closer. The numbers didn't match what they'd finalized that morning. Quickly, he compared versions. What he saw made his stomach twist. The data was incorrect, years outdated. Worse, slide 23 contained a quote from a former client who had sued the company last year. And slide 28. His eyes widened. Oh no. No way. The graphic was a satirical image that had once circulated on the internet mocking their own industry, a piece of art they'd unanimously agreed to never associate with. He jumped up, heart racing, and bolted to Rita's office. Rita's office. Rita was massaging her temples when Jesse burst in, breathless. I need you to look at this, he said, thrusting his tablet forward. What is it? She asked, concerned. The presentation. It's been tampered with. Her eyes flew open. Tampered, how? He explained quickly, showing her slide after slide. Rita's hands grew cold as realization dawned. This wasn't a mistake. Someone had intentionally sabotaged the presentation. And she had a good idea who it was. Who else had access to the files? She asked quietly. Only the leads. You, me, Anne. Anita, Jesse said, hesitating. Rita's lips pressed into a thin line. Her chest tightened, not from stress, but fury. She had endured whispers, backstabs, and sabotage before. But this was beyond cruel. This was calculated humiliation. Rita stood, spine straight, voice clear. Send me the original version. Print copies now. I'm updating the master file. Jesse nodded, rushing out. Rita grabbed her phone and called the project director, explaining what had happened in code, careful not to panic anyone just yet. By the time the call ended, she had ensured her version would be the one presented at the bid. Quietly. Swiftly. Without drama. The next morning, bidding hall. The tension was electric. Executives, partners, stakeholders, everyone who mattered was gathered. The presentation began. And when Rita walked in, poised, graceful, and glowing, Anita and Lynette exchanged smug looks. But as the slides rolled on, their confidence began to crack. The outdated numbers. Gone. The damaging quote. Never appeared. That humiliating graphic. Replaced with a flawless market forecast. Rita stood before them, delivering a stunning pitch. Her voice is steady. Her facts are solid. Her charm is undeniable. By the time she finished, the room erupted in applause. Anita's jaw clenched. Lynette's nails dug into her palm. HR had launched a quiet investigation after Jesse flagged the tampered files. They were thorough and fast. Access logs didn't lie. Anita was summoned. Lynette soon after. No yelling. No public shaming. Just quiet doors closing and careers teetering on the edge. And Rita. She returned to her desk, head held high, where a congratulatory bouquet awaited her. It had no name attached. But the note read. You were brilliant today. And not just in the boardroom. Her heart skipped. She didn't know who it was from. But someone still believed in her. The blinds were down. The atmosphere in the HR director's office was thick with tension, the kind that made every breath feel too loud. Anita sat stiffly in the leather chair across from the HR director's desk, her designer bag perched on her lap like a shield. Lynette stood behind her, arms crossed, a defiant tilt to her chin. But even she couldn't hide the twitch in her jaw or the darting of her eyes. Across from them sat Miss Tricia, the HR director. Her sharp bob and no-nonsense gaze sliced through the room like a blade. She was flanked by two senior managers, both deadly quiet and grim-faced. A long pause stretched. Finally, Tricia folded her hands on the table. Her voice, when it came, was ice-cold. "I don't think I need to tell you why you're both here." Anita opened her mouth to speak, to spin her usual silk-tongued defense, but Tricia raised a hand. "Don't. We've reviewed the access logs. We know exactly who tampered with the master presentation files. The time stamps don't lie. The intent was clear." Lynette's voice cracked the silence. "There's no proof we meant any harm. You altered official documents for a global bid that could have ruined this company's reputation," Tricia snapped, eyes flashing. "This goes beyond office politics. This is sabotage." Anita's face drained of color, but she managed to keep her chin up. "So, what now?" she asked coolly. "Are we being fired?" Tricia leaned back slowly, studying them. "Normally, yes. I recommended termination. But," she flicked her eyes to the senior managers, "upper management has requested leniency. They believe you're both salvageable. For now." Lynette blinked. "What does that mean?" "Effective immediately," Tricia said with a tone of finality, "you're both demoted. You will retain your positions at a lower grade. Your access will be restricted, and your names removed from all client-facing projects for the next quarter." Anita sucked in a breath. "Additionally," Tricia continued, "your salaries will be cut by 40% for 3 months." That made both women flinch visibly. Lynette gasped. Anita's mouth parted slightly, finally speechless. Tricia added, like a dagger to the gut. "You may consider this a gift. Because if this company hadn't won that bid in spite of you, you'd be escorted out of here in front of the entire staff. Don't test us again." The room was dead silent. Anita's fingers clutched the edge of her bag until her knuckles whitened. Lynette had gone pale, her earlier bravado crumbling like sand. Anita stood suddenly, her voice shaking despite her best efforts. "I built this department. I made this company millions. And yesterday, you nearly destroyed its future," Tricia cut in sharply. "We don't owe you applause. We owe you consequences." She motioned toward the door. "You're dismissed." Anita didn't move for a moment. But Lynette tugged at her arm, and together, they turned and left, silent, humiliated, shadows of the women who had walked in. As they stepped out into the hallway, whispers trailed them. Some employees peeked from behind cubicles. The news hadn't spread yet, but word would soon explode. Lynette hissed, "We'll come back from this." But Anita wasn't listening. Her eyes locked onto Rita's office down the hall. Inside, Rita was laughing softly with a colleague, radiant, confident, untouchable. Anita's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flaring in them. "She won this round," she murmured, "but it's not over." And as the door closed behind them, HR's final word echoed like a warning bell. "Next time, there will be no mercy." When the office buzz finally dulled and the storm of sabotage settled into quiet whispers, Rita found herself alone at her desk, the glow of her computer casting soft shadows across her weary face. Her fingers absent-mindedly grazed the edge of a delicate bouquet placed on the corner, white lilies and blush roses, fresh and fragrant. She hadn't thought much of them at first. With everything going on, the chaos, the shame attempt, the endless meetings, they had simply been a gentle backdrop to her madness. But now, in the calm after the storm, her gaze drifted to the small card tucked between the stems. She pulled it out slowly, her eyes narrowing on the neat, careful handwriting. "Just a reminder, you are stronger than you think." Her breath caught. Anthony. A soft, nostalgic smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Of course it was him. Anthony had always had this quiet way of showing up, never loud, never demanding, but always present. Always watching out for her like the older brother she never had. They hadn't seen each other in a while, not properly. But even from a distance, he still somehow knew when she needed kindness. Still remembered her favorite flowers. Still knew when to say something, without saying too much. She leaned back in her chair, holding the card gently like it was something sacred. "Thank you, Anthony," she whispered to the room. You always show up. To her, he had always been that dependable soul. Gentle, warm, reliable. It never crossed her mind that behind those thoughtful gestures was something deeper, something unspoken. To Rita, Anthony was a good friend, almost like family. She didn't see the silent heartache that bloomed in his eyes every time she smiled at someone else. She didn't hear the words he always kept locked away. But she felt his care. She respected his consistency. And she was grateful. Grateful in a way she couldn't explain. As the evening sun poured golden light through the office windows, Rita set the card back into the bouquet and closed her eyes, allowing herself one peaceful moment. Maybe the world wasn't perfect. Maybe things were messy and people were cruel and work was a battlefield. But there were still soft things. Still kind hearts. Still people like Anthony. And that mattered more than any title or sabotage attempt ever could. That evening, as the city dipped into hues of amber and lilac, Rita found herself walking beside Anthony in a quiet part of town, laughter bubbling between them like it always had. It had been a long while since they'd last shared a meal, and with everything that had happened lately, she needed this. Not for romance, not for thrills, just the comfort of a familiar soul. Anthony had agreed without hesitation. His eyes lit up at the invitation, and though he tried to mask it with his usual calm demeanor, Rita could see the excitement beneath the surface. They picked a modest restaurant tucked away from the noise, a place with soft music, warm lighting, and few people to gawk or whisper. For a while, it felt perfect. They shared stories, caught up on small things, and laughed like old friends do. Anthony had even ordered her favorite dish before she had the chance to ask. It made her smile. "You still remember," she had said. "I never forget what matters," he'd replied gently. But just as dessert arrived, the evening took an abrupt, jarring turn. A sharp, angry voice cut through the mellow music. "So this is what we are now." Rita turned just as a woman stomped up to their table, fury practically radiating off her. "Sorry." Anthony stood, confused. "What are you? Don't play dumb with me." Sorry snapped, her hand trembling as she threw a phone onto the table. A picture lit up the screen, Rita and Anthony seated together, mid-laughter, glasses of juice raised in a toast. It had been taken just moments earlier. "I told you I loved you, and now you're out here with her," she spat the word like poison, eyes blazing at Rita. "You're such a hypocrite, Anthony." "And you," she turned sharply to Rita, her voice rising, "I thought you were decent. How dare you go after a man you know someone else is in love with? You're nothing but a homewrecker." The restaurant fell quiet. All eyes turned to their table. Rita froze, blindsided and embarrassed. "Sorry, I think you're misunderstanding." "Don't give me that innocent act," Sorry barked. "You've always had that pretty, polished look, acting like you're better than everyone else. Now I see what you really are." "Sorry, enough." Anthony's voice cracked through the tension. "This isn't what you think." "Then explain it," she shouted, voice trembling with heartbreak. Anthony's expression was torn, frustrated, hurt, exhausted. "I never made you any promises. I never led you on." Tears shimmered in Sari's eyes, but she wasn't done. "So you just expected me to sit back and watch while you fall for someone else? Someone who doesn't even see you the way I do." The word stung Rita more than she expected. She looked at Anthony, then at Sari, feeling caught in a mess she hadn't seen coming. "I didn't mean to cause this," she whispered, gathering her things. "Maybe I should go." Anthony's jaw clenched, but he nodded slowly. "I'm sorry, Rita." She gave him a soft, apologetic look before walking out into the cold night, the sound of the door's bell trailing behind her. Back inside, Anthony stood staring at the table long after Sari had stormed out crying. Nothing had happened between him and Rita, at least not the way Sari feared. But deep down, in the quietest corners of his heart, maybe something had always been there. And maybe that was the very thing Sari had seen before either of them did. The morning after the dramatic restaurant scene, Rita sat quietly on her bed, stirring her untouched tea. The incident replayed in her mind like a broken record, each word from Sari sharper than the last. Homewrecker. The accusation hadn't just wounded her, it had humiliated her. What stung more was the image Sari had shown. It hadn't been a random click. No, it had been deliberate, targeted. But who? And why? Rita frowned and pulled out her phone. Her fingers hovered for a moment before she finally dialed. "Fred," she asked when her brother picked up. "Hey, you sound tense. Everything okay?" "I need your help," she said. "I need you to find out who took that photo of me and Anthony. Someone was clearly following me." Fred paused. "You think it's more than just Sorry being dramatic?" "I know it is," Rita said firmly. "She couldn't have taken that picture herself. She didn't even know where we were. Someone sent it to her." "Got it," Fred said, voice suddenly sharper. "Leave it with me." It didn't take long. Fred had always been resourceful, and his connections in tech and security were not the kind you bragged about at dinner tables. Within a day, he had traced the metadata of the image Sorry had received. It was sent from a burner account. But the location, it had a GPS tag. And the footage from nearby security cameras told the rest of the story. When he showed Rita the still image captured from one of the restaurant's exterior security cams, she felt her stomach twist. "Lynette," she gasped. There she was, half-shadowed, hoodie up, phone in hand, lingering across the street. Fred zoomed in on the image. There was no mistaking it. "She's been following you for days," Fred said. "Different places, different disguises. It's subtle, but now that I've flagged her, it's clear. She even lingered near your office building last week." Rita's mind reeled. Lynette. The same Lynette who used to ask for her opinion on lipstick shades. The same Lynette who always seemed harmless, almost forgettable in a room. Why would she? Fred gave her a long look. "Jealousy can be quiet, Rita. And dangerous when it festers. You might want to keep an eye on her. Or better yet, confront her." Rita leaned back in her chair, overwhelmed. Lynette had always been a shadow in the background, but now that she realized how long that shadow had followed her, it suddenly felt like she was being watched everywhere. She clutched the edge of the table. One thing was certain, this wasn't just about a photo anymore. It was a warning. Rita couldn't sleep. The discovery that Lynette had been stalking her was bad enough, but her gut told her there was more, something deeper and more sinister. She decided not to stop at Fred's findings. With her brother's help, she pulled call logs, pieced together timelines, and tapped into a few conversations through a trusted source in IT. What she uncovered next made her blood run cold. Lynette had met Sorry. Multiple times. One particularly telling message exchange showed a planned meeting at a quiet cafe in town, days before the dramatic restaurant outburst. "I'll get you what you need. Just make sure she feels it. Lynette. I need proof. I can't embarrass myself without something solid. Sorry." Now it all made sense. The staged photo. The perfect timing. The convenient rage. Rita's heart pounded. They had planned it, conspired behind her back to ruin her publicly, all because of jealousy and unreciprocated love. Later that afternoon, as Rita was still processing the betrayal, her phone buzzed. It was Anthony. "Hey," he said, his tone calm but firm. "I heard what happened." She sighed. "Yeah. It's been a lot." Anthony hesitated for a moment. "I had a long talk with Sorry. I had to make things clear." Rita straightened. "What did she say?" "She admitted Lynette sent her the picture," Anthony said. "She said Lynette told her we were more than friends. That you were trying to trap me or something absurd." Rita scoffed. "Unbelievable." "I told her to never involve me in her jealousy games again," he added. "I've always kept a low profile for a reason. I don't like drama, and I won't let her smear my name with lies." Rita felt a rush of gratitude. Anthony had always been level-headed, but hearing him defend her so directly meant more than she could express. "Thank you," she whispered. "No need to thank me," he said gently. "Just watch your back. Lynette isn't acting alone anymore. And something tells me she's not done yet." Rita tightened her grip on the phone. It was time to stop underestimating the shadows. Because clearly, they had claws. The following day, Rita entered the office with a sense of urgency. The chatter had died down since the night before, but she knew it was only temporary. The rumors were like wildfire, and it would only take one spark to set everything ablaze again. She felt the weight of the entire situation pressing on her chest. She couldn't go on pretending that everything was okay. The lies needed to be exposed, and the truth had to come out, once and for all. Rita had decided that the general meeting the next day would be her moment. She would address the office and make it clear that the drama surrounding her was a fabrication, fueled by the jealousy of people who couldn't accept her standing her ground. But just as she was about to settle in at her desk, her phone buzzed. It was an unfamiliar number. Her heart skipped a beat as she answered. Rita. The voice on the other end was sharp, filled with venom. It was Sari. I know you've been trying to play the innocent card, Sari said, her voice laced with tension. But let me be very clear, you will stay away from Anthony. He's my boyfriend, and you're not going to ruin that. Rita blinked, momentarily stunned. What? Sorry, we were just friends. This has nothing to do with you. You don't get to decide that, Sari snapped, her anger rising. He's mine, and if you keep going down this path, you'll regret it. I won't let you ruin my relationship. Rita stood up from her desk, her hands gripping the edge of the table tightly as she tried to steady her emotions. Sari's words stung, but there was something else, fear. Sari was desperate, and that was a dangerous thing. Sari, we're not what you think we are. What's going on here is a misunderstanding, and you've been manipulated. There was a pause on the other end. I don't want to hear it, Sari hissed, before adding, just stay away from him, Rita. I'm warning you. The line went dead, and Rita stood frozen, staring at her phone. Sari's words echoed in her mind. The jealousy. The possessiveness. It was clear now that Sari's fixation on Anthony was not just about their friendship, it was about control, about wanting something she couldn't have. Rita's resolve hardened. No more avoiding the issue. No more pretending everything would magically blow over. It was time to confront everything, and the moment had arrived. Her heart raced as she glanced around the office, the whispers already starting again. She could feel the stares from her colleagues, the tension building in the air like a storm about to break. They were all waiting to see if she would crack, if she would falter under the weight of the accusations. But Rita wasn't going to let that happen. She gathered her things and walked straight to the meeting room, her steps determined. She was going to take control of the narrative. The truth needed to come out now. As she entered the room, her eyes scanned the faces of the team, some familiar, others she barely knew, but one thing was certain. They were all waiting to hear what she had to say. Rita took a deep breath, stepping up to the front of the room. Before we begin, she said, her voice steady, there are some things I need to clear up. And I need to do this now. The room fell silent. Everyone was watching her, waiting. I know that there's been a lot of gossip going around lately, Rita continued, her gaze sweeping the room. And I've heard the whispers, I've seen the pictures, and I know that some of you have been led to believe things that aren't true. She paused, letting the silence hang in the air. I want to make something very clear, Rita said, her voice gaining strength. Anthony and I are friends. Nothing more. The rumors you've been hearing are lies, designed to cause trouble, and I've been quiet about it because I didn't want to escalate things. But enough is enough. She could feel the tension in the room shift, some of her colleagues looking uneasy, others still skeptical. But she couldn't back down now. This has gone far enough, Rita said, her eyes narrowing. I've been dealing with a lot of pressure, personal and professional. And the last thing I need is for anyone to drag me into more drama. She let the words sink in for a moment, then added, as for those who've been working behind the scenes to manipulate things, you know who you are. But the truth will always come out. The room remained silent, but there was a shift. Some of the skepticism faded. The eyes that had once been filled with judgment were now full of uncertainty. Rita could sense the change. It wasn't over, but this was the first step in clearing her name. She turned and walked out of the room, her shoulders back, her head held high. Back in the village, Lynette's return was met with a mix of tension and anticipation. She had spent the last few days trailing Rita, gathering information, and now she had news to share that would shake the very foundation of Rita's carefully built life. As soon as she arrived at James's house, She found him sitting on the porch, staring into the distance. Lynette approached with a knowing look, and James immediately straightened, sensing something was off. "What's going on?" James asked, his tone sharp. Lynette smiled, but it wasn't the smile of someone bringing good news. "I found her," she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. "Rita's been working in a big company in the city. She's a big shot now, running things, making decisions. She's living the life she always dreamed of, and she's doing it at your expense." James's eyes darkened, his jaw tightening. "A company," he repeated, his fists clenching. "So she's in the city now, huh?" Lynette nodded, her eyes gleaming with a mix of jealousy and satisfaction. "She's getting ahead, James. You know she doesn't deserve it. She left the village, she left you behind, and now she's flaunting her success while the rest of us are stuck here." James stood up from his chair, his anger rising. "I won't let her get away with this. She thinks she can leave all of us in the dust and forget who helped her get where she is." His voice grew louder, filled with a venomous resolve. "Let's go to the company. We'll make sure everyone knows who she really is." Lynette smirked. "I'm with you. Let's make her regret ever turning her back on us." With that, James and his mother, along with Lynette, piled into the car and drove to the city, their minds set on causing a scene that would expose Rita for the traitor they believed her to be. As they neared the sleek glass building where Rita worked, a wave of anger and frustration swept over James's mother. Her bloodshot eyes burned with fury as she muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth. "This is it, James. We're going to show her she can't leave us behind and expect to get away with it." They arrived at the gates of the company, a tall, imposing structure with security guards standing vigil at the entrance. James marched up to the gate with his mother in tow, his face set in a grim line. He made no effort to hide his intentions. "I need to speak to Rita," James demanded when the security guards stopped them. "She works here." "I know she does. She owes me and my family an explanation." The guard shook his head calmly but firmly. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You can't just walk in without an appointment or authorization." James's temper flared. "I don't need an appointment. I'm her family. I have every right to see her." He attempted to push past the guard, but the security officer stepped forward, blocking his path. "I said, you cannot enter," the guard repeated, his voice unwavering. "Please leave the premises before I call for assistance." James's mother, seeing the situation escalate, suddenly shrieked. "What do you mean we can't see our own daughter? Who do you think you are?" Her voice cracked with hysteria as she began to flop around on the ground, rolling and writhing in a scene of utter chaos. Her arms flailed around, kicking up dust as she howled for attention. "James! James! They're stopping us. They're treating us like dirt," she wailed, throwing herself onto the ground in a tantrum. "We've suffered enough. We deserve to be heard. She owes us everything." Passers-by paused, watching the spectacle unfold in disbelief. Some took out their phones to record the scene, while others stood frozen, unsure of how to respond to the commotion. James stood in stunned silence, his hands clenched into fists as he watched his mother's desperate display. His anger was boiling over, but he couldn't quite figure out how to regain control of the situation. This was not how he had planned things to go. "Mom, get up," he hissed, grabbing her by the shoulders and attempting to pull her to her feet. "You're embarrassing us." But she wouldn't listen. She continued to thrash and scream, her voice echoing in the air. "Rita! Rita! Come out here, you coward! Come face your family. Come apologize for what you did." The guard stepped forward once more, now speaking into his radio. "I'm calling for backup. You need to leave immediately." Lynette, watching the chaotic scene unfold, took a step back, uncertain whether to feel victorious or mortified. This was spiraling out of control faster than she'd imagined. The attention they were drawing only made things worse. "James," Lynette whispered urgently, her eyes flicking between him and the crowd. "This is going too far. You need to calm down before they get the authorities involved." But James was beyond reason now. His voice was low and dangerous as he turned toward his mother, who was still sobbing on the ground. "This isn't over," he muttered under his breath, his eyes seething with fury. As the scene continued to escalate, the head of security finally arrived with 2 more guards, and after a tense exchange, they escorted James, his mother, and Lynette off the property. "Don't come back here," the head of security warned, his voice stern. "Next time, we'll have no choice but to involve the police." As they were led off the premises, James's anger burned with a new intensity. He swore under his breath as he shoved past the guards, his mind racing with the thought of how he could make Rita pay for the humiliation. "She'll pay," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. "She'll pay for everything she's done to us." His mother, still on the verge of a breakdown, clung to him, muttering bitterly. "That ungrateful girl. She thinks she's better than us. We'll show her. We'll show her what happens when you turn your back on family." The air was thick with tension as James, his mother, and Lynette stood outside the sleek glass building. Their earlier attempt to force their way into the company had been thwarted, but Lynette had not given up. Her eyes gleamed with malicious intent as she turned to the security guard, a devilish grin forming on her lips. "Let them in," Lynette ordered, her voice dripping with authority. "Rita's giving a speech in the conference room today. I know she's going to try and pull her little act again, and I want them to see it all. This is the perfect moment. We're going to make sure she's exposed for the fraud she is." The guard, though confused by Lynette's sudden orders, hesitated for only a moment before nodding and stepping aside. James and his mother, their faces contorted with rage, followed Lynette as she led them through the sleek hallways of the company. Every step felt like an inch closer to the storm they were about to unleash. Lynette walked with purpose, her heels clicking against the polished floor, as they neared the conference room. They could hear Rita's voice filtering through the thick walls, speaking about company issues, reforms, and the future plans for growth. The perfect opportunity for their dramatic intervention. "Wait here," Lynette instructed them, her eyes gleaming with wicked satisfaction. "Stay in the corridor until I give the signal. We need to make this entrance count." James and his mother stood in silence, waiting, the air between them crackling with anger. They exchanged a glance before James muttered, "This is the moment. She thinks she's above all of us. We'll show her what happens when you forget where you come from." A few minutes passed, and then the signal came. Lynette appeared at the conference room door, nodding toward them. With a mocking smile, she opened the door and slipped inside, her voice loud enough to reach Rita's ears. The room fell silent as Lynette entered, followed by James and his mother, who made a dramatic entrance. The tension was immediate. Rita, who had been addressing several issues in front of a group of employees, froze when she saw her family walk in unannounced. For a moment, everything seemed to pause. Rita's calm exterior faltered slightly as her eyes met James's cold glare. His mother, standing beside him, began to laugh loudly, a harsh and mocking sound that echoed through the room. "Is this your big reveal, Rita?" James's voice was dripping with sarcasm as he stepped forward. "This is what you've become? Acting like you're some important person in this fancy company." His words cut through the silence like a blade. Rita stood frozen, her breath catching as her heart raced. She had no idea what was coming. The employees in the room exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to react to the sudden disruption. "Oh, please," James's mother sneered. "She's nothing but a poor girl from the village, living a fantasy. She's not even close to being who she pretends to be. CEO's daughter. What a joke." Her voice was harsh, dripping with disdain. The room held its breath as Rita straightened, her emotions fighting to break free, but she maintained her composure. She had spent years building this image, making her mark in the company, and now, it was all crumbling in front of her. But she was no stranger to pressure. She had fought for her place, and she would not let them tear it down so easily. "What are you talking about, James?" Rita's voice was cold and steady, her hands gripping the sides of the podium. "You have no idea what I've worked for." "Oh, we know exactly what you've worked for," James sneered, stepping closer. "You've played everyone, including yourself. You think you've made it, that you've somehow fooled your way into this position. Well, you're just a liar. A girl who thinks she can climb the corporate ladder when she can barely make it out of the dirt." His mother laughed again, a high-pitched cackle that grated on the nerves of everyone in the room. "She's dreaming, James. Climbing ladders," she spat, emphasizing the words with cruel intent. "She's lucky to be in a place like this. She's so poor she can barely afford to eat. And now she's telling everyone she's someone important. What a joke. Let's see if the company believes that after we're done. Rita's chest tightened, but she refused to let her emotions show. She had been prepared for their return, just not like this. Their words were like daggers, each one aimed at her carefully constructed persona. The silence in the room was suffocating as Rita stood there, the weight of their accusations pressing down on her. Enough. Lynette suddenly shouted, her voice cutting through the tension. She's nothing but a pretender. Do you really think someone like her deserves all this? Lynette turned to the employees, her eyes searching for support. This company is being run by someone who's been lying to you all. James's mother continued her tirade, pacing back and forth like a lioness. She's nothing but a poor girl who thought she could leave us behind. She's stealing everything from us, and now she's trying to take the company, too. Do you really think she's the CEO's daughter? She's playing everyone here. The employees were clearly uncomfortable, some looking at Rita with sympathy, others shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Rita stood taller, refusing to give in to the onslaught. She knew the truth about who she was. And despite the chaos around her, she wasn't going to let anyone define her worth. Rita, don't try to make it look like they're lying, Lynette taunted, her voice dripping with malicious glee. We've got all the evidence. Everyone knows you're a fraud. Rita's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. She had heard enough. Enough of this nonsense, she said, her voice low but cutting through the chaos. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. I don't need to prove anything to any of you. I've earned my place here, and I don't owe you an explanation. James laughed bitterly. Oh, really? You're so deluded, Rita. This is where you're wrong. You'll never be anything but the girl who abandoned her family and her roots. And now you think you can pretend to be something you're not. But Rita's calm demeanor was unwavering. She was done being pushed around. You think I abandoned you, she shot back, her voice gaining strength. No, James. I left because I needed to build my own life. I wasn't going to stay in the mud with you. Her words hit like a slap. The employees in the room began to murmur, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. James's face turned a deep shade of red, and his mother's eyes narrowed in fury. How dare you? But Rita cut her off. How dare I what? Live my life on my terms. How dare I succeed? Well, I'm not apologizing for who I am, and I'm not afraid of you. With that, Rita turned on her heel, walking toward the door. If you're done embarrassing yourselves, I suggest you leave before I call security. The tension in the air was palpable as James paced back and forth in the empty hallway, his mind a whirlwind of rage. His mother stood beside him, her arms crossed over her chest, the same scornful expression on her face. They had just witnessed Rita's bold departure from the conference room, her composure and defiance leaving them seething with frustration. But James wasn't ready to let her go without one last attempt to tear her down. That girl. James muttered under his breath, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. How dare she humiliate us in front of everyone? She thinks she's too good for us now. She thinks she's some high and mighty CEO's daughter. I'll show her who she really is. His mother, never one to let an opportunity for humiliation pass, leaned in close, her voice dripping with venom. She's nothing but a gold digger, James. Always has been. She left us for the city, for a better life, pretending like she was some sort of saint. It's clear she only married you for what you could give her. Now that she's climbed the ladder, she's left you behind and is probably eyeing the next rich man. James's eyes darkened as his mother's words settled in. You're right. She always had that look in her eyes. She never loved me, she was just after money. And now, she's sitting in some fancy office pretending to be somebody. Well, I won't let her get away with it. I'll expose her for the liar she is. With a grim expression, James made up his mind. He would confront Rita. And this time, he would twist the narrative to make sure she couldn't wriggle out of it. The door to the conference room swung open with a loud bang as James stormed in, his mother following behind, an expression of satisfaction on her face. Rita, who had been speaking with a colleague at the back of the room, turned and froze when she saw them. What's this? Another one of your attempts to humiliate me. Rita asked, her voice steady but her pulse quickening as she saw the look on James's face. James didn't waste any time. He stood tall and pointed a finger at her. You think you're something special now, don't you, Rita? His voice was full of malice, his words calculated to sting. All these years, I've watched you pretend you wanted something real, but the truth is, you were just using me. You didn't want me. You just wanted what I could give you. Rita's brow furrowed as she stepped forward, unsure whether to respond. She had never imagined James could sink so low. I didn't use you, she said, her voice cool but firm. I loved you, James, or at least I thought I did. But I couldn't stay in that life. You weren't the man I thought you were. Loved me. James's laughter was bitter and mocking. What a joke. You didn't love me. You loved the idea of being married to someone who had money, someone who could give you the life you dreamed of. And when I couldn't do that anymore, you left me. You didn't want me, you wanted the life that came with being married to a rich man. It's as simple as that. Rita's eyes narrowed in disbelief. That's not true. I didn't leave you for money. I left because you stopped trying, James. You became someone I didn't even recognize. You were never there for me. You only cared about your own problems and your pride. And that's why our marriage failed. But James wasn't done. He was far from it. No, Rita. You were never in it for love. You divorced me because I didn't have enough to keep you satisfied. You were always looking for someone better. Someone with more money. Someone who could get you the things you wanted, the things I couldn't give you. Don't pretend like you didn't. The words cut like knives. James's accusations twisted everything they had shared into something ugly, something shallow. Rita's heart sank as the words pierced through her, but she fought the urge to back down. She couldn't let him do this to her. Not again. You're wrong, Rita said, her voice shaking with a mixture of disbelief and anger. I didn't leave you for money. I left because I had to find myself. You don't understand that. You don't even see what you've become. You've been so focused on what you didn't have that you pushed everything away, including me. James's face twisted into a cruel smirk, as though her words meant nothing to him. Find yourself. Is that what you call it? No, you left me because I wasn't good enough for you. And now, you've come crawling back, pretending to be some big shot in this city, hoping no one remembers the truth. Rita's hands clenched into fists, but she refused to let her emotions take over. You can say whatever you want, James. But the truth is, you're angry because I moved on. I'm not the same girl you left behind. And I'll never be that girl again. James took a step forward, his expression now full of contempt. You think you've got it all now, don't you? But let me tell you something, no matter how much you climb, no matter how many people you fool, you'll always be the same person. You'll always be that girl who left me for a better life. You're a gold digger, Rita. You always have been. The words stung, but Rita refused to let him see how deeply they had affected her. She had worked too hard, fought too much to let his toxic words tear her down. She had come too far. Maybe I'm not who you think I am, Rita replied quietly, her voice calm, but filled with strength. But I'm not going to stand here and let you rewrite my story. What I do with my life, and who I choose to be with, is none of your business. With one last glance at James, Rita turned and walked away, her head held high. James's eyes followed her every step, a mixture of rage and bitterness swirling inside him. But Rita was done. She had said all she needed to say. James stormed out of the meeting hall, his ego bruised and his pride shattered by Rita's bold confrontation. But instead of swallowing his shame, he let his rage take over. He lingered in the company corridors, pacing like a wounded lion, spewing venom to anyone who would listen. You people think she's some saint, he scoffed at a group of junior employees whispering nearby. Let me tell you who Rita really is, just a street girl who got lucky. She's nothing but a liar and a user. She slept her way up, mark my words. She's only here because she found a rich man to latch onto. The workers exchanged uneasy glances, some trying to walk away, but James followed. You see her talking all big now, acting like some boss lady, but she's a manipulative woman who destroyed her own marriage to chase city wealth. She's not even qualified for that office she's sitting in. You all have been fooled. The word stung even those who didn't know Rita personally. A few staff members tried to speak up, but James cut them off, his voice growing louder and more vicious. And don't even get me started on that CEO's daughter nonsense, lies. All lies. That girl wouldn't know class if it slapped her. She's pretending, faking everything. A gold-digging liar, that's who she is. Enough, a cold, commanding voice interrupted. James turned sharply, and froze. Harry stood at the end of the hallway, his tailored suit barely containing the storm raging in his eyes. Behind him were two company security officers. The entire corridor seemed to go silent. Harry's jaw clenched as he took slow, deliberate steps forward. You've crossed the line, Mr. James. James tried to keep his composure, but the authority in Harry's voice made his confidence falter. I am just telling them the truth. They deserve to know. No, Harry said, stepping closer, his voice low and lethal. You're spreading lies. You've come into this company not just to harass one of our own, but to publicly defame her. That's criminal behavior. James scoffed, trying to regain his footing. Criminal? You're defending her lies now. Are you sleeping with her too? Is that why you're... Harry raised a hand, and the guards moved forward instantly. That's enough, he said coolly. You're under arrest for defamation, trespassing, and harassment. I warned you earlier, and you chose not to listen. Before James could react, the guards flanked him and grabbed his arms. This is a mistake. You can't do this. I have the right to speak the truth, he shouted, trying to resist. No, Harry replied calmly, stepping aside as the guards began to escort James away. You have the right to remain silent. I suggest you start exercising it before the charges pile up further. James thrashed in the guard's hold as he was dragged through the corridor. Rita is a fraud. You'll all see. She'll fall one day, just wait and see. But no one paid him any attention now. Colleagues who had been watching stood stunned and silent. Some looked disgusted. Others looked disappointed. And some, especially those who had worked closely with Rita, were filled with newfound admiration for her strength. As James's voice faded down the hallway, Harry turned to the crowd and said firmly, "Let this serve as a warning. We do not tolerate slander, harassment, or cruelty here. If anyone else feels the need to bring personal vendettas into this workplace, know that they'll be dealt with in the same way." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a lasting silence and a hallway full of humbled spectators. The sun was barely up when the security guards at the company gate spotted an all-too-familiar figure storming toward them, her headscarf askew, slippers flapping furiously against the pavement, and fury painted across her face like war paint. It was James's mother. "Open this gate," she bellowed, slamming her fists against the metal bars. "You think you can just arrest my son and go about your day like nothing happened? Let me in." The guards tried to reason with her, but she was having none of it. She pointed a trembling finger at the company's towering building. "That girl, that harlot, Rita. She destroyed my son's life. She was nothing but a beggar when she married into our family. We gave her a roof. We gave her food. And what did she do? Left my son when he had nothing." Her voice grew louder, drawing attention from curious onlookers passing by. Employees arriving for work slowed down, some even stopping in disbelief as the woman's tirade continued. "She left my son because we were poor, because we couldn't afford her city lifestyle. And now she's had the audacity to have him arrested like a criminal," she shouted, tears streaming down her face, though whether from anger or shame, no one could tell. "She's evil. Wicked. I warned James not to marry a girl from the city." A few security guards stepped forward to calm her down, but she only raised her voice. She lured him in with her lies, then walked out on him when he couldn't feed her greed. She thinks she's something now, with her high heels and fancy clothes, walking around like she's a queen. She kicked the gate, her slipper flying off and hitting a guard on the shin. "She's not a queen, she's a gold digger. A curse." Inside the building, the commotion reached the front desk, and someone quickly placed a call to HR and the company's internal security. Meanwhile, the elderly woman was now on the ground, rolling and wailing dramatically. "My only son. In jail because of that woman. May the ancestors judge her. May she never know peace. One of the guards gently approached. Ma'am, please, this isn't the way to handle this. You're disrupting company operations. She sat up, panting, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot. I won't leave until she comes out here and explains why she humiliated my family. Let her say it to my face why she chose riches over love. Let her say why she locked up my son. By now, employees had gathered on the balconies above, some recording, some murmuring, some shaking their heads. Many knew Rita's story. Many knew her strength. And many were beginning to understand just how much she'd overcome. As the guards finally managed to escort James's mother away, despite her kicking and yelling, word spread through the office like wildfire. And in her corner office upstairs, Rita stood silently, her eyes closed, fists clenched by her sides. 2 days after the scandalous encounter at the company's gates, life had seemingly returned to normal, but Rita felt a heaviness in her chest she couldn't shake. There was a gnawing sense of unease following her everywhere, from her office to her car, even at the cafe across the street where she usually grabbed her late-day coffee. That day, as she left work slightly later than usual, she had the nagging feeling again. She stopped at a bookstore, pretended to browse through a shelf of novels, and turned quickly, only to catch a flash of someone ducking behind a pillar outside. Her instincts went on high alert. This had gone on for too long. She reached out to her personal driver, Charles, and asked him to take a different route back home. They made several confusing turns through traffic, but the same car, unfamiliar and tinted, kept trailing them a few lengths back. Enough was enough. Rita made a few calls, and by the following morning, her private investigator had gathered the truth. She couldn't believe her ears. James, the investigator said, handing over a file. He was released 2 days ago. On bail. But how? The charges were serious, she muttered, flipping through the documents. That's where it gets interesting, the man leaned forward. Someone powerful posted his bail. Someone who's had a long-standing grudge against your family. Look at the name. Rita's heart dropped as her eyes landed on the signature. Maxwell Granger. Her blood ran cold. Maxwell Granger was a formidable rival, one of the biggest enemies to her father's business empire. Ruthless, vindictive, and obsessed with toppling everything her family built. Why would Maxwell bail out James, she asked, eyes narrowing. To use him, clearly. He wants to break your spirit. James is the perfect tool, he knows your past, your weaknesses, and how to trigger you. Rita clenched her jaw. So this wasn't over. She paced her living room later that night, mind racing. James had always been bitter, but now he was a pawn in something far more sinister. Maxwell didn't just want revenge, he wanted to humiliate her, destroy her from the inside out. Rita looked out the window at the dark, quiet street. If they want war, she whispered, then war is what they'll get. Her phone buzzed just then, a text from an unknown number. It's not over, Rita. You started this. I'll finish it. James. She exhaled deeply, deleting the message. Let them come. She wasn't the same girl who once cried in silence. Now, she was ready. Rita sat across from her brother Harry in his private lounge, a glass of untouched juice in her hand, her face clouded with concern. The events of the last few days had weighed heavily on her, James being bailed out, the stalking, the defamation. But what had shaken her most was the realization that all of it was no coincidence. Someone was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. He's out, Harry, she said softly, her voice steady despite the storm inside her. James is walking free. And guess who bailed him out? Harry, lounging in his seat with a stern expression, looked up sharply. Don't tell me it was Maxwell Granger. Rita nodded grimly. And there's more. The investigator found out that Maxwell has been meeting frequently with someone close to Lynette. It's not just revenge. This is strategic. Calculated. Harry leaned forward, his brow furrowed as he connected the dots. So Lynette, she isn't just some bitter woman with a vendetta. She's working with them, feeding them information. No wonder they knew about the board meeting, the restaurant, even your routine. She's the inside snake, Rita muttered. And she's been playing this game longer than we thought. Harry rose to his feet, pacing the room. His expression turned sharp with focus, the kind of look he only wore when he was about to make a serious move. This means we're close. Too close. He turned to look at Rita. The enemies already made their mistake, getting personal. Bailing out James was emotional, not tactical. They're slipping. You think we're getting near the heart of it? Absolutely. Harry's voice was firm. Lynette's connections, James's sudden appearance, Maxwell's involvement, they all lead to the same nest. We expose this alliance, we take them all down in one blow. Rita stood, her strength returning. Then let's burn the whole nest down. They messed with the wrong family. Harry's phone buzzed. A message from one of his informants flashed on screen. Target spotted. Lynette having lunch with Maxwell's chief strategist. Sending pictures. Harry smirked. Game on. The photos arrived moments later, grainy, but clear enough to identify the two figures seated in a high-end restaurant at the edge of the city. Lynette, dressed impeccably as always, sat across from a tall man in a navy blue suit, Derek Vaughan, Maxwell Granger's most trusted right hand. The strategist. The puppeteer behind most of Maxwell's moves. Harry turned the phone to show Rita. There it is. Proof of the alliance. Lynette's in bed with Maxwell's empire. Rita's hands clenched. And here we were thinking she was just bitter and petty. She's playing a long game, Harry. Harry nodded. Yeah, but she's sloppy now. They're getting desperate. They thought you'd crumble the moment James showed up, but you didn't. They thought the company would turn against you, but your leadership only gained more respect. That move at the general meeting. It bought you loyalty. Rita took a deep breath, nodding slowly. Then let's turn that loyalty into a weapon. Later that evening, Harry gathered a small group of trusted staff in his home office, people loyal to Rita, employees who had seen the strange events around the company and stayed firm. Among them was Rita's friend Mercy from accounting, Lewis from internal security, and Clinton from PR. We're dealing with an internal mole and a powerful external enemy, Harry began, standing before the group. We now know Lynette is connected to Maxwell Granger's strategist. That's not just office gossip, it's a full-blown infiltration. Gasps rippled through the room. What do we do? Mercy asked. They're dangerous people. If Lynette's feeding them our strategies, then we feed them poison, Rita cut in. Her voice was calm, but her eyes burned with resolve. We give them fake strategies, plans that look credible but will lead them into a trap. And while they chase shadows, we dig deeper. I want every digital footprint Lynette leaves tracked. Every meeting. Every message. Lewis nodded. Leave that to me. I've already begun backtracking her calls and her company logins. She's been accessing files beyond her clearance. Perfect, Harry said. And Clinton, I want you to prepare a controlled press release. If this alliance ever tries to publicly discredit Rita again, we'll have our story ready to expose the real players. Clinton smiled. It'll be airtight. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Lynette reclined in a velvet armchair, sipping wine as she listened to Derek Vaughan speak. They're starting to sniff us out, he said, annoyed. The CEO's son is moving faster than we anticipated. Lynette smirked. Let them. We're already 10 steps ahead. Once Rita's reputation is tainted beyond repair, the board will lose faith in her. She'll be forced to resign. And that company will crumble under the scandal. Derek leaned forward. Are you sure James can keep his mouth shut? He's too blinded by vengeance to ruin anything. Besides, I've got my eyes on him. He dances to whatever tune I play. They clinked glasses. But what neither of them knew was that the hunter had become the hunted. Back in Rita's apartment, Rita stood by the window, phone in hand, watching the moonlight spill over the city. Harry had just left, and the room was silent. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number, nice try today, Rita. But you've started a war you can't win. She stared at the message, unmoved. Then she typed back. Good. I never wanted peace. She blocked the number, turned off her phone, and whispered to herself. Let's see who burns first. The sun had risen higher than usual by the time Rita stirred from her sleep. Her body felt heavier than normal, her mind clouded from the endless plotting and emotional warfare she'd endured lately. Still, she forced herself out of bed, wrapping herself in a robe and stepping into her slippers. Downstairs, the house was unusually quiet, Harry already gone to work, and the help likely in the kitchen. Rita yawned and began descending the stairs, one hand clutching the mahogany railing. Halfway down, her foot slipped. Crack! Her scream tore through the silence like a knife. Aha! Her body tumbled violently, hitting step after step, her arms flailing, her head bouncing off the wooden edge. Her robe tangled around her legs, her cry becoming weaker with each roll until she landed in a crumpled heap at the foot of the staircase. Miss Rita, the maid shrieked from the hallway, dropping the tray she was carrying. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed, but no one cared. The butler rushed from the dining area, heart racing. Call an ambulance. Now. The maid dropped to her knees beside Rita, her hands trembling as she touched her arm. Miss Rita, can you hear me? Oh, my God, there's blood, her head's bleeding. Rita's lips moved slightly, her eyes fluttering. She tried to speak, but only a faint groan escaped. Within minutes, the sound of a siren grew closer. Harry arrived just in time to see the paramedics lifting Rita onto the stretcher, an oxygen mask on her face, her long hair matted with blood. Rita, he yelled, forcing his way to her side. Sir, you need to let us do our job, one of the paramedics said gently. What happened? What happened to her? She fell down the stairs, head injury, possible broken ribs. We need to move quickly. Harry climbed into the ambulance without a second thought, gripping her hand as the doors closed behind them. Inside the speeding vehicle, the beeping of machines filled the space. Rita's pulse was faint but steady. Tears burned in Harry's eyes as he whispered. Stay with me, Rita. You're strong. You've survived worse than this. Please don't leave me now. The ambulance rushed toward the city's best hospital, red lights flashing, the world outside a blur. At the hospital entrance, a team of doctors and nurses waited. As they wheeled her in, Harry stood frozen, helpless, as the woman who had become the heart of everything he fought for disappeared behind the emergency room doors. He clenched his fists, whispering through gritted teeth. Whoever is behind all this, you've gone too far. And I swear on everything, I'm coming for you. Harry paced the hospital hallway like a lion in a cage, his nerves frayed, hands balled into tight fists at his sides. The sterile white walls felt like they were closing in on him. Every second without an update felt like an eternity. When a nurse finally stepped out, he nearly ran to her. How is she? He asked, voice hoarse. She's stable for now, the nurse replied softly. No internal bleeding, but she has a concussion and a fractured rib. She's resting. Harry released a heavy breath of relief, but his eyes were still stormy. Thank you. Can I see her? Soon, she assured. But. Mr. Harry, there's something else. Harry's brow furrowed. What is it? While cleaning the scene back at the house, your staff found something unusual, she continued, handing him a sealed evidence bag that had just arrived from security. Inside was a small cloth, drenched in a slippery substance. What is this? He asked sharply. Oil, she said grimly. Spilled on the staircase. It was no accident. Harry stared at the cloth, rage creeping up his spine like fire. He knew the stairs in that house, always pristine. The staff were meticulous, and Rita herself was careful to a fault. So someone tried to hurt her. The nurse nodded solemnly. Security footage from the house is being reviewed as we speak. Just then, his phone rang. It was the head of his home security team. Sir, we've confirmed it, the men said gravely. Someone deliberately spilled oil on the stairs. Our cameras caught movement early in the morning, a figure in a hoodie sneaking down the hallway with a small bottle. We're enhancing the footage, but from the frame we caught, it looks like Lynette. Harry's grip on the phone tightened. His jaw clenched. That woman has crossed every line. He hung up, turning back toward the hospital room where Rita lay. The soft beeping of her heart monitor echoed through the corridor as he approached. He took one last look at the oil-soaked cloth in his hand, then turned to his head of security, who had just arrived at the hospital entrance. "Call the police," he ordered coldly. "We're pressing charges. Attempted murder." And just like that, the war had taken a deadly turn. Harry sat at the edge of his seat, elbows on his knees, hands buried in his hair. The hospital's waiting area had never felt so suffocating. His heart hadn't stopped pounding since Rita's fall. His mind was a whirlwind of questions, fears, and images of her lying unconscious at the foot of the stairs. Their mother, elegant and composed on any other day, was now a shadow of herself. She stood by the window, trembling, holding onto the curtain for balance. Her face was pale, eyes red from crying. "She's pregnant," she kept whispering to herself, over and over. "And someone tried to kill her. My God." Harry stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth. He had never felt so powerless. This wasn't just about Rita anymore, there was an innocent life inside her, a life just beginning. The thought of losing them both twisted his gut painfully. Their father arrived moments later, breathless, his usually firm expression shaken. "Where's the doctor?" he demanded. "Why hasn't anyone said anything? What's going on?" Harry approached his father, trying to steady himself. "They're doing everything they can." "But Dad, it was no accident. Someone spilled oil on the stairs. Intentionally." The elder man's face turned red with fury. "Who? Who would dare?" "We have suspects," Harry said tightly. "Lynette. Possibly James. We're turning over the footage to the police. I'll personally see to it they pay for this." Just then, the doctor came out, removing his gloves, his face serious. Everyone rushed to him. "Doctor," their mother asked, barely above a whisper. "My daughter, my grandchild. Are they okay?" The doctor gave a slow nod. "She's stable. We managed to stop the internal bleeding in time. There was some distress to the baby due to the fall, but we've administered medication to support the pregnancy." Gasps of relief filled the hallway. Their mother sank into a chair, tears streaming down her cheeks. "So, the baby is okay?" Harry asked, his voice cracking. "As of now, yes," the doctor confirmed. "But we'll need to monitor her very closely. She needs complete bed rest, no stress, and constant care." Harry nodded quickly. "She'll have everything she needs." "Thank you, doctor." "Truly." As the doctor left, Harry turned to the rest of the family. "This is war now," he said grimly. "They've crossed the line. They tried to kill my sister and her unborn child. I swear, they'll regret it." Their mother held her rosary tightly, praying under her breath, as Harry walked to the glass window that looked into Rita's room. She lay there, pale and unconscious, her hand resting protectively over her belly. He placed a hand against the glass. "Hang in there, sis. I won't let anything happen to you." Anthony was in the middle of a crucial meeting with potential investors, 3 international partners who had flown in that morning, eyes sharp and pens ready to sign off a deal that had taken weeks to prepare. Seated at the head of the conference table, Anthony was calm and composed, flipping through the proposal with confidence, responding to every inquiry with poise. Just then, his assistant, Nina, burst into the room, breathless and visibly pale. Everyone turned to her in surprise. "Sir. I'm sorry to interrupt but..." Anthony looked up, a slight crease forming between his brows. "What is it, Nina?" She hesitated, then said in a low, urgent voice, "It's Rita. She's been rushed to the hospital." Time froze. The pen in Anthony's hand slipped and clattered to the table. His eyes widened. "What?" "She fell down the stairs, sir. She's in critical condition. The family's already there." Anthony didn't wait to hear more. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said sharply, standing up so fast his chair fell backwards. One of the investors blinked. "Mr. Anthony. Is everything all right?" He straightened his suit jacket, already striding toward the door. "A personal emergency. My sincerest apologies, we will reschedule." "But..." "My apologies," he repeated firmly without breaking stride, and was gone. The drive to the hospital was a blur. Anthony's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. His heart slammed against his chest. Images of Rita's smile, her laugh, her gentle hands on her belly, they all swirled in his mind like a storm. The idea of her hurt, of anything happening to her or the baby, was unbearable. He burst into the hospital's emergency wing, chest heaving. The receptionist looked up, startled. Rita. Rita Malua. Where is she? Sir, please calm down. I am not calming down. Tell me where she is, he barked, eyes wild. At that moment, Harry appeared in the corridor. Anthony rushed to him. Harry. Where is she? What happened? Harry looked worn, eyes bloodshot and filled with anger. She fell. Someone spilled oil on the stairs. She's stable for now, but it was close. Anthony's breath caught. He looked past Harry toward the observation room where Rita lay, pale and motionless, and 4 drip hanging beside her bed. He stepped closer, gripping the window frame. She doesn't deserve this, he whispered, voice trembling. She's suffered enough. Harry nodded silently. I'll stay, Anthony said. I'll take care of her. Just let me be here. Harry looked at him, surprised by the raw emotion in his voice. Then he gave a tight nod. Anthony pressed his forehead against the glass. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Hold on, Rita. Please, just hold on. As the hours passed, the sterile, white walls of the hospital room felt like a cage to Anthony. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, his mind racing with a mix of worry and frustration. The doctor's words still echoed in his ears. Her baby is unstable. We need to keep her here for a few days under observation. It's vital we ensure both she and the baby are stable before releasing her. Anthony couldn't focus on anything other than that one sentence. Unstable. The word sent shivers down his spine. Every second she wasn't out of danger felt like a lifetime. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, or worse, their child. He had refused to leave her side. Even when the nurses urged him to rest, even when they told him that he needed food to be able to function, Anthony remained resolute. I won't leave her, he said each time, his voice unwavering despite his exhaustion. She needs me now more than ever. The doctors had taken all the necessary precautions. Rita was stable for the moment, but they couldn't afford to be too careless. Anthony watched her, his gaze never leaving her face, even when his eyelids grew heavy and his body begged for rest. He had brought a chair next to her bed and settled there, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes trained on her. The soft beeping of the machines surrounding her was the only sound that filled the silence. Anthony's mind raced with thoughts of how things had spiraled, of the lies, the betrayal, the danger she had been in, and now, her falling and the peril to their baby. She had only just begun to trust him again, and now this. He blamed himself. He felt like he had failed her. Rita's hand lay limp beside her, her skin pale, her breathing steady but shallow. Every now and then, Anthony reached out and gently grasped her hand, his thumb brushing the back of it in a silent show of support. The nurses had brought in a blanket for him after he declined to leave her side. But it didn't matter. Every time he closed his eyes, he could still hear the sounds of the hospital, the clicking of machines, the whispers of nurses passing by. His thoughts were a mess, a storm of fear and guilt. He couldn't think of anything other than the fear of losing her, of losing them both. Hours turned into days, and Anthony didn't leave the hospital once. He refused to go home, refused to eat, and only caught a few hours of sleep in the chair beside her bed. He was utterly exhausted, but nothing mattered more than making sure she woke up and saw him by her side. When the morning sun filtered in through the window, casting a soft glow on the room, Anthony sat up straighter in his chair, rubbing his eyes. He hadn't even realized how long it had been since he had properly slept. His body ached, his muscles sore from the unrelenting hours spent perched at her side. He hadn't told her how he felt. Not fully. Not the way he needed to. But he wasn't going to wait any longer. He didn't care how tired he was, or how many people told him to take a break. He wasn't leaving until she was out of danger. The door creaked open, and Harry stepped inside, his footsteps quiet as he looked over at his best friend. Anthony didn't notice him immediately, still too focused on Rita's sleeping form. How's she doing? Harry asked softly, his voice filled with concern. Anthony gave a slow, tired nod, his voice barely above a whisper. She's stable, but we can't relax yet. Not until the baby's okay. Harry didn't say anything for a moment, watching his friend. He could see how deeply this was affecting Anthony. The man had spent years guarding his emotions, but now, standing in front of Rita, it was clear, he cared more for her than anything else in the world. You're gonna be all right, Harry said, his voice reassuring. She's strong. So are you. Anthony gave a faint smile but didn't respond. His attention remained entirely on Rita. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Rita began to stir. Her eyelids fluttered, and she let out a soft groan. Anthony was instantly alert, his hand tightening around hers. Rita, he whispered, his voice rough from the lack of sleep. Her eyes slowly opened, and she blinked a few times, as though struggling to adjust to the dim light of the room. Her gaze landed on him, and she blinked again, as if she couldn't believe he was there. Anthony. Her voice was weak, but it made Anthony's heart leap in his chest. I'm here, he whispered, his thumb gently brushing her hand. I'm not going anywhere. Rita managed a faint, weary smile, her fingers tightening around his. You haven't left. Anthony shook his head. I'm not leaving until you're okay. And the baby. Tears welled up in Rita's eyes, her emotions overwhelming her. Thank you. Anthony bent closer to her, his voice filled with sincerity. You don't have to thank me, Rita. I love you. And I'm not going anywhere. Not ever. Tears slipped down her cheeks, but this time, they weren't tears of pain. They were tears of relief, of gratitude, and of something deeper. For the first time in days, Anthony finally allowed himself to exhale. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the machines surrounding Rita. Anthony sat beside her, his gaze never leaving her face. He had been waiting for her to wake up, to speak with her, to finally tell her everything he'd been holding back. And now that she was awake, his heart pounded in his chest as he searched for the right words. Rita's hand was still in his, her fingers gently curling around his as if she was afraid he might slip away. She looked so fragile, her face pale but her eyes bright with recognition. You're awake, Anthony whispered, as though he couldn't quite believe it. Rita nodded slowly, a soft smile tugging at her lips. I'm awake, and I'm okay, she replied weakly, though she still felt weak, fragile. Anthony leaned forward, his face serious as he held her hand tighter. I'm so sorry, Rita. This shouldn't have happened. Her eyes softened. You don't have to apologize. It wasn't your fault. But he shook his head, his eyes never leaving hers. It's my fault. I should have been more careful with you. I let everything get out of control, and now, his voice trailed off, and he sighed, unable to finish the thought. Rita could see the guilt in his eyes, and it made her heart ache. She reached out with her other hand, gently cupping his face. We both know what's been happening, Anthony. You've been more than there for me. Her words made his heart skip a beat. But there was more he needed to say, more he had to ask. Anthony took a deep breath, his eyes locking onto hers with a determined intensity. Rita. I need you to hear me out. What I'm about to say comes from the deepest part of me, and I need you to know it's the truth. I want to be with you. Forever. I don't care about the past, the mistakes, the people who've tried to tear us apart. All I care about is you and this baby. Rita's brow furrowed slightly, a small glimmer of confusion in her eyes. I want to marry you, Anthony continued, his voice unwavering. I want to protect you, protect our baby. I don't want to leave your side, Rita. I want to be the man you can depend on. I'll be the father our child needs, and I'll love you both for the rest of my life. Rita blinked, her heart racing as his words sank in. She didn't know what to say at first. The magnitude of what he was offering was overwhelming. She had never expected this. Never expected to hear him speak so openly about love, commitment, and a future with her. But, Rita began, her voice shaking slightly. I don't want you to feel pressured, Anthony. You've already done so much for me. I don't want you to make this decision out of pity. He shook his head vigorously, cutting her off. It's not pity, Rita. It's love. I've loved you for so long, and now more than ever, I want to be with you. I know it's complicated, and I know we've both been hurt. But that doesn't change the way I feel about you. I want to build something real with you, something that lasts. And I want to protect you, every step of the way. Rita's chest tightened, her emotions swirling in a whirlwind of uncertainty, gratitude, and fear. She had never allowed herself to fully believe in a future with anyone, not after everything she had been through. But looking into Anthony's eyes, she saw something different, something real. Something she hadn't thought was possible. "Anthony," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. His grip on her hand tightened, his heart pounding in his chest as he waited for her response. "I can't make promises right now," Rita continued, her voice shaky but sincere. "I've been through so much, and I don't know if I'm ready to commit to something as big as marriage. But I don't want to lose you, either. I've never had anyone be this sure about me." Anthony gently brushed a strand of hair from her face, his thumb caressing her cheek. "You won't lose me, Rita. I'll give you all the time you need. I'll wait for you. I'll always be here for you and for our baby. I want to build a life with you, step by step, however long it takes." Tears welled up in Rita's eyes as she gazed at him, the depth of his sincerity hitting her like a tidal wave. She had never felt so cared for, so cherished. "I don't know what to say." Anthony smiled softly, his thumb brushing away a tear that had fallen down her cheek. "You don't have to say anything yet. Just know that I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. And whenever you're ready, whenever you feel ready, we'll take the next step together." Rita's heart swelled with a mixture of emotions. She wasn't sure what the future held, but in that moment, she knew one thing for certain: she wasn't alone anymore. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice full of gratitude. "For being here, for caring." Anthony leaned in, brushing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "You don't have to thank me, Rita. You never will. I'll love you no matter what." And as he sat back in his chair, watching her eyes flutter closed again, his heart was full. He had made his promise, and now it was up to both of them to find a way forward. Together. The hospital corridors were quieter now. Visiting hours were almost over, and most of the patients' rooms dimmed into silence. But in Rita's room, Anthony sat in the lone chair beside her bed, still holding her hand gently, his eyes fixed on her sleeping face. He hadn't moved much since he arrived, barely eating, barely resting. It was his promise to her, and to the child she carried. But just outside the room, heavy footsteps approached with purpose. Harry. He had watched silently from afar for the past 2 days, observing Anthony's devotion, the way he hovered protectively around his sister. But now, it was time to speak his mind. Anthony barely looked up when Harry opened the door and stepped in. "We need to talk," Harry said, voice low but firm. Anthony turned his gaze to him and nodded. "Let's step out. I don't want to wake her." They moved out to the hallway, where the dim lights cast soft shadows across the walls. The moment the door shut behind them, Harry's calm demeanor shifted. He stepped closer, folding his arms across his chest. "I've been watching you, Anthony. Sitting by her side like a saint, like a man in love. And I need to ask you, what exactly do you want with my sister?" Anthony straightened, his expression sincere but unreadable. "I want to protect her. I want to be there for her and the baby. That's all I've ever wanted." Harry scoffed softly. "That's not an answer. Don't give me vague promises. She's been through hell and back. Used, humiliated, hunted like a criminal by people who can't stand her success." He stepped forward again, eyes sharp. "So if you're playing some pity card, or acting out of obligation, I swear to you, I won't let it slide. My sister's not some fragile toy for a man to test his kindness on. She needs real commitment. Stability." Anthony's jaw clenched slightly. He didn't flinch, didn't back down. "Harry, I love her. This isn't about pity or obligation. I want a future with her. I want to be the father of her child, the man she can lean on. I'm not here because I feel sorry for her. I'm here because she's the strongest, most incredible woman I've ever known. And if you don't believe that, then you haven't really seen how I look at her." Harry's eyes narrowed. He saw no flicker of hesitation in Anthony's eyes. That frustrated him even more, because he could tell Anthony was serious. She trusted the wrong people before, and it nearly destroyed her, Harry said, his voice lowering. I won't let her fall again. Not on my watch. If you hurt her, if you ever give her a reason to regret choosing you, I won't care who you are or how close you've been. I'll come for you. Anthony nodded slowly, no offense taken, only respect in his eyes. I'd expect nothing less from her brother, he replied evenly. You don't have to threaten me, Harry. If I ever hurt her, if I ever fail her, I'll walk away before you even need to ask me to. But I won't. Not now, not ever. I intend to marry her. Not because she's pregnant. Because I love her. There was a tense silence between the two men. Harry finally gave a slow nod. We'll see. I'll be watching. He turned to walk away but stopped mid-step, glancing back at Anthony with a slightly softer expression. If you're serious, Anthony, then don't just promise her things. Be the man she deserves. With that, Harry walked off down the hallway, his shoulders still stiff but slightly less guarded. Anthony stood there for a moment, breathing deeply, then returned quietly to Rita's bedside, his resolve even stronger now. He knew he had more to prove than words. Anthony sat back down beside Rita, gently brushing a loose strand of hair from her face as she slept peacefully. His heart, which had been burdened with anxiety and uncertainty, now felt a calm warmth growing within it. Harry's words still echoed in his mind, not as a threat, but as a mark of trust. A protective brother doesn't confront a man unless he sees potential in him. Anthony smiled softly to himself. For the first time, he felt like he wasn't standing alone in his intentions. Harry had made it clear, he would be watching. But beneath the warnings, there had been something else, a flicker of belief. A silent handing over of responsibility. And that meant the world to him. He reached for Rita's hand again, holding it gently. Your brother's a tough one, he whispered with a chuckle, his eyes never leaving her face. But I'd be the same if I were him. I know what's at stake here. And I won't let either of you down. As the hospital lights dimmed into the night, Anthony stayed right where he was, his fingers entwined with hers, a quiet promise forming in his heart. He would earn their trust, protect her peace, and fight any battle that came their way. Because now, she wasn't just someone he cared about. She was his home. That night, while Rita slept peacefully under the soft hum of hospital machines, Anthony remained seated beside her, his gaze unwavering. He gently brushed his thumb over her hand, thoughts racing behind his calm expression. It's time, he murmured to himself, a firm resolution settling in his chest. He had waited long enough, respecting her space, hiding his emotions behind the mask of friendship, showing up silently whenever she needed him. But seeing her nearly fall apart, seeing the danger surrounding her multiply, he realized the time for subtlety had passed. He couldn't afford to lose her to fear, or to the enemies lurking in the shadows. She needed stability. She needed security. She needed love, unshaken and undeniable. Anthony stood and walked quietly to the hallway. He pulled out his phone and opened his calendar. Step 1, plan something personal and meaningful. Something that reminded Rita she was cherished, not for what she could give, but for who she was. Step 2, talk to her family, especially Harry. Make it official. He wanted them to know he wasn't here to play games. He was here to build a future. Step 3, protect her and the baby at all costs. Emotionally, physically, mentally. No compromises. He stared at the screen for a long moment, then smiled to himself. Tomorrow, he would talk to her, not just about her health, or work, or the chaos around them, but about love, about starting again, about giving their connection a real chance. Anthony took one last look at her sleeping face, then whispered with all the hope in his chest, I'm going to win your heart, Rita. Not because I deserve it, but because I'll never stop proving that I do. And with that, the pursuit began. Not in secret, not in fear, but with the full force of a man ready to fight for the woman he loved. And he was ready. Back at the company headquarters, the atmosphere had subtly shifted. With Rita confined to a hospital bed and the family's focus entirely on her well-being, a quiet tension brewed in the air, like the stillness before a storm. Lynette and Anita had assumed temporary charge in her absence, both wearing masks of concern, pretending to be supportive and dutiful. But behind the facade, wheels were turning, fast and ruthlessly. They'd been waiting for this window, just a sliver of opportunity to execute what had long been brewing in the dark. Departments started reporting strange changes in protocols. Approvals that usually required Rita's sign-off were being mysteriously bypassed. Confidential files were accessed under vague, executive orders. And key clients had started receiving whispers from the inside, hints of instability, doubts about the company's leadership. Lynette's people were acting fast, dispatching coded memos, quietly altering figures, siphoning data from the finance department. Anita, ever the actress, played her role with charm, distracting staff with impromptu meetings and fake policy upgrades while their loyal operatives made their moves behind the scenes. To the untrained eye, it looked like everything was under control. But one person noticed. Jason, Rita's long-trusted assistant, had been quietly keeping tabs. Though not a loud presence, he had always been sharp, with an eye for detail and a loyalty that ran deeper than most knew. The moment he noticed 2 unusually large files being exported under Rita's name, despite her being hospitalized, he knew something was wrong. He called Harry. 10 minutes later, Harry stood in Rita's office, going through her laptop, flanked by Jason and the company's top cybersecurity head. When he saw the list of accessed files, investor contracts, R&D plans, and private board meeting transcripts, his blood boiled. "Shut this down immediately," Harry ordered. "Start an internal investigation. I want every move Anita and Lynette have made in the last 72 hours traced and documented." Jason nodded sharply. "Already on it, sir." As he stormed out of the office, Harry clenched his fists, fury burning in his chest. They thought with Rita down, the company would be vulnerable. They thought wrong. It was time to smoke out the enemy. No more subtlety. No more mercy. And this time, they wouldn't see it coming. Rita's eldest brother, Martin, the most composed and calculating of the siblings, had always operated in the background. A man of few words and sharp instincts, he rarely involved himself in the day-to-day affairs of the company, but when he did, the effect was seismic. After being briefed by Harry on the unusual activities in Rita's absence, Martin took matters into his own hands. Unlike Harry, who wore his emotions openly, Martin's approach was cold, methodical, and discreet. He made no formal announcements, no confrontations, only quietly activated the internal surveillance systems he had designed years ago, originally meant for emergencies like espionage and sabotage. He spent hours in his private office, eyes glued to multiple monitors as security feeds rolled, documents uploaded, and staff movements tracked. It was past midnight when the breakthrough came. A silent alert pinged his screen, an unauthorized access from the CEO's private drive. Martin narrowed his eyes as the camera zoomed in. Anita. There she was, standing alone in Rita's office, her posture tense as she inserted a USB drive into one of the ports on Martin's computer, mistaking it for a terminal still connected to the CEO's cloud. She didn't know this particular machine was linked to Martin's private server, rigged with tracking software. She was fast, too fast for someone unfamiliar with the contents she was extracting. Martin watched as folder after folder was copied, financial records, confidential agreements, board correspondences. She didn't hesitate. This wasn't a rookie move. He pressed a silent alarm. Within seconds, 2 armed security men emerged from the shadows outside the building, locking every exit. Martin didn't move right away. He gave her time to think she'd succeeded. Then he stood, picked up his phone, and calmly said, "Bring her to my office. Now." 15 minutes later. Anita sat stiffly across from Martin in his dimly lit office, the USB drive now in his hand. She was pale but trying to maintain composure, arms crossed like a defiant schoolgirl. "You're brave," Martin said coolly, his tone unreadable. "Or just incredibly foolish." She scoffed. "This is a misunderstanding. I was working late, Anne." "Save the lies for the police, Anita," Martin interrupted. "You're not alone in this, and you know it. Tell me, who else is helping you? Or should we go ahead and release the footage to the authorities and let them dig deeper?" Anita's face twitched. Martin leaned forward, his voice dropping lower. "You think with Rita hospitalized, we wouldn't watch our backs? You underestimate this family." She said nothing. But Martin could tell, she was crumbling inside. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out into the night. This company was built with blood, sweat, and sacrifice. No one, tears it down from the inside. Turning back, he added, "You're done here, Anita. I suggest you start talking, before your name becomes headline news." And for the first time in years, Anita couldn't speak. She had been caught red-handed, and the worst part, she hadn't even seen it coming. Martin had always played the long game. For weeks, he had quietly monitored Anita's movements. She was smart, yes, but not smarter than him. He'd noticed the subtle shifts, how she volunteered for Rita's duties a little too quickly after her fall, how she spent time in departments unrelated to her role, how she constantly communicated in whispers and veiled glances with Lynette. Something wasn't right. But Martin didn't confront her immediately. He dug deeper, followed the trail until he discovered something that gave him leverage. Anita's family. Her parents and younger brother were in the city, living quietly, unaware of the storm about to hit. Through private channels, Martin had them brought into protective custody. Not harmed, but certainly terrified. They were shown a safe place and fed well, but not told why they were being held. Martin had them filmed. Not violently, but enough to show Anita that he had the power to make things very uncomfortable. Now, in his office, he held a tablet in front of her. The screen showed her brother pacing in distress, her mother crying softly, her father pounding on a locked door. Anita's breath caught in her throat. "What have you done?" she whispered. Martin's voice was icy calm. "They're safe. For now. That depends on you. I want names, Anita. Who's pulling the strings? You're smart enough to know this game only ends one way." Anita's hands trembled in her lap. "If I talk, they'll kill me." "If you don't talk," Martin replied coldly, "you'll watch your entire family suffer. Your move." Tears welled up in her eyes. The silence between them was thick, suffocating. Then, slowly, she reached into her purse and pulled out a second phone, one she hadn't registered with company protocol. She scrolled quickly and dialed. The line rang once. Twice. Then someone picked up. A distorted voice answered, "I told you not to call unless." "I had no choice," Anita said, trying to keep her voice level. "They know. I need help, please." Martin motioned to his assistant, who recorded the call with high-tech equipment hidden in the ceiling. The voice continued, this time more annoyed. "You're pathetic. We gave you one job." "I can fix this," Anita stammered. "But I need you to." The line went dead. Martin smirked, pausing the recording and sliding the tablet back into his drawer. "That's all I needed." Anita looked at him with horror. "You tricked me." He stood slowly and walked toward the door. "You tricked yourself, Anita. Game over." And with a single nod, security escorted her out, no longer an insider, no longer a threat. But Martin knew this was just the beginning. They finally had a voice. Martin sat alone in his office that night, the only light coming from the bright glow of his computer screens. Files, footage, call records, everything Anita had been involved in, were laid out before him like a well-designed trap that finally made sense. And then it all clicked. Lynette. The pattern was eerily similar. Lynette had been involved in strange side meetings, secretive phone calls, and suspicious absences. But now, the call Anita had made confirmed it. The distorted voice on the other end. Martin had heard it before. He ran it through a voice modulation program, stripped away the distortion, and narrowed down potential matches from archived surveillance data. And there it was. A man named Cyrus Mwanga. He was a known corporate predator, one who had a reputation for manipulating employees within organizations to steal confidential data, especially before high-stake biddings. He would sell the data to rival companies or use it to sabotage competitors. Martin leaned back in his chair, connecting the final threads. Cyrus was involved with Lynette. Not romantically alone, there was something deeper, a business alliance. He had funded her lifestyle in the city, promised her status, power, maybe even love. And she had willingly handed him access to everything. They were using Anita as the front, a disposable pawn. But Lynette? She was his anchor in the company. She had been planting people in various departments, slowly building a network that could hand Cyrus every last detail about the company's bidding strategy. Martin stood, fury tightening his chest. They'd underestimated Rita's family. They thought with Rita hospitalized, and Harry and the others distracted, they could move in unnoticed. But they were wrong. Martin picked up his phone and dialed Harry. "We have him," he said grimly. "It's Cyrus Mwanga. He's the one pulling all the strings. Lynette's working directly under him. He's after the confidential bidding documents. We need to tighten our security fast before they make their next move." There was a pause, then Harry replied, "What do you need from me?" Martin's voice hardened. "Everything. I'm launching a full security lockdown tomorrow. I want surveillance on Lynette. I want a full audit of data access. And I want every person she's interacted with flagged." Harry didn't hesitate. "I'm on it. We protect the company. And we protect Rita." Martin ended the call and turned back to the screen. A photo of Lynette smiling beside Cyrus popped up on the screen from a private hotel security feed. "You thought we were asleep," he muttered. "But now, we're wide awake." Clever and calm, Martin knew the enemy wouldn't stop at Anita. Her arrest had caused a ripple, but not a wave. Someone else would be sent, someone smarter, more calculated, and far less reckless. And just as expected, a new recruit appeared. He introduced himself as Jonas, freshly transferred from the analytics department of one of their branches. A man with polished manners, an impressive resume, and the kind of humility that didn't arouse suspicion. But Martin had seen too much to trust such convenient timing. He smiled and welcomed Jonas warmly. But behind that smile, Martin had already moved the chess pieces. Step 1, a fake server was set up. It mirrored the actual bidding data architecture but contained slightly altered, seemingly legitimate documents. At a glance, nothing would seem out of place. But in reality, the projections were exaggerated, the strategy too aggressive, designed to fail if applied. Jonas was quickly given clearance to the core documents, just enough to feel important. Martin let him sniff around while IT, under strict instructions, tracked every file he accessed, every time he copied, downloaded, or exported anything. And just as predicted, within days, Jonas began transferring files to an encrypted flash drive late in the evening when most employees had left. Martin watched from the control room, sipping coffee as he observed Jonas from a hidden camera. "You're good," Martin murmured. "But I'm better." Step 2, feeding the leak. To make it all more believable, Martin fabricated a last-minute adjustment to the bidding strategy, and sent a false internal memo to make it look like the team was reacting to new market changes. Jonas, hidden in plain sight, made sure to copy the updated files and quietly sent them through a secure back channel. Martin smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. The night before the actual bid submission, Martin, Harry, and their trusted board members finalized the real documents in a secure underground boardroom with no online connectivity. Everything was printed, sealed, and escorted with armed security. Meanwhile, back in his hideout, Cyrus received the fake bidding plans. He smiled wickedly and instructed one of his affiliated companies to prepare a better offer, exactly tailored to beat what he thought Rita's company would submit. Unbeknownst to him, he was playing with poison. D-Day arrived. The competitors streamed into the luxurious conference center. Cameras flashed, companies presented their proposals, confident, flashy, impressive. Cyrus' affiliate company delivered theirs with smugness, certain of a win. Then, Rita's team walked in, calm, poised, and strangely quiet. When Martin stepped up with the real documents and unveiled a strategy that no one expected, brilliant, balanced, and backed by data no rival had seen, shock rippled across the room. Even Cyrus' team realized they'd been played. Jonas. He vanished the same night. But Martin had already anticipated that and had the local authorities tracking his every move. Back at the company, Martin sat in his office and dialed Harry. "We bought time. They'll be scrambling to understand how we fooled them," he said. Harry chuckled on the other end. "You're a genius." Martin grinned. "No. I'm just my sister's brother. And I protect what's ours." He leaned back, watching security footage of Lynette pacing nervously at a cafe, waiting for news that would never be in her favor. The enemy had walked right into their own trap. Now, it was time to strike. The real hunt had just begun. The grand ballroom of the prestigious Orion Hotel buzzed with anticipation. Elegantly dressed executives from top companies occupied their reserved spots, their voices humming with confidence and speculation. Cameras flashed, screens glowed with presentations, and tension hung thick in the air like perfume. At a table near the front, Lynette sat with an arrogant smile playing at her lips. She wore a navy blue designer suit and her hair was pinned into a sophisticated updo. Next to her, James leaned back in his seat, one leg lazily crossed over the other, looking more confident than ever. They were seated as part of the team representing a rival company, an affiliate of Cyrus, the men secretly backing their schemes. Lynette glanced across the room and spotted a few of Rita's colleagues whispering in anxious tones. "Look at them," she sneered, sipping her champagne. "They're probably still trying to patch things up." It must have crushed Rita to miss out on the final preparations. James chuckled, leaning closer. "With the documents we got, there's no way they can win. They're done." "Exactly," Lynette said smugly. "By the time they realize they've been outbid, the contracts will already be signed." A nearby screen flashed, showing the event's timeline. The bids were about to be presented. "I almost feel bad for her," James muttered sarcastically. "She should have just stayed in the village and raised goats or something." Lynette laughed out loud. Instead, she chose to challenge lions in the city. Her loss. They clinked their glasses, already celebrating a victory they believed was secured. Then, the MC stepped on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The presentation from Stellar Tech Solutions is up next." Lynette smirked. "Here we go. Showtime." The room dimmed slightly, and a spotlight focused on the stage. A figure stepped up, Martin. James blinked. "Wait. Isn't that her brother?" Lynette stiffened. "What's he doing here?" Martin's voice echoed through the hall, clear and composed. "Good afternoon. Representing our CEO and my sister, Ms. Rita Collins, I am here to present our final bid proposal." A new file was uploaded on the massive screen behind him. James frowned. "That's not what we stole, is it?" Lynette's eyes widened. The figures, the strategy, it was all different. Balanced. Refined. Brilliant. "No, no, no," she whispered. "This can't be right." Martin went on with poise, showing charts, market forecasts, and customized solutions tailored to the client's needs, everything completely different from what she and James had. James clenched his fists. "We've been tricked." Lynette's breath caught in her throat. Across the room, representatives of competing firms were already whispering, clearly impressed. And when Martin ended with a confident smile and a thunderous applause followed, Lynette slowly sank in her seat, her smug demeanor dissolving into dread. James glanced around, noticing Rita's team smiling knowingly, while a nearby camera caught every flicker of their panic. "I told you," Lynette whispered in disbelief. "They set us up." James stormed into the dimly lit apartment he and Lynette had been using as a hideout for the past few weeks. The door slammed behind him with a loud bang, rattling the picture frames on the wall. His face was flushed with rage, his suit jacket half hanging off one shoulder, tie yanked loose like a noose he couldn't wait to be rid of. Lynette, who was already pacing the living room, flinched. "James, calm down." "Don't tell me to calm down," he roared, shoving a glass off the table. It shattered against the floor, sending shards everywhere. "I told you not to get cocky. You said everything was under control." Lynette turned on him, eyes blazing. "It was under control until your stupid temper drew attention to us. You let your pride blind you. You were more interested in mocking Rita than staying sharp." He marched toward her, jabbing a finger into the air. "Don't you dare pin this on me. If you hadn't dragged me into your schemes with that snake of a boss, I'd still have a job." "You wanted in." Lynette fired back. "You begged to help. You said you wanted revenge." "I wanted justice. Not to be played like a fool." Lynette scoffed. "And now what?" You lost your job because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. You humiliated yourself, and now you're blaming me. James paced the room like a caged animal, running both hands through his hair. His face twisted with bitterness. They fired me without blinking. Said I compromised the company. The deal was supposed to be ours, Lynette. That bit was the key. Now I'm back to square one. Again. And it's all because of her. Lynette crossed her arms tightly, trying to steady her breath. Then maybe it's time we stop playing games. We underestimated her. James's face darkened. Don't give me that. Rita was nothing. She should have been nothing. But she's not, Lynette said coldly. And if we don't play this right next time, she'll crush us both. He glared at her. If there's a next time. Silence fell between them, thick with tension. Lynette finally looked away, her jaw clenched. I'm not giving up. Not until she pays. James turned his back, fists trembling at his sides. She already made me lose everything once, he whispered through gritted teeth. I swear I won't let her win again. But even in that moment, something deeper flickered in his eyes, a desperation laced with fear. Because for the first time, James realized. They were playing a game far more dangerous than they'd prepared for. And Rita. She was no longer just a threat. The heavy rain beat mercilessly against the rooftop as Lynette trudged up the muddy path leading to her family home. Her heels were caked with dirt, her umbrella uselessly flapping in the wind. She was drenched, tired, and bitter. But nothing could have prepared her for what was waiting inside. As she opened the door, her father's voice thundered from the living room. So you finally decided to show your face. She froze in the doorway, her heart thudding. Her mother sat on the far side, nervously wringing her hands, while her younger brother watched in silence from the stairs. Papa, I. Save it, he barked, slamming his walking stick on the tiled floor. I've been getting calls all day. Embarrassment after embarrassment. What were you thinking, Lynette? Competing with that Rita girl. Getting involved in dirty games and company politics, for what? Amen. Lynette flinched. It's not like that. Don't lie to me, he snapped. I raised you better than this. You're out there tarnishing our name, plotting with criminals, and making a fool of yourself in the city. Tears welled in Lynette's eyes. I was trying to fight for what's mine. Rita always had everything. Because she worked for it, he interrupted, his voice sharp like a whip. And you? You're crawling in the mud over a man who has brought nothing but shame to his own family. She clenched her fists. James isn't as bad as you think. He needed support. Everyone turned on him. Her father laughed bitterly, pacing in frustration. Support? You call dragging our name through the gutters for that jobless scavenger support? Have you lost your mind, girl? He was good to me. Lynette yelled, her voice cracking. He understood me. He didn't judge me like everyone else. Enough, her father roared. You've disrespected this family enough. Starting today, you're grounded. No more city trips, no more jobs, no more disgrace. Until you prove to me you still remember who you are. Lynette's shoulders trembled with rage and humiliation. You can't control me like I'm a child. Her father turned to her, eyes burning. If you weren't acting like one, I wouldn't have to. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. Her mother stepped in softly. Lynette, please. Listen to him. This isn't about James or Rita anymore, it's about you. Lynette's jaw clenched. She turned and stormed to her room, slamming the door behind her. Inside, she collapsed onto her bed, tears hot and wild streaming down her cheeks. Outside the door, her father muttered coldly, let her cry. Let her feel the weight of what she's done. Because if she doesn't wake up now, she'll destroy herself, and this family along with her. Downstairs, the storm raged on, echoing the storm brewing inside Lynette. The storm had calmed by morning, but a different kind of storm was brewing inside Lynette's home. In the quiet warmth of the sitting room, Lynette's father, Mr. Barasa, sat across from an old family friend, Mr. Olam. The two elderly men, both with silver strands in their hair and lines carved deep into their faces from years of responsibility, shared a heavy silence broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. Mr. Baresa cleared his throat and finally spoke, his voice low but filled with the weight of a father's deep concern. "Olam, I can't let this go on any longer. My daughter is losing herself in that city. I thought giving her freedom to choose her own path was wisdom, but all she's done is drag our name into the mud." Mr. Olam nodded slowly, his face unreadable. "You remember the agreement our fathers made," Baresa continued, leaning forward, his fingers clenched together. "Lynette was to marry your son, Francis. We allowed the young ones to explore their way first, but now, I see the elders were right. Her heart can't guide her, it's leading her astray." Mr. Olam sighed. "I remember it well. Francis was always fond of her. He asked me last year if the arrangement still stood. I told him it would depend on the girl's heart, but if it's your wish now." Barasa's eyes flashed with resolution. "It is. I want Francis to come home. I want the marriage preparations to begin. That girl needs grounding, and Francis can offer that. He is responsible, focused, and he has never embarrassed this family." Mr. Olam gave a quiet nod. "Then I'll speak to Francis. He'll be pleased. And Baresa," he paused, "you're doing the right thing." Baresa exhaled deeply, his heart still heavy. "I only hope she sees that one day." Later that evening, Lynette's shock. Lynette was called downstairs that evening after hours of sulking in her room. She walked into the living room, where her father sat with a rigid expression and her mother watched with quiet unease. "What is it now?" she muttered, arms folded. Her father didn't flinch. "You're getting married, Lynette." Her heart skipped. "What?" "To Francis. The man you were always meant to marry. The elders agreed long ago, and now, so have I." Lynette blinked, stunned. "You can't be serious." Her father stood up, his gaze stern. "You've had your chance to choose, Lynette. You used it to follow a man who humiliated you and this entire family. Enough is enough." "I don't love Francis," she shouted. Her father didn't waver. "Then you will learn. Like the old days. A marriage isn't only about love, it's about structure, values, and dignity. Francis can give you a future. What has James given you? Shame and chaos." Lynette's throat tightened. Her mind spun, her pride flaring. "You're forcing me into this because I made a mistake." "No," he said firmly. "I'm saving you from making more." As Lynette stood there, speechless and shaking with suppressed rage, one thing became painfully clear: her past had come back to decide her future. And Francis was already on his way. The old grandfather clock struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the darkened Baresa household. The house was quiet, too quiet. Lynette sat on the edge of her bed, fully dressed in black jeans, a hoodie, and sneakers. Her small travel bag rested beside her, packed hastily with clothes, cash, and a phone she'd managed to hide from her strict mother. Her eyes burned with unshed tears as she took one last glance at the room she had grown up in. Framed certificates on the wall, her childhood stuffed bear, the soft pink curtains her mother once picked with her, it all felt like someone else's life now. She tightened the straps of her bag and moved toward the door, careful not to make any sound. Her heart pounded with each creaking step on the wooden floor. As she tiptoed past her parents' room, a cold sweat coated her back. She paused, listening, only her father's soft snoring filled the air. When she reached the back door, her fingers trembled as she turned the knob. Freedom was only one step away. Just as she pushed the door open, a voice sliced through the night. "Where do you think you're going?" Her heart dropped. It was her younger brother, Ezra, standing by the shadows in the hallway, his arms crossed, disbelief written all over his face. Lynette froze. "Ezra, please don't say anything. I can't do this, I can't marry someone I don't love." Ezra's voice trembled. "Dad will kill you if he finds out." "I'm not a child anymore," she whispered harshly. "They want me to live a life that isn't mine. For once, I need to decide for myself." Ezra looked torn but stepped aside. "Go. I didn't see anything." Lynette gave him a tearful, grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispered and dashed out into the cold night. The sky was cloudy, and a light drizzle had begun, but Lynette didn't stop. She ran down the dirt path behind the house, her shoes sinking slightly into the soft earth. Her breaths came in gasps, and her face was wet from rain and tears. She reached the bus station at the edge of the village just as the night bus to the city pulled in. The driver gave her a skeptical look as she climbed aboard, soaked and flustered. "Where to?" he asked gruffly. "Anywhere but here," she replied, handing him some notes. As the bus pulled away, Lynette looked out the fogged-up window, watching the silhouette of her home fade into the mist. Her heart was heavy, but her spirit felt strangely light. For the first time in years, she wasn't running after someone. She was running for herself. The morning sun rose with a deceptive calm, casting golden rays over the Baresa homestead. But inside the compound, the atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Tension crackled in the air like a live wire. Lynette's mother paced the living room, wringing her hands, her wrapper twisted tight at her waist from anxiety. Her husband, Mr. Baresa, sat stiffly in his wooden chair, a deep scowl etched into his face as he checked the time on his phone for the 10th time that morning. From outside, women could be heard setting up the tents and chairs. The aroma of food filled the air: roasted goat, fried chicken, and freshly made chapatis, all prepared for the long-awaited betrothal ceremony between Lynette and Francis. Only one thing was missing. The bride. "She's not picking her phone, and Ezra says he hasn't seen her since last night," Lynette's mother cried out. "This can't be happening today. Not today." "Where could she have gone?" her aunt whispered to another elder. "What if she ran off? These modern girls don't fear shame anymore." Mr. Baresa slammed his palm on the table, silencing everyone. "She wouldn't dare disgrace me like this. Not after everything I've done for her." Just then, a black Prado drove into the compound. The groomsmen stepped out, dressed in cream and maroon, carrying wrapped gifts and envelopes of money. Francis, tall and proud, walked beside his father, both unaware of the storm brewing inside. From the window, Lynette's mother gasped. "They're here. Oh God, what do we do? We'll be shamed before the whole village." Mr. Baresa stood, his voice thunderous. "Find her. Check the market, the bus station, her friends, find Lynette now." The younger cousins and uncles rushed out in different directions, panic setting in. The groom's family entered the house, smiling broadly, unaware of the growing chaos. "We are here for our bride," Francis' father announced. Mr. Baresa tried to keep his voice even, forcing a tight smile. "Of course, she's just getting ready. You know girls," he lied. Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the household. "She's truly gone. She's ruined everything. If the groom's family walks out, the disgrace will finish this family." Francis narrowed his eyes. "Where is she?" he asked coldly, already suspecting something was off. And at that moment, a shout came from outside. "She's not in the village," someone yelled. "No one's seen her since yesterday." A deadly silence followed. Francis turned slowly to face Mr. Baresa, his jaw clenched. "You mean to tell me, your daughter ran away before her own betrothal ceremony?" Before anyone could respond, Francis threw down the symbolic bride price envelope with a loud slap on the table. "So this is the family I was about to marry into?" Gasps filled the room. Mr. Baresa, now red with shame and fury, yelled, "Lynette has disgraced us all. If she steps foot in this house again, she will know what it means to defy her father." Outside, the villagers who had gathered began murmuring louder. "A runaway bride. What a shame to the Barasas. They should have known better than to force her." The humiliation had begun to take shape. And Lynette? She was miles away, but the ripple of her defiance had just begun. The murmurs around the compound grew louder, a wave of whispers swelling into full-blown chatter. The villagers, invited guests, and even distant relatives watched with unblinking eyes as Francis stood still in the middle of the Baresa homestead, his usually composed face struggling to mask the humiliation boiling beneath the surface. The groom's family stood frozen behind him, their joy turned to disbelief. Francis's father leaned toward him, whispering harshly, "You assured us this girl was ready. Do you know what this means to our name?" Francis clenched his fists at his side. His dark brown kaftan, freshly pressed and embroidered with golden thread, suddenly felt like a mocking costume. A respected gentleman, known in town for his composure and prestige, now stood like a jilted fool before a crowd. He looked around, meeting the eyes of the elders, the local chief, and the youth from his village who had come to witness him claim his bride. Instead, they were witnessing his shame. "Lynette," he muttered bitterly under his breath, his jaw tight. "You always found a way to mock me, even today." For years, he had silently nursed feelings for Lynette. She was beautiful, confident, unpredictable, a fire he thought he could tame. She had despised him openly, often dismissing him with a scoff or cold shoulder. He thought she'd change once the elders revived the old betrothal plans. He believed once she was married to him, she'd realize he was the best choice. He never expected her to run. Not like this. Not in front of the whole village. Mr. Baresa returned with sweat on his brow, barely holding in his anger. "Please, Francis, give us time. She must be on her way." "Spare me the lies," Francis cut him off sharply, his voice laced with anger and wounded pride. "You think this is about just a girl? Do you know what today meant? I brought my people. I brought my name. And this," he gestured around the compound full of whispering villagers, "this is the humiliation I get. You think I'm a fool, Baresa? She never wanted this marriage. You forced her, and now we all pay the price." His father stepped in, placing a hand on his shoulder, but Francis shook it off. "Let's go. There's nothing for us here." As they began to leave, a young man shouted from the back, "That's what happens when you chase a woman who doesn't love you." Laughter erupted in the distance. Francis stopped, his shoulders trembling, not with fear, but fury. He turned slowly, eyes scanning the crowd. "You may laugh now, but mark my words," he said, his voice dark and sharp like a blade, "this isn't the end. Lynette may have run, but she will answer for this shame. So will everyone who helped her." With that, he climbed into his car, slammed the door shut, and the engines roared as his convoy exited the homestead in a cloud of red dust. Back at the compound, Mr. Baresa collapsed into a chair, his face buried in his hands. The village would never forget what happened today. But neither would Francis. And in his heart, something dangerous had begun to brew. As Francis sat alone in his study that night, the humiliation of the day still fresh like an open wound, his fingers gripped the edge of his chair tightly. Yet even as his anger swirled like a storm within him, his mind betrayed him, pulling him back to a time that was soft, simple, and innocent. A gentle smile crept onto his face, despite himself. Lynette. He remembered the mango tree that stood tall at the back of their village school. It was their secret place. That's where it all began. Flashback. Two children, no more than 8 years old, sat cross-legged beneath the shade of the mango tree, crowns of wildflowers clumsily crafted sitting on their heads. Francis, shy but bold in his own boyish way, cleared his throat and handed her a small, twisted ring made from grass. "My father says when a man loves a woman, he gives her a ring," he said proudly. Lynette giggled, her missing front tooth making the sound even more innocent. "You love me?" He nodded. "I do. So I'm marrying you." With all the ceremony their little hearts could muster, they enacted their version of a wedding. One of the boys from school stood as pastor, reading from a torn page of his homework. Another girl brought petals and scattered them on the ground. Francis looked at Lynette and held her tiny hand in his. "I promise to always bring you sweets, and protect you from bullies," he said. Lynette, blushing hard, whispered, "And I promise to give you mangoes from our tree." They giggled, twirled, and danced around like newlyweds. That day, their friends clapped and cheered, calling them Mr. and Mrs. Francis. And from that moment, the young boy's heart believed, naively, perhaps, that one day, that pretend wedding would become real. Back to present. Francis blinked, a tear threatening the edge of his eye, but he quickly wiped it away. Maybe it was just a game to her, he whispered to the silence. But to me, it was the beginning. He stood and walked to the corner of his room, where an old tin box lay on the shelf. Opening it, he retrieved a small, faded picture, one of them as kids, sitting under the mango tree. Lynette was smiling wide, and he was holding that grass ring in his hand. His heart ached, not from pride, not from humiliation, but from longing. We were happy once, Lynette, before the world changed us. But now. Now, love had turned into vengeance, and the innocent laughter under the mango tree had become a bitter echo in his mind. Yet deep down, the boy who had once loved her still breathed, hurting quietly beneath the men who now vowed never to be embarrassed again. Francis sat on the stone bench behind his house, where moonlight filtered through the jacaranda trees and cast long, ghostly shadows across the yard. The night was unnaturally still, as if the world itself were holding its breath, watching him unravel. He stared blankly ahead, his hands clasped loosely together, elbows on his knees. The wine he'd poured earlier remained untouched beside him. It wasn't celebration anymore, it was mockery. Was it all just a fantasy, he muttered. He had rehearsed every detail of that day in his mind, how Lynette would walk in, her head lowered in modesty but a smile tugging at her lips. He imagined the moment he'd slip the golden band on her finger and whisper that they were finally living their childhood promise, the mango tree vow reborn in adulthood. But she didn't come. Instead, he was greeted by hushed whispers, stiff apologies, and wide-eyed embarrassment as his family sat awkwardly before a family without a bride. It was a sharp contrast to the warm memory he'd carried for years. Francis leaned back, resting his head against the cold stone. The silence pressed in on him. I should have known, maybe I was the only one who remembered that day under the mango tree, he whispered to the stars. A bitter chuckle escaped him, cracked with pain. I thought we could pick up where we left off, a redo. A second chance. But I was a fool to think she'd still see me the same way. He closed his eyes, and in that stillness, the memory played again, Lynette giggling as he tied a grass ring around her finger. She had looked at him like he was her whole world. Maybe for a moment, he was. But that was then. Now she had run. From him. From the past. From the future he thought they'd share. Francis swallowed hard, his throat tight. All he had left now were memories of a wedding that never really happened, and the ghost of a little girl who once promised him mangoes and laughter. I waited all these years, he said to the night. But love doesn't wait forever, does it? And there, under the shadows of the trees, Francis felt the ache of loss, not just of a girl, but of a dream that died quietly in the silence. Back at the company, Lynette tried to maintain a calm and composed demeanor, walking through the hallways with her usual confident stride. She carried files, smiled faintly at colleagues, and even managed small talk with the receptionist. But those who truly paid attention could see something was off. Her eyes darted frequently toward the entrance. Her fingers trembled slightly when holding her coffee. She rarely raised her voice anymore, and the once flashy, attention-seeking Lynette had toned down to plain dresses, minimal makeup, and a silent aura. At her desk, she typed mechanically, her mind far away from the spreadsheets before her. Every creak of the door, every passing shadow outside the glass walls made her tense. She'd look up in panic, heart racing, then quickly bury her face back into her screen. Her closest colleague, June, tilted her head and whispered to another. Is it just me, or has Lynette been weird lately? She's been so quiet, like she's hiding something. Maybe it's the drama with Rita, the other one whispered back. Or maybe, she's afraid someone's out to get her. Lynette overheard them. Her stomach churned. She knew Francis wouldn't just let it go. The way she had left things, the shame it brought to his family, it was too much for a man like him. He was proud, calculating, and dangerous when pushed. She pressed her hand to her chest to calm her heartbeat. Just stay low, Lynette, she whispered to herself. Blend in. No one has to know. No one has to find you. But the fear never left her eyes. And the storm she was running from was only getting closer. Just as Lynette was about to snap at an employee who had accidentally bumped into her in the corridor, her anger was cut short. A voice, deep and smooth, laced with sarcasm, pierced through the tension. Darling, you sure can hide. Lynette froze, her heart thundering in her chest as the voice seemed to echo in her ears. It was the last voice she ever wanted to hear again. The voice of the man who had once made her feel special, then shattered her world in ways she could never have predicted. Francis. She turned slowly, her pulse quickening, every muscle in her body tensed. Standing a few feet away from her was Francis, his tall frame looming with an air of confidence that felt too heavy to breathe in. His eyes, cold and sharp, met hers, and for a moment, everything around them seemed to vanish. Her breath caught in her throat, and she involuntarily took a step back. The look on his face wasn't one of the playful charm he used to wear as a child. No, this was different. There was an intensity to his gaze that sent a shiver down her spine. It was like a predator locking eyes with its prey. "Francis," she murmured, the name slipping from her lips almost in disbelief. She had hoped, prayed even, that he wouldn't find her, at least not this soon. Not after everything she had done to escape his grasp, to avoid the life he thought they should have together. "How long did you think you could run, Lynette?" he asked, his voice dripping with a mix of amusement and annoyance. He took a step forward, and Lynette instinctively stepped back, her eyes darting toward the office doors as if considering an escape. But she knew it was futile. No one here could save her. I didn't run," Lynette stammered, trying to gather her composure. "I'm just here. At work. Like everyone else." "Really?" He raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a knowing smirk. "Because from what I see, you've been hiding out in plain sight. You're practically a ghost here, Lynette. The girl who always loved to be the center of attention, now hiding behind her desk, playing nice with everyone. But that doesn't fool me. I know you, and I know what you're doing." Her pulse quickened as she realized how much trouble she was in. Francis wasn't here for a casual chat. He was here for a confrontation, and she was cornered. Lynette's mind raced. She thought of the consequences. The arranged marriage, her father's anger, and now this. Francis's bitterness and resentment were about to ruin everything she had worked so hard to build. Her future was hanging by a thread, and he was about to sever it with a single word. "What do you want, Francis?" Lynette finally managed to ask, her voice trembling despite her efforts to stay calm. "Why are you here?" "Oh, I think you know exactly why I'm here," he said, his smirk widening. "You can run from your family, from your responsibilities, but you can't run from me. You think I'm just going to forget everything? What about the plans? What about the promises we made? You think you can just walk away from all of it?" Lynette's stomach churned. His words were like knives slicing through the fragile armor she had built around herself. Her past with Francis wasn't something she could easily erase, no matter how hard she tried. "I'm not the same girl you knew," Lynette said, more fiercely than she felt. "I've moved on. I don't need you, Francis. And I certainly don't need your control." His eyes darkened, and the warmth in his voice vanished. He took another step closer, his presence overwhelming. "You don't get it, do you?" he asked, his tone now cold and dangerous. "You belong to me, Lynette. And you always will. You can't escape that. No matter how far you run, no matter how many times you change your name, you'll always be mine." The words hit her like a slap across the face. She opened her mouth to protest, but he silenced her with a single gesture. "I gave you everything. A future, a home, a life," he continued, his voice low and filled with resentment. "And this is how you repay me? By running off like a coward, hiding behind your fancy career. You've humiliated me, Lynette, and I won't let you get away with it." Lynette could feel the anger building inside her, but she had to be careful. She couldn't let him provoke her into saying something she would regret. She had to stay calm, think rationally. But the truth was, the longer she stood here facing him, the harder it was to hold on to her composure. "You don't control me anymore," Lynette said, her voice quivering with the strength of her defiance. "I'm not some toy you can use when it's convenient. I'm done with you, Francis." The silence that followed was deafening. Francis stood there, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he turned on his heel and started walking toward the exit. But as he reached the door, he paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "You can run, Lynette," he said softly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "But remember this, you can never outrun me." And with that, he was gone. Lynette stood frozen in place for a moment, her heart racing. She felt like she was drowning in the reality of what had just happened. The storm that had been building for so long had finally come crashing down, and she had no idea how to stop it. As she collapsed into her chair, her mind swirled with thoughts of Francis and the threat he now posed. She had thought she was free. She had thought she could escape. But Frances wasn't going to let her go that easily. The worst part? She knew, deep down, that this was just the beginning. The office was silent as Frances's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his revelation. Lynette's heart dropped into her stomach, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel all eyes on her, her colleagues frozen in shock. The tension was palpable, thick enough to cut through with a knife. Frances didn't seem to care. He was relishing every moment of the attention, his voice cool and calculated as he continued. "How could you, Lynette?" he asked, his eyes narrowing with both disdain and mockery. "How could you leave your poor husband in the village and run to the city, chasing after your own selfish desires? After everything I did for you. I even paid your dowry, remember?" The words hit like a slap. Lynette's mind reeled, and for a second, it felt as though the room was spinning. She could see the shocked faces of her co-workers, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Whispers started to spread among them, the office suddenly filled with the quiet hum of gossip. "Wait, what?" one of the employees muttered under their breath, unsure if they had heard correctly. Lynette stood frozen, her body tense as if she had just been struck by lightning. She had no idea how to respond, how to explain. Her secrets, the ones she had worked so hard to bury, were now spilling out in front of everyone, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. "Yes," Frances continued, his voice dripping with mockery. "I paid for your dowry. I thought we had an understanding, Lynette. But it seems you were never truly grateful, were you? All that money, all those years of commitment, just to be tossed aside the moment you had the chance to run away and play house with some city life." Lynette's pulse pounded in her ears. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. She wanted to shout at him, to tell him how wrong he was, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she was left standing there, surrounded by her colleagues, who were now staring at her as if she were a stranger. They didn't know the real story. They didn't know why she had left the village, why she had run away. But now, in front of all of them, it didn't matter. She took a shaky breath, forcing herself to remain composed. "Frances, you're twisting everything," she finally said, her voice low but firm. "I never asked you to pay my dowry. You did that for your own reasons, not because I wanted it. And leaving wasn't about you or anyone else, it was about my own life, my own choices. I left because I needed to." But Francis wasn't listening. His eyes were hard, like stones, as he continued to speak over her, disregarding her words as if they meant nothing. "You're fooling yourself if you think you can outrun your responsibilities, Lynette," he said coldly. "You can't just forget the promises you made to me and our families. You belong with me, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows that. You're not going to ruin your reputation, your family, and your future like this. You'll come back to me, one way or another." Lynette's eyes darted around the office, and she saw the shock, the confusion, the curiosity in her colleagues' eyes. She could feel the judgment starting to settle in, but she refused to let them see her break. She had already lived through so much humiliation at the hands of Frances and her family. She wouldn't let him control her again, not here, not now. "I'm not going back to you, Frances," Lynette said, her voice trembling but resolute. "And you need to leave. You have no right to come here and make these accusations. I don't owe you anything." Francis stepped closer, his face inches from hers. "You can't just ignore me, Lynette," he hissed. "I made you who you are. I gave you everything, your family's honor, your place in this city, and now, I'll take it all away from you. You think you're untouchable? Think again." Lynette's heart raced. Her mind was screaming at her to find a way out, to escape from this nightmare, but Francis's presence felt suffocating. He was a constant reminder of the past she was trying to escape. But before she could say another word, the door to the office suddenly swung open, and Harry stepped in, his presence commanding attention. His gaze flickered over to Lynette, his protective instincts kicking in immediately. His eyes narrowed when they landed on Francis, and for a moment, the tension in the room thickened. "Francis," Harry's voice was cold and sharp, like a blade being drawn from its sheath. "You're not welcome here. Leave now, or I'll have you escorted out." The air seemed to crackle with the intensity between the two men. Lynette could feel the weight of their unspoken history, the animosity that had simmered between them for years. But for now, it was the best thing to happen. Harry was here to protect her. Francis didn't even flinch. Instead, He gave Lynette one last piercing look before turning toward the door. "I'll be back, Lynette," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "And next time, you won't be able to hide from me." With that, he left, and the office seemed to exhale in relief, the tension lifting as he disappeared from sight. Lynette stood there, her body trembling, her heart racing, as the reality of what had just happened sank in. The walls of her carefully built life had been shattered once again, and the storm that was Frances was far from over. The office buzzed with whispers and sidelong glances as soon as Frances stormed out. The sudden shift from tense silence to gossiping chatter was palpable, like a dam had burst, flooding the space with judgment and speculation. Lynette stood there, her face burning, feeling every pair of eyes on her, every hushed conversation about her. "Did you hear that? She's married, and here she is, getting involved with men in the city like it's nothing," one employee muttered under their breath, but loud enough for others to hear. "I would never show my face again if I were her," another voice joined in, the tone sharp and mocking. "How can someone be so shameless, running around with a man who's not even her husband?" Lynette felt the sting of each word like a physical blow. She stood frozen, trying to block out the voices, but they kept coming, louder, more judgmental. She wanted to shout back, to tell them the truth, but the words stuck in her throat. The truth would only make them gossip more. They wouldn't care about her reasons, her choices, or her pain. "She thinks she can fool everyone," one colleague said in a scornful tone. "But she can't hide what she's really doing. Everyone knows who she is now." Lynette's hands clenched into fists at her sides. She wanted to run, to disappear, but where could she go? This was her life now. This was the reality she had to face. No matter how much she wanted to scream, the words wouldn't change the perceptions already forming in the minds of her colleagues. Another employee, a man who had once smiled at her in the hallway, added, "She's not even trying to hide it anymore. How could we trust her to be part of this company after everything she's done?" Lynette's heart pounded in her chest. The sharpness of their words cut deeper than any physical wound could. She could feel the walls of her life closing in around her, suffocating her. And then there was Harry. He had come in to confront Frances, to defend her, but now, as Lynette stood there, surrounded by her colleagues' scorn, she couldn't help but feel the weight of his presence. Would he still look at her the same way? Would he believe the rumors too? Or was she just another piece of the puzzle in this twisted game? The murmurs grew louder, and Lynette knew that her reputation at the company was already being destroyed. She wanted to leave, to escape, but something deep inside her urged her to stay, to not let them see her break. But that didn't stop the sting of their words from cutting into her. Just as she was about to turn and flee, Harry's voice rang out, firm and commanding. "Enough." The entire office fell into a stunned silence, and for a brief moment, all eyes were on him. He stood at the entrance, his posture rigid, his eyes blazing with a quiet fury. The tension in the room shifted, and for the first time since Frances's arrival, Lynette felt a small sense of relief. "You all have no right to speak about Lynette like that," Harry said, his voice low but powerful. "You don't know the full story, and you're not entitled to judge her. So, I suggest you all mind your business before I remind you of where your priorities should lie." His words were a clear warning, but Lynette could feel the heat of his gaze, the protective fire that burned in him for her. And though the office was silent now, the damage had already been done. The rumors had spread, and the whispers would continue, whether she was here or not. But at least for now, Harry was on her side. Lynette took a slow, shaky breath, feeling the pressure ease ever so slightly as the office resumed its work in a quiet, uncomfortable atmosphere. She couldn't stop the gossip, but at least now, she didn't have to face it alone. The tension in the office was already thick when Rita walked in, her laughter sharp and mocking. Lynette didn't even have to look up to sense her presence, Rita's tone alone was enough to send a chill through the room. Lynette's heart skipped a beat as she heard the sarcastic words slip from Rita's lips. "So someone was actually married and came after my husband," Rita's voice rang out, loud enough for everyone to hear, a cruel laugh punctuating the end of her sentence. "How ironic. Looks like the tables have turned." Lynette's face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. Her pulse quickened as the murmurs in the office grew louder. Rita's words were like fire, fanning the flames of judgment. Lynette's chest tightened, and she could feel every eye on her, waiting for a reaction. It was like a trap, and Rita had just set the bait. "Why don't you keep your marriage out of the company?" Lynette hissed under her breath, her voice shaking with the weight of her anger. She was not about to let Rita continue to tear her down, not here, not now. But Rita didn't let up. She lingered by the doorway, her eyes glinting with a cruel amusement. She didn't care about the rumors, didn't care about the people around her. She only cared about making Lynette feel small, making her feel less than. "I see, Lynette," Rita said, her voice dripping with disdain, "seems like you've been hiding a lot more than your marriage. Running around like some desperate woman chasing after someone else's men." That was the breaking point. The words hit Lynette like a slap in the face. She couldn't take it anymore. "Don't you dare!" Lynette shouted, her voice ringing with fury. The room fell deathly silent, every eye on her now as she faced Rita, her hands clenched into fists. "You want to talk about being unwanted? James left you because you were the one who was never good enough for him. You were the one he didn't want, which is why he divorced you." The words were out before Lynette could stop them, a sharp retort that echoed through the room. She knew it was harsh, but the pain, the anger, the years of humiliation she'd been carrying around were bubbling to the surface, and Rita was the one who had just poked the bear. Rita's face twisted in shock, her lips curling into a snarl as she stepped forward. "How dare you?" she started, but Lynette cut her off. "No, you dare," Lynette snapped, her voice rising with each word. "You don't get to come here, acting like you're some victim while you throw your life away for a man who doesn't even care about you. James left you, not me. And I'm not the one who's chasing after him now." The office was utterly still, everyone watching the confrontation unfold before them like an unspoken war. The weight of Lynette's words hung in the air, heavy and loaded with the rawness of her emotions. The power dynamics in the room had shifted, and now, it was clear, Lynette was no longer the silent, shrinking woman everyone thought she was. She had her own fire, and it was burning fiercely. Rita stood frozen for a moment, her eyes narrowing, but the anger was bubbling inside her, too. "You think you can say whatever you want and I'll just take it?" Rita hissed, her voice low and venomous. "You have no idea what you're dealing with. I'll make sure you regret this." But before Rita could say more, Harry, who had been standing near the doorway, stepped forward. His eyes were narrowed, his presence commanding attention. "That's enough," Harry said, his voice cold and firm. The tension was palpable, the air thick with the unspoken challenge between the two women. "Lynette, Rita, this isn't the time or the place for this." Rita's eyes flared with frustration, but she held her ground. "Stay out of it, Harry. This is between me and her," she spat. But Harry didn't flinch. His gaze locked on Rita, unwavering. "No. This ends here. And you, Rita, are not going to cause any more trouble in my company." Lynette, still seething, took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but the hurt and anger were still fresh. The office was unnervingly quiet, everyone watching to see what would happen next. Rita glared at Harry for a moment before muttering something under her breath and storming out of the office, leaving a trail of whispered gossip in her wake. As Rita left, the murmurs started again, softer this time, but still fueled by the drama. Lynette's heart raced, her hands still shaking from the intensity of the exchange. But despite the sting of the fight, she felt a small victory. She had stood up for herself, spoken the truth, and refused to let Rita walk all over her again. Harry turned to Lynette, his expression softening slightly. "You okay?" he asked quietly. Lynette nodded, but her mind was already reeling from the confrontation. She had told Rita off, but at what cost? The office would never look at her the same way again, and the whispers would follow her wherever she went. "I'll be fine," Lynette muttered, forcing a smile. But deep down, she knew things had just gotten a lot more complicated. Rita's heels clicked furiously against the polished floor as she stormed out of the office, her eyes burning with rage. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, jaw tight, and every muscle in her body trembling from the confrontation. She couldn't believe it, Harry had stood in defense of Lynette. After everything, he still had the audacity to protect her. "I can't believe this," she muttered to herself, blinking back tears. "After all she did to me, after all the humiliation." Her pace quickened as if walking faster could shake off the betrayal she felt. But fate had other plans. As she turned the corner, blinded by fury and tears, she didn't notice the janitor cleaning near the entrance hallway. Her heel caught on the edge of the wet floor, her foot slipping right onto the mop. With a sudden yelp, she lost her balance and came crashing down onto the cold tiles, a sharp cry of pain echoing in the corridor. "Ma'am," the janitor exclaimed, dropping the mop and rushing to her side. "Oh my God, are you all right? Please don't move, let me call for help." But Rita, flustered and more embarrassed than anything, groaned and tried to push herself up. "I'm fine," she snapped, clutching her side. Her voice was strained with pain, and her breath came out in short gasps. "Don't call anyone. I said I'm fine." The janitor hesitated, concern written all over his face. Her legs were trembling, and her hand instinctively covered her stomach. By now, the commotion had drawn attention. Harry, who had been heading down the hallway, rushed toward them, his heart skipping a beat when he saw his sister on the ground. "Rita," he shouted, kneeling beside her. "What happened? Are you hurt?" She looked up, pain flickering in her eyes, but pride still clung to her. "I slipped. I said I'm okay. Don't make a big deal out of it." Harry's jaw tensed as he turned to the janitor. "Why didn't you put the wet floor sign?" I did, sir," the janitor stammered. "It's just a few feet away. She must have missed it." Harry let out a heavy sigh, then looked back at Rita. "You're going to the hospital. I'm not arguing about this." "I don't want to go," she hissed, trying to sit up despite the ache. "I don't want anyone fussing over me. This isn't about you anymore." Harry snapped, louder than he intended. His voice cracked with frustration and worry. "You're pregnant, Rita. What if something happens to the baby?" That silenced her. Her lips parted in shock, eyes wide, her vulnerability flashing for a moment. "I'm fine," she whispered again, but it was weaker now. Harry stood, his voice softer but stern. "You're staying home until the baby is safe in your belly. No office. No stress. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for the child." Just around the corner, Lynette had stopped in her tracks, hidden by a half-open door. She had come to check on the situation after the commotion but never expected to overhear that. Her breath caught in her throat. Pregnant. Rita was pregnant. The revelation hit her like a wave, flooding her mind with questions. Her chest tightened, a strange blend of disbelief and something else. Shock. Guilt. Fear. She took a cautious step back, her heart thudding. So that's why Harry was being so protective. That's why Rita had been acting so volatile. Lynette turned and walked away quickly, her thoughts spinning out of control. Rita was carrying James's baby. Lynette's heels clacked sharply on the pavement as she stormed out of the company building, her breath ragged, her fists clenched. Her mind was spiraling, and the cold wind biting at her face did nothing to soothe the fire burning in her chest. She's pregnant. Pregnant with his child. Rage twisted inside her like a venomous snake. She couldn't believe Rita had won again. First James, now the sympathy, and soon, a baby that would tie them forever. No. She couldn't let it happen. "I can't let her have that baby," Lynette muttered under her breath, barely aware of the words as they left her lips. "That child will ruin everything." Her fingers trembled as she pulled out her phone. She didn't even know who she was calling yet, maybe one of her old connections, someone who could help her take care of things discreetly. Her thumb hovered over a number. But before she could press the call button, a hand grabbed her arm, hard. "Hey," she yelped, trying to pull away, but the grip only tightened. Before she could scream, a strong arm wrapped around her waist and hoisted her toward a sleek black car that had screeched to a halt beside the curb. Her phone clattered to the ground, forgotten, as she struggled against the man's strength. "What the hell? Let go of me," she cried, kicking and flailing. The car door was yanked open, and in one swift motion, she was shoved inside. The door slammed shut. Breathless and disoriented, she scrambled back toward the opposite door, only for a familiar voice to freeze her in place. "Darling," the voice drawled, calm and sinister, "you've been running for too long." Her eyes widened in horror. Francis. He was seated beside her, his smile calm, almost amused. But there was something cold and dangerous in his eyes. "I couldn't get you inside the company," he continued smoothly, brushing invisible lint off his coat. But now I have you, and we're going home. His gaze burned into hers. For our wedding. Lynette's breath caught in her throat. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. You're insane, she spat, panic creeping into her voice. You think you can kidnap me and force me to marry you? This is illegal. Francis leaned in slowly, the smile never leaving his lips. You were already promised to me, Lynette. Our elders arranged it long before you started playing city games. You can't escape this. You belong to me. He knocked on the window, and the car started moving. Lynette twisted the handle desperately, it was locked. Her world was spinning. No one at the office had seen. No one would even know where she went. And Francis. Francis wasn't just here for love anymore. He was here for revenge. And Lynette had never been in more danger. The black car sped along the highway, weaving through traffic with purpose. Inside, the tension was thick and suffocating. Francis sat calmly, his hands resting on his knees, while Lynette sat as far from him as the car allowed, her face flushed with fury and fear. Her chest heaved as she glared at him, her voice shaking. You're mad if you think I'll ever marry you, Francis. This is kidnapping. You'll go to jail for this. Francis let out a low chuckle, his tone disturbingly serene. You still don't get it, do you? Our parents agreed to this a long time ago. This marriage was destined. You running off to the city, chasing after other men, that was just you running from the truth. Lynette's eyes flashed. The truth? You mean the delusion you've held onto since we were kids? That stupid pretend wedding we had in the garden doesn't mean anything. Francis's jaw tightened slightly at that, but his smile remained. It meant everything to me. She scoffed bitterly. Well, not to me. I was a child, Francis. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't love you, I never have. And I never will. The calm in his eyes flickered, just for a moment. A crack in the mask. His hands balled into fists on his lap before slowly relaxing. You'll change your mind once you see what I've built for you. Once you see what home feels like again. Home. Lynette laughed bitterly. You mean a prison? You're delusional, Francis. Let me go before it's too late. He leaned closer, and this time his voice was low and dangerous. You can scream, fight, insult me all you want, Lynette. But the truth is, we're already bound. Our parents are waiting. The gifts have been prepared. The hall is decorated. The village is buzzing. You're going to be my wife, whether you like it or not. Lynette lunged forward, slapping his face with all her strength. The sound cracked through the car like a whip. Francis stilled, his cheek reddened, his expression darkening. I hate you, Lynette hissed, her voice barely above a whisper. I'd rather die than marry you. That broke something in him. With a heavy sigh, Francis reached into his coat pocket. Lynette's eyes widened. What are you doing, Francis? Don't you dare. Before she could finish, he pulled out a small syringe, already filled with a clear liquid. Lynette thrashed wildly, trying to open the door, trying to call out, but the driver ignored her, his eyes forward, expression unreadable. No. No, get that thing away from me. It's just something to calm you down, Francis murmured. You'll thank me later. She screamed and kicked, nails clawing at his arms, but he was stronger. In a swift, calculated motion, he grabbed her arm and plunged the needle in. Lynette's scream turned to a whimper, her strength fading almost instantly. Her vision blurred. Her body grew heavy. Her head rolled to the side. Francis caught her gently before she could slump forward, brushing her hair from her face as her breathing slowed. I'm sorry it had to be this way, darling, he whispered, his voice laced with something far more chilling than love. But I warned you. You can only belong to me. He held her unconscious body close, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The sun was setting when the car finally rolled into the compound of Lynette's family home. The gates closed behind them with a finality that sent chills down Lynette's spine. Even in her unconscious state, her body twitched as if it sensed the doom that awaited. Francis stepped out of the car first, his suit unruffled, his expression composed. A few elders and family members stood by the entrance, their faces a mix of relief and tension. Lynette's father pushed through the crowd. "Is she all right?" he asked, glancing at Lynette slumped in the back seat. "She's fine," Francis answered, voice cool. "Just sleeping. I had to calm her down." The father said nothing more, only gave a slight nod before signaling to two older women waiting by the door. "Take her to the back room. Don't let her out until we say so." The women nodded and quickly moved to the car. Lynette was gently lifted and carried into the house. Her mother watched from the veranda with tear-filled eyes but said nothing. Perhaps it was guilt, perhaps resignation, but she did not stop what was unfolding. The room was small but clean, with a mattress on the floor, a table, and a window that was tightly shut and bolted from the outside. The two women laid her down gently and locked the door behind them. A key turned. A heavy bolt slid into place. Lynette stirred. Her eyelids fluttered open, her vision still hazy. The familiar wooden ceiling stared back at her, the same one from her childhood. Her heart sank. She tried to sit up, but her head throbbed. Then she heard it. Click. Clank. The unmistakable sound of a padlock sealing her fate. She pushed herself up, wobbling on her knees as she stumbled to the door. She banged it with her fists, shouting, "Open this door. You can't do this. Let me out." But no one responded. Only silence. Her voice echoed in the hallway for a moment before being swallowed by the thick air of the old house. Back outside, preparations for the wedding intensified. Decorations were going up. Goats were tied in the backyard. The elders gathered under the trees discussing customs and timing. Meanwhile, Lynette pressed her back against the door, sliding down slowly until she was sitting on the cold floor. Tears spilled freely from her eyes. She wasn't just locked in a room. She was locked in her nightmare. And the clock was ticking toward a wedding she never wanted. The night was thick with silence, broken only by the distant rustle of trees and the occasional bark of a restless dog. The house was quiet, too quiet. Everyone was confident that Lynette had nowhere to run. The doors were bolted, the windows sealed, and two guards were stationed outside the hallway, half asleep under the dim glow of the corridor bulb. But outside the compound, a shadow moved, swift and silent. James. Dressed in black, face hard with determination, he scaled the back wall with practiced ease. He had been watching the house for hours, calculating the exact moment to strike. He knew where Lynette would be, he'd once been close enough to her family to know how they did things. By the time the guards noticed the flicker of motion in the hallway window, it was already too late. James crept through the corridor like a ghost, disarming the old latch system with a pin and sliding the bolt free. He opened the door with barely a creak. Lynette sat against the far wall, her head bowed, lost in a daze of grief and confusion. When she looked up and saw the figure in the doorway, her first instinct was panic, until the moonlight hit his face. "James," she whispered, her voice cracking with disbelief. "Come on," he said quickly, holding out his hand. "We don't have time." Without hesitation, she scrambled to her feet, rushing into his arms for the briefest second before they broke apart and crept down the hallway. But by the time the guards outside heard the scuffle of footsteps and gave chase, the back wall was already empty. The rope James had used to climb down swayed gently in the breeze. The following morning, the once quiet household was thrown into complete disarray. Shouts echoed through the compound as maids and guards ran from one corner to the other, trying to piece together what had happened. Lynette's room was open, its bolt broken clean off. The guards who had been assigned to watch her stood trembling before her furious father, unable to explain how she had vanished right under their noses. "You fools," her father roared, slamming his cane to the tiled floor. "How could she escape from a locked room in the middle of the night? Were you sleeping on duty?" Francis burst into the scene, his shirt half buttoned and hair disheveled. "What do you mean she's gone?" he demanded, eyes wild. "I left her here. She was locked in. What kind of madness is this?" "She's nowhere in the compound," one of the guards mumbled, head lowered in shame. "We've searched everywhere." Francis clenched his fists, breathing hard. "Do you have any idea what this means? The guests, the elders, the shame this will bring." The mother, flustered and anxious, tried to calm the growing storm, but no one was listening. The noise grew louder as more relatives arrived, some shocked, some disappointed, others simply curious. Whispers turned to accusations. She ran again. Does this girl even have any morals left? She's ruined this family's name. The chaos continued to spiral. Lynette's siblings were called in. Her father refused to eat or drink. Her mother was crying in a corner, muttering prayers under her breath. And Francis? He stood in the middle of the mess, breathing heavily, a dangerous look returning to his eyes. His pride had been wounded, and now, his obsession was awakened more than ever. I'll find her, he said coldly. Even if I have to burn this whole city down. Back at James' residence, Lynette sat stiffly on the edge of the couch, her fingers clutched tightly around a half-empty cup of tea that had long gone cold. The television played in the background, but her mind wasn't there. She was far, far away, stuck on the image of Rita, lying on the office floor, clutching her stomach, with James rushing to help. Her heart thudded in her chest, not from guilt, but rage. Rage that Rita, the woman she had tried so hard to erase from James's life, was now pregnant. With his child. To make matters worse, James' mother had grown unusually quiet around her. Cold. Distant. The same woman who once praised her beauty, her poise, who welcomed her with warm arms and home-cooked meals, now barely spared her a glance. Just that morning, Lynette had overheard James' mother on a hushed call in the hallway. She's carrying his child. That changes everything. Yes, I know what I said before. But Rita is a true heiress, she has pedigree, blood. The family needs stability. Lynette, she's too reckless, too ambitious. The words had stung like venom. Now Lynette sat, unmoving, staring at nothing. Her eyes flickered with the storm within. She heard the front door open. James was home. Lynette stood quickly, smoothing her skirt and fixing her expression into something softer. But the moment James stepped into the room, his energy told her all she needed to know. He wasn't even looking at her. He walked straight past, heading toward his study. James, she called, trying to sound casual. He paused, slowly turned. Yes. You haven't even asked how I've been, she said, voice trembling more from anger than hurt. You've been distant ever since. Lynette, he interrupted, his voice void of emotion. I've had a lot on my mind. With the company, the bidding drama, and now, other matters. You mean Rita? Lynette asked sharply. His jaw tightened. She's pregnant, isn't she? She added bitterly. And now your mother wants her back. How convenient. James didn't respond. That silence said it all. A bitter laugh escaped Lynette's lips. So that's it. After everything we've been through, you'll go running back to her just because she's carrying your child. James raised his head slowly, eyes locking onto hers. It's not about just the child. It's about what's right. And what about me? She whispered. There was no answer. Lynette stepped back, hurt flashing across her face, quickly replaced by something darker. You think I'll let her win this easily, she hissed. You think I'll just stand here and watch you go back to her like nothing ever happened? James narrowed his eyes but didn't speak. Lynette tilted her head slightly, a wicked glint appearing in her gaze. You've forgotten, James. I never lose. And I never share. She walked past him without another word, but as she disappeared down the hallway, James could feel it, war was coming. And Lynette wasn't going down without a fight. That night, Lynette stood by the large window in James' home, the moon casting a pale glow on her face. Her reflection stared back at her, haunted, bitter, unrecognizable. She pressed a hand to her stomach, breathing shallowly, heart pounding with a dangerous determination. She couldn't sleep. Not with the thought of Rita carrying James's child. The thought gnawed at her insides like poison. Rita had already taken everything, attention, affection, even her peace of mind. And now, with a baby on the way, there would be no turning back. James would marry her. The family would accept her. The company would fall into her hands. Unless... No, Lynette muttered to herself, stepping away from the window. I won't let that happen. She grabbed her phone from the bedside table and dialed a number she hadn't used in months. The line rang once, twice, and then a voice answered. "Hello. It's me," she said coldly. "I need a job done. Quiet. Clean." The voice on the other end chuckled lowly. "Still got fire in you, huh? What's the target?" "Her name is Rita," Lynette whispered, glancing toward James' room to ensure he was still asleep. "She's pregnant. I want her out of the picture. Both of them." There was a pause, then the voice said, "That's risky." "A pregnant woman? Are you sure?" "I've never been more sure in my life," Lynette said, her voice dark and full of venom. "She took everything from me. It's time I take it back." The man on the other end agreed after a price was negotiated, and the plan was set in motion. They would watch Rita's movements, wait for the perfect moment to strike, when she was alone, vulnerable. Meanwhile, Lynette masked her true emotions at work. She wore her usual grace-like armor, offered smiles that didn't reach her eyes, and played the perfect role. No one suspected a thing. But beneath the surface, her mind was consumed with one thought. Rita must disappear. And when she did, everything would return to how it was meant to be. James. The company. The legacy. All hers. The sun was setting on the city, casting an orange hue across the streets. Rita, wrapped in a soft cardigan, walked slowly out of the clinic after her routine prenatal checkup. The doctor had said everything looked good, but Harry's voice still echoed in her head, "You're not going back to work until the baby is safe in your belly." She sighed, adjusting her bag on her shoulder, and moved toward the parking lot where a driver was waiting. She didn't know it would be the last time anyone would see her in the city. As she approached the black car that looked just like her driver's, the man standing by it opened the door and greeted her politely. "Good evening, ma'am." "Sir Harry called. I've been asked to take you home," he said. "There's been a security concern." Rita hesitated for a moment, brows knitting. "Where's Joseph?" "He was asked to stay behind." "The family didn't want to draw attention," the man said quickly, showing her a forged ID badge. His voice was smooth. Too smooth. Her instincts flared, but exhaustion and pregnancy dulled her senses. She got in. The moment the car door clicked shut, everything changed. The lock snapped. The men got in and began driving fast, too fast for city traffic. Rita clutched the seat, her heart pounding. "Where are you going?" she asked. No answer. "I said, where are you going?" The driver remained silent, eyes locked on the road ahead. Panic set in. Rita reached for her phone, but it was snatched from her hand by another man who emerged from behind her seat. She hadn't even realized someone was hiding in the back. "Sit still, ma'am," he whispered in her ear. "For your baby's sake." Rita's breath caught. Her scream was muffled by a cloth shoved against her mouth, laced with a chemical that made her eyes blur and limbs weak. She struggled, kicked, cried out, but it was no use. The car sped out of the city, through back roads and isolated routes, until the skyline was just a memory behind them. Rita was out cold by the time they reached the hideout, a secluded property in the middle of an abandoned ranch, far from cell towers and signal. Hours passed. Back in the city, Harry called Rita's phone. It went straight to voicemail. The clinic confirmed she had left long ago. Joseph, her driver, said no one had come to replace him. Something was wrong. When the family contacted the police, hope still lingered that it was a normal kidnapping. But then, there was silence. No calls. No demands. Nothing. The silence screamed louder than any ransom could have. And in the darkness of that lonely ranch house, Rita lay unconscious, her life, and her babies, in the hands of someone who didn't want money. When the news of Rita's mysterious disappearance reached James and his mother, the atmosphere in their household shifted immediately. At first, James froze, a pang of something unfamiliar tightening in his chest. Could it be guilt? Regret? Or fear that the one person who truly slipped through his fingers might never return? His mother, however, saw something else entirely: opportunity. "This is it," she said with a gleam in her eye, clutching her son's shoulder. "This is our moment to get back into the good graces of Rita's family." You need to act now, show them you're the men who will stop at nothing to bring her back. James hesitated, but then nodded. He was a master of performance, after all. Later that day, the Gray family mansion was filled with panic and tension. Harry was pacing in the foyer, barking into his phone, giving orders. Rita's parents sat silently on the couch, the weight of grief heavy on their shoulders. And then James arrived. He burst through the door with urgency, his hair ruffled like he hadn't slept, his shirt slightly wrinkled as though he had rushed over without a second thought. "Aunt, Uncle, what happened?" "I just heard the news," he said breathlessly, eyes darting between them. "Please, tell me what I can do." Harry turned sharply, ready to dismiss him, but James went straight to Rita's mother and knelt beside her. I know I made mistakes. But I would never wish this on her. Never. Rita doesn't deserve this, and neither do you. I swear to you, I'll help bring her back, even if I have to search every inch of the country myself." Rita's mother looked at him with tear-glazed eyes. The sincerity in his voice, though rehearsed, shook her. Her husband didn't say a word, but the shift in his gaze didn't go unnoticed. James continued, voice breaking at all the right moments. "I'll use every resource I have. Please, let me help. Not for me, not to win anyone over, just for Rita and the child she's carrying." Harry remained suspicious, watching James with narrowed eyes, but even he couldn't deny, James was acting more concerned than half the extended family. Rita's father finally spoke. "If you truly mean it, James, then prove it. Start now." James stood tall. "I will." As he stepped aside to take a call, his mother smirked faintly from the hallway corner, whispering under her breath, "One foot back in the family, now we pull the other." What they didn't realize, however, was that Lynette was watching too. And she wasn't going to let James, the hero, take back what she believed was hers. The room had gone still after James left to make a few calls. Rita's family waited with bated breath, hoping, praying, for any shred of news. Then, just as dusk bled into the night sky, a faint signal flickered to life. "They're outside the city, abandoned flower farm," Harry said, staring at the tracker app on his phone. "How did?" "Rita's watch," her mother whispered. "I gave it to her for her birthday. It has a hidden tracker." Without waiting another second, Harry bolted out the door, followed by a fleet of vehicles filled with security. But James, he was already gone. Because he had gotten the signal minutes earlier. At the abandoned flower farm. Dust clung to the air like a curse, and the moon's pale light cast eerie shadows over the dilapidated greenhouse. James parked a short distance away and approached quietly, his footsteps muffled against the overgrown grass. His heart pounded in his chest. Inside, Rita was tied to a wooden chair, her head slumped forward but her breathing shallow, alive. The room was silent except for the slow creak of a loose roof tile shifting above. "Rita," he whispered hoarsely, eyes brimming. Her head jolted slightly, and she blinked groggily. "James." But before she could say more, a noise, boots crunching outside, made him whirl around. Someone else was there. He ducked down instinctively, adrenaline kicking in. Drawing the small knife he kept tucked in his jacket, he slashed the ropes around Rita's wrists. "We have to move," he muttered. "Can you walk?" I think so," she managed weakly. Helping her to her feet, James wrapped his arm around her waist and guided her to the back exit. They hadn't made it far when headlights swept across the field. Security vehicles, Harry's convoy, finally pulling in. Just then, from the shadows, a figure lunged. It was one of Lynette's men, blade glinting under the moonlight. James moved faster than he thought possible, using his body as a shield. The man slashed, cutting his shoulder. James grunted in pain, but didn't stop. He turned and drove his elbow into the man's gut, knocking him down. The gunshots that followed came from Harry's team. The attacker fled. Seconds later, Harry was beside them, eyes scanning Rita for injury. "You okay?" I think so," she said, looking between her brother and James. James, with blood soaking through his shirt, simply nodded. "I found her first," he said, breathless. "I wasn't going to let her go again." Rita looked at him, and for the first time in a long while, she didn't look away. The night air was thick with tension, headlights still illuminating the grounds of the abandoned flower farm. James stood slightly hunched from his bleeding shoulder, Rita still holding onto his arm, shaken but alive. Just when things began to calm, a commotion broke out near the entrance. 2 security guards marched forward, dragging someone between them, Lynette. Her hair was disheveled, face flushed with fury. "Let go of me," she spat, wriggling violently in their grip. James turned slowly, disbelief washing over his face when he saw her. "Lynette," he breathed, barely able to process her presence. She yanked herself free and stormed toward him, pointing a trembling finger in his face. "Enough," she shouted, her voice echoing across the quiet field. "Stop pretending, James." The others watched in silence, Harry, the guards, even Rita's mother. "You never loved me," Lynette screamed. "All this acting like the devoted, caring men, it's for her and for her family's wealth. You're not doing this out of love." James froze, eyes narrowing. "You really think that?" "I know it," she hissed, her voice cracking. "If Rita was poor and insignificant, you would have ignored her just like you did before. You only care because now she's the rightful heir, untouchable, powerful. Admit it." James clenched his jaw, his hands shaking. "You don't know a thing about what I feel." "Oh, don't I?" Lynette laughed bitterly. "You used me, James. You said you loved me. You ran away with me, made me betray my family, and now, just because things aren't in your favor, you toss me aside." "You're the one who kidnapped Rita," James growled. "And you're the one who pretended to love me just to stay close to her." Lynette snapped. Tears welled up in her eyes, but her voice was steady now, cutting, cruel. "Go ahead, play the hero. But don't forget that everyone here now knows who you really are." Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Rita looked at James, uncertain now. Her eyes searched his face for a flicker of denial. James's face was unreadable. Then finally, he spoke, low, steady, and firm. "You're right about one thing," he said, stepping closer to Lynette. "I don't love you. I was confused, but I never saw a future with you. And if anything, I should have walked away the moment I realized how far you were willing to go." Lynette's face contorted with pain. "So that's it. You're throwing me to the wolves." "I didn't need to. You brought this on yourself." Guards moved to take her again, but she didn't resist. She stood still, defeated but full of venom. As they led her away, Lynette turned one last time, her eyes locking with Rita's. "Just wait," she said coldly. "Being the chosen one doesn't mean the storm won't find you." Then she was gone into the dark. And Rita, heart racing, turned to James. "Is what she said true?"